To take your seats as we are about to begin in a few minutes. We need all of you to please take your seats as we are starting shortly. Thank you so much.
Of the future generation of India.
Period dominated by dramatic geopolitical events.
One of the fastest interest rate hikes in modern history.
$1.1 trillion spent on commercial real estate, and that's the highest share we've ever seen.
The climate crisis goes hand in hand with the biodiversity crisis.
Resilient appetite and demand for prime property this year.
A key theme for 2023 is that reset, that new monetary environment that we have entered.
As the interest rate pivot approaches, market sentiment will shift quickly.
There's going to be a value play. There's a potential buying opportunity.
Nature-based solutions and the asset classes that deliver them, farmland and forestry.
We can't underestimate the power of the consumer and the psychological change that has happened.
Period dominated by dramatic geopolitical events.
One of the fastest interest rate hikes in modern history.
$1.1 trillion spent on commercial real estate, and that's the highest share we've ever seen.
The climate crisis goes hand in hand with the biodiversity crisis.
Resilient appetite and demand for prime property this year.
A key theme for 2023 is that reset, that new monetary environment that we have entered.
As the interest rate pivot approaches, market sentiment will shift quickly.
There's going to be a value play. There's a potential buying opportunity.
Nature-based solutions and the asset classes that deliver them, farmland and forestry.
We can't underestimate the power of the consumer and the psychological change that has happened.
Hello and a very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's so lovely to see all of you here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I request all of you to please take your seats as I'm already here on stage and we're about to begin right away. So I request all of you to please take your seats. Thank you. At this point of time, I would also like to request all of you to please put your mobile phones on silent, as we wouldn't want any disturbances. So I request you to please put your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen and distinguished guests, a very good morning once again to each and every one of you, and a very warm welcome to Naredco Silver Jubilee Foundation Day. And on this, I would like all of you to please give ourselves a big round of applause. Thank you. It's so wonderful to see all of you here, and we want the energy and we want the smiles, and because there's so much to look forward to. My name is Christine Zedek, and it's my honor to be your host for this morning. I'd also like to have a special warm welcome to Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu, former Vice President, Government of India. Please, a round of applause for him. As we begin the day, I request all of you to stand up at your respective seats for the national anthem. Thank you. It is with immense pleasure that I introduce to you a cultural treasure that hails from the heart of India. Let us immerse ourselves in the captivating world of Kuchipudi as we welcome our talented young dancers to the stage. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Padma Shri Padmaja Reddy and team, organized by Kala Samrat Rangarao.
सर्वं स्थूलतनुं गजेन्द्रवदनं लम्बोदरं सुन्दरं सर्वं स्थूलतनुं गजेन्द्रवदनं लम्बोदरं सुन्दरं प्रस्यन्दं मदगन्धलुब्ध मधुपं व्यालोल गण्डस्थलम् प्रस्यन्दं मदगन्धलुब्ध मधुपं व्यालोल गण्डस्थलम् दन्ताघात विदारिदारिरुधिरै सिन्दूर शोभाकरम् वन्दे वन्दे शैलसुतसुतं गणपतिं सिद्धिप्रदं काम्यदम् जं जं तननत जं तननत कुन्दरी किटतक कुकुन्दरी 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 जं जं तननत जं तननत कुन्दरी किटतक जं जं तननत जं तननत कुन्दरी किटतक कुकुन्दरी 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 కంగణపతికి వేకై మోపులు విఘ్న భగ్న నిమగ్న వర సద్గుణ గంగణపతికి వెనా ప్రణతులు విఘ్న భగ్న నిమగ్న వర సద్గుణ గంగణపతికి వెనా ప్రణతులు విఘ్న భగ్న నిమగ్న వర సద్గుణ గంగణపతికి వెనా ప్రణతులు గంగణపతికి వే ప్రణతులు గంగణపతికి వే ప్రణతులు గంగణపతికి వే ప్రణతులు 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 దిగి దిగిద దిత్తై దిత్తై దత్తరి దత్తాగం దిగి దిగిత కృతక దిత్తై దిత్తై దత్తరి దత్తాగం దత్తానుత కిಣ್ಣ కిಣ್ಣ తుంగ ఢెక్కు తొంగ నంగిడకిడతగ 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 దిందం నుత కిಣ್ಣ కిಣ್ಣ తుంగ ఢెక్కు తొంగ నుత కిಣ್ಣ కిಣ್ణ తుంగ ఢెక్కు తొంగ తాగం దిత్తం దిక్కిడతగ దిత్త దత్తిరగిడజం తక్కిడకిడతగ దిక్కిడకిడతగ తుంగిడకిడతగ దిందం తక్కిడకిడతగ దిక్కిడకిడతగ తుంగిడకిడతగ దిందం తక్కు డెక్కు తక్కిట్ట తుంగిడకిడతగ ఢేణ తం దిక్కిడతగ దిక్కి తక్కు దెక్కు తక్కిట్ట తుంగిడకిడతగ ఢేణ తం దిక్కిడతగ దిక్కి తద్దది తಣ್ಣం దಣ್ಣ తాక తక్కిడతగ జం కిడతగ జం దిత్తకుం దద్దెక్కు దಣ್ಣ తద్దది తಣ್ಣం దಣ್ಣ తాక తక్కిడతగ జం కిడతగ జం దిత్తకుం దద్దెక్కు దಣ್ಣ దಣ್ಣం దಣ್ಣత జణ్ణుం జణ్ణుత దిమ్మిం దిమ్మిత తత్తత దిద్దిద్ది తత్తాహ తత్త తాకిడకిడతగ జే కిడకిడతగ తళంగద చిత్తగ దదిగిణతుం తళంగద చిత్తగ దదిగిణతుం తళంగద చిత్తగ దదిగిణతుం దద్ది తಣ್ಣత తింద తద్ది తಣ್ಣం దింద తద్ది తಣ್ಣత తింద తద్ది తಣ್ಣం దింద తాత దంత జడు దంత జడు దంత ధనాజడు దంత జడు దదన దంత జడు దంత జడు దత్త దంత దగ జం దగ దోద దిత్త జడు దిత్త దగ దినత దంత జడు దంత జడు దంత దిత్త జడు దత్త జడు దంత జడు దంత జడు
మహానుభావులు ఎందరో మహానుభావులు ఎందరో మహానుభావులు ఎందరో మహానుభావులు అందరికీ వందనములు ఎందరో మహానుభావులు అందరికీ వందనములు ఎందరో మహానుభావులు అందరికీ వందనములు ఎందరో మహానుభావులు.
I would like to now request for that wonderful, beautiful performance. Please put your hands together for that. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It was really lovely. I would like to request Dr. Niranjan, Hiranandani, Mr. Hari Babu, Mr. Sunil Reddy, and Mr. Prem Kumar to please gift a memento to our lovely dancers.
విచ్చేసిన పెద్దలందరికీ స్వాగతం అండి. పద్మశ్రీ అవార్డు గ్రహీత డాక్టర్ జి పద్మజారెడ్డి గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో ఈ పిల్లలు ప్రణవ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ నుంచి వచ్చారు. ఈ చక్కటి కూచిపూడి నృత్య ప్రదర్శన చేసిన ఈ పిల్లలకు బహుమతి అందజేస్తున్నాం.
Put your hands together. B. Ashmita. B. Sai Srinita. T. Jeshna Shri. K. Dhruti. And A. Naga Ashrita. Thank you. We now take a moment to reflect on the remarkable journey of Naredco over the past 25 years. Through a captivating audiovisual presentation, we'll revisit the milestones, successes, and the tireless dedication that has propelled Naredco to where it stands today. May we have the AV, please?
Naredco Silver Jubilee, celebrating 25 glorious years of excellence. The National Real Estate Development Council, Naredco, established in 1998 under the aegis Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India, aims to streamline and enhance the Indian real estate sector. Founded with the guidance of Shri Ram Jethmalani, former Union Minister of Urban Affairs and Employment, Naredco's current chief patron is Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, the Union Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs. The governing council, comprising 6 officials, is nominated by the chief patron. Acting as a bridge between real estate developers and the government, Naredco's primary goal is to promote transparency and ethics in the real estate sector, transforming it into a globally competitive industry. Let's look at the prestigious dignitaries who served as presidents for Naredco and empowered the overall scenario of the Indian real estate sector. Shri G.V. Ramakrishna, 1999 to 2001. Shri V. Suresh, 2001 to 2002. Shri Somdat, 2002 to 2007. Shri Rohtas Goel, 2007 to 2011. Shri Naveen M. Raheja, 2011 to 2013. Shri Sunil Mantri, 2013 to 2015. Shri Praveen Jain, 2015 to 2017. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, 2017 to 2021. Shri Rajan Bandelkar, 2021 till date. Several significant achievements have been made under various presidents' leadership. Some of them are: Naredco played a key role in revising planning norms for optimal land use and updating the Land Acquisition Act of 1894. Inclusive planning was promoted with reservations for economically weaker sections, EWS, and low-income groups, LIG. The Third National Convention in 2002 addressed economic revival and connected policymakers with real estate stakeholders. Naredco's 4th National Convention of December 2003 at New Delhi united industry leaders, policymakers and consumers to boost the housing and construction industry's role in economic revival. Industry leaders, including late Dr. Somdat, past president of Naredco, addressed the inaugural session. The 5th and 6th National Conventions focused on housing for all and made recommendations on various aspects of real estate development. National Housing and Habitat Policy 2007 adopted Naredco Convention suggestions on affordable housing for all. Kumari Selja, former Honorable Minister of State Independent Charge for Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation, inaugurated the 7th National Convention, emphasizing private sector involvement in addressing housing shortages in the low-income group. The objective of Naredco's 8th National Convention, inaugurated by Kumari Selja, former Honorable Minister of State Independent Charge for Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation, Government of India, in April 2008, was to address issues related to land, legislation, finance and technology to make housing affordable for all and bridge the demand-supply gap. In the 9th National Convention in January 2009 in New Delhi, Naredco aimed to address the challenges in affordable housing development such as land availability, construction costs and credit access for low-income segments. In January 2011, Naredco held its 10th National Convention on Affordable Housing in New Delhi, supported by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation. The event targeted challenges in affordable housing like land availability, construction costs, and credit access for low-income segments. Naredco's prestigious 11th National Convention on Sustainable Housing for All, held on December 2012 at New Delhi, was inaugurated by Shri Pranab Mukherjee, the Honourable President of India, alongside Shri Ajay Makand, the Honourable Minister for Housing and Urban Poverty Alleviation, Government of India, to address the growing need for housing and urban infrastructure due to rapid urbanization. Naredco's 12th National Convention discussed issues like land, legislation, finance and technology to make housing affordable. Recommendations from Naredco's 13th workshop led to extended mortgage loan tenures and rental housing policies. In 2016, Naredco contributed to the establishment of the Real Estate Regulatory and Development Act, RERA, in India. The 13th National Convention in 2016 featured key government figures addressing real estate stakeholders. Naredco's 14th National Convention on August 2017 featured esteemed cabinet ministers including Shri Narendra Singh Tomar, former Minister of Housing and Rural Development, Shri Arjun Ram Meghwal, former Minister of State for Finance and Corporate Affairs, Shri Rajiv Pratap Rudy, former Minister of State Independent Charge for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Distinguished speakers in the conference included Shri Om Birla, Honorable Speaker Lok Sabha, Shri Prakash Javadekar, former Honorable Minister of Information and Broadcasting, Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, Honorable Minister for Housing and Urban Affairs, and several prominent leaders from Government of India. Naredco's hallmark activities. Naredco Next Gen. Naredco Next Gen aims to empower and engage young entrepreneurs in the real estate and related fields. Naredco Mahi. Naredco has founded Mahi, the women's wing of Naredco, with the aim of empowering women entrepreneurs and promoting their involvement in the real estate sector and related domains. Naredco Finance Committee. Naredco has established a finance committee consisting of prominent financial institutions, investment bankers, specialized funds, NBFCs, PEs, lending consultants and banks. This reflects Naredco's commitment to enhancing financial stability within the real estate sector, yielding positive outcomes. NIRED, National Institute of Real Estate Development. Naredco has successfully conducted its certificate course catering to real estate professionals and stakeholders in enhancing their skills and knowledge of the real estate industry. Naredco Jammu and Kashmir Real Estate Summit. This historic summit witnessed the signing of MOUs for development of housing and commercial ventures within Jammu and Kashmir. This conference also witnessed the launch of Jammu and Kashmir RERA portal. The conference saw the participation of prominent dignitaries like Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, Honorable Minister of State for Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manoj Sinha, Lieutenant Governor of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Honorable Dr. Jitendra Singh, Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, Shri Durga Shankar Mishra, IAS, former Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. The Buyer-Seller Interface. The Buyer-Seller Interface fosters collaboration under a reputable industry banner, facilitating direct interactions between industry leaders, developers and suppliers for enhanced sales, brand visibility and networking and business opportunities. Naredco supported activities also includes Global Housing Technology Challenge, GHTC, and others in which Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, has been the chief guest. Naredco has been materialistic in organizing several study tours, trainings, conferences and seminars for India's developers and builders in countries such as Vietnam, Japan and Dubai. Naredco is celebrating 25 glorious years of excellence, which will include several prominent dignitaries and cabinet ministers from the Government of India and the Indian real estate sector. Serving as a vital conduit, we bridge the aspirations of India's real estate industry with the government's vision for a prosperous future ahead.
That was a truly wonderful compilation of the past 25 glorious years of Naredco. So that's wonderful. Thank you so much. Now, as we gather here today, what better way to mark this occasion by starting with the auspicious symbol of lighting of the lamp? To do so, I would like to welcome Shri M. Venkaya Naidu, Shri Rajan Bandelkar, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Mr. G. Hari Babu, Shri Adimalu Suresh, Shri Vemalu Prashant Reddy, Mr. Prem Kumar, Mr. Anil Suri, Mr. Gaurav Jain, Mr. Ashok Patni, Mr. Nitin Mittal, Mr. Tribhuvan Adhikari, Mr. Jay Morzaria, Mr. Ravi Reddy, Dr. Ananta Raghuvanshi, Mr. Gopal Kabra, and Mr. Shri Kumar Nambiar. And Mr. Banu Prasad. I would also like to invite Mr. Anand Kumar. Thank you so much. As I invite on stage to be seated Shri M. Venkaya Naidu, former Vice President, Government of India, Shri Rajan Bandelkar, President of Naredco India, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Vice Chairman, Naredco India, Shri Adi Mulappu Suresh, Honorable Minister of Municipal Administration and Urban Development, Government of Andhra Pradesh, Shri Vemula Prashant Reddy, Minister of Roads, Buildings and Legislative Affairs and Housing, Government of Telangana, Mr. Prem Kumar, Vice President, South Naredco National. May we have you seated on stage, please? Thank you. As a visionary leader and a true inspiration, Shri Rajan Bandelkar will now grace us with his address. Please welcome him as he comes to address each of us. Thank you.
A very good morning to all of you. Yeah. I think it should be a little louder. When we are celebrating 25 years, the voice should go not across the country, at least in Hyderabad. Good morning! Yes. Honorable guest on the dais, Sri M. Venkaiah Naidu, former Vice President of India, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Vice Chairman Naredco, Vemula Prashant Reddy, Adi Mulappu Suresh, and Hari Babu, who is President-elect, who is going to take over as next President. And our own Prem Kumar, Vice President South. And my all dear friends from real estate fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all of you for this Silver Jubilee function. I feel delighted, elated, grateful to be standing in front of you, and I am one of the lucky one in whose time this Silver Jubilee period is coming. Way back in 1998, 25 years back, sir, BJP government was there, and then our chief patron and Urban Affairs and Employment Minister, Sri Ram Jethmalani sir, had a thought, and sir wanted to create a single platform wherein stakeholders from the real estate sector and government will interact, and the then our Prime Minister Atal Bihari Vajpayee and the ministers had the vision about the real estate, the way it is going to grow. So on 26th of August, they formed formerly the Naredco. Sir, you have seen the entire AV and the journey of Naredco. All the stalwarts have done the work, and we are all here to bear the fruits. I feel very proud to mention here that Naredco is there in 13 states. Of course, it's not enough, but we have crossed the 10,000 marks in membership, which is a great achievement. Naredco has taken various initiatives like convention, conclave, skilling. We have been very instrumental in PMAY, in building the affordable homes. Sir, we have taken bulk purchase as an initiative. We have created a finance facilitation cell. And as you have seen, we haven't left the other gender behind, and we have created Mahi, and they are doing a rocking work. A round of applause for them. And one more round of applause for the next gen, who is once again doing a wonderful work. Sir, a decade back, if any developer would have asked whether his son wants to come into this real estate, sir, pardon me for saying that nobody wanted to come. But today, the generation is different. So everybody knows that it's a real estate. Sir, our Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi ji, in his personal message given to Naredco, has conveyed that Amrit Kal presents an opportunity to shape a developed and self-reliant new India. The objective of Amrit Kal is to build forward looking India equipped with modern infrastructure to cater to the hopes and aspirations of the people. In this backdrop, the significance of institutions such as Naredco has become even more pronounced. Friends, India is known for its infrastructure, pharmacy, digital India like Aadhaar card, UPI. In next 25 years, we should be known even for real estate. We have to bear up in mind about compliance, customer-centric. The great Mahatma Gandhi has told in his word, customer is most important stakeholder. He is not dependent on us. We are dependent on him. We are not doing a favor by serving him. He is doing us a favor by giving us an opportunity to serve. Transparency, quality, technology, these are the things of tomorrow. We are going to unveil a report. I will take another 1 minute only. I know it's time up, but just 1 minute. So, in the reality report, it is seen that our GDP would go up to 36.4 trillion by 2047, and the real estate going to play a major role by reaching up to 5.8 trillion, and in that too, the private equity funding would be 54 billion. Today, whenever we think of ISRO scientists or Corona frontline workers or doctors of army, soldiers and Jawan, we all stand up and applaud. Of course, we have high respect for them. They guard our country. But friends, we build nations. So my aim and vision, and we should all strive that before 2047, when a developer moves, he should also deserve the same respect. If I don't mention the names of our Housing Minister Hardeep Singh Puri, our previous Secretary Durga Shankar Mishra, present Secretary Manoj Sinha sir, Kumari Shailaja Madam, Ajay Makan, Girija Vyas, and even Venkaiah Naidu sir was also our Housing Minister. A big round of applause to each and everyone. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Look at the height difference. That's a lot. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for that. And that was truly wonderful. And I loved your statement, we build nations. That truly left a mark. What do you think, right? You can applaud him for that. That was truly wonderful. Thank you. Our next segment brings to the forefront a visionary leader whose contributions have left an indelible mark on the world of real estate. I would now like to invite Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani to grace us for a special address.
I feel very, very, very honored to be here today. I feel very honored when I have Mr. Venkaiah Naidu, our ex-Vice President of India, here in our presence because I have a special connect with him. He taught us what was Roti Kapda Makan. That is a man of slogans that he brought about. Not only did he bring the slogans into it as Minister of Housing and Special Assistant Government of India, he made a mark when he brought about the National Housing Policy for India and brought it across, which actually made the slogan, another slogan, because he's so used to making slogans all the time. The Housing for All slogan that he brought about was something which was emulated and put into the policy document, which became the policy of India and still continues to have that policy. Mr. Venkaiah Naidu also took up rural housing, also took up skill development. So all that, sir, is Naredco's direction and vision, and still is after so many years, sir. So that's why the special mention that you are here on this platform today to give us more slogans, more ideas, more direction, more vision in order to create the country of Amrit Kal, which the Prime Minister wants, but it needs people like you to set us those ideas, thoughts and vision in order to precipitate the action to be taken. So thank you very much for being here today. We are so honored also to have Mr. Prashant Reddy, Mr. Banu Prasad. Thank you very much for coming over here. Your state has taken up such great leadership, especially in in the IT field, that we from Mumbai are feeling a little jealous also sometimes of the progress that you have made in this sector. So very, very happy to hear. Mr. Hari Babu, congratulations for the wonderful next position that you take. Mr. Prem Kumar, for the leadership that all of you have been doing. And of course, I have to thank our president over here. Thank you very much for being wonderful and the great work that you have done. Many people know that China has progressed tremendously in the last 2 decades. The double-digit growth in China only took place when housing and infrastructure was at its peak. And that is the time when it went more than 10%. India now is looking at the same direction, where the Prime Minister says that we are going to lead the nation, it will have to be housing and infrastructure which will actually precipitate this law. I'm not demeaning agriculture, I'm not saying less for manufacturing, but if you want a double-digit growth, then you will have to take up housing and infrastructure. And I must congratulate this government in this state, also at the national level, for having taken this direction in a very, very strong way. So this is something which will be there. Niti Aayog has talked about that today, housing and infrastructure occupies 7% of GDP. But when it becomes $5 trillion, it will be 20% of GDP. So you can imagine the growth that is likely to take place in terms of the housing in there. But that is not enough, because ultimately growth of GDP means wealth of the nation. But you have to understand that housing and infrastructure is also a labor-intensive work. So we cannot have GDP growth and wealth without employment. If today India has to have full employment, you will have to do skill development in this field of housing and infrastructure. And Naredco sir has taken this leadership. In order to create this skill development, we would like you to say how we can do something better in the future than we have done in the past. I want zero unemployment in this country, and it will be housing and infrastructure which will take up this thing, but we will have to skill these people, and every person connected with Naredco, whether in the state government or at the central government or in the private sector, will have to focus on skilling, because otherwise, let me share a story. 15 years ago, when I wanted 100 skilled employees, I would get 500 skilled employees. Today, when I want 100 carpenters, fitters, layers, all these ideas which are there, I don't get 20. And at the same time, India has so much unemployment. This is a contradiction in terms which Naredco will take up, and I'm sure the state government, the central government, which is also doing so much in this area, will take it up to the next level and has to be a part of the vision document which Hari Babu will take it up, I'm sure, to the next level for the purposes of doing it. I must congratulate the local state government over here for having made the first move to create affordable housing, which was to increase the FSI in order to do it and limit it with parking and other aspects of it. But there was also in that similar document that we need to improve the infrastructure of the state and the cities in order to do it. And I will give you the example of what we are trying to do in Mumbai, not to show off, but just to share some knowledge and information. In Mumbai, we have 190 kilometers of railway line, Western Railway, Central Railway, and Harbour, for those people who know Mumbai. We are now adding, in the next 2 years, 300 kilometers of metro. So, when we do this, it is important when you increase FSI to also see that infrastructure is also married with the whole situation. So we suggest and recommend, similar to what has been the directions and force of the metros of the cities of the country, in order to take this forward into it. We have also suggested stalled projects which have taken place in the country. The Swami Fund has been created for 25,000 crores. Unfortunately, we need 1,25,000 crores. It's our recommendation. We don't need money from the government for that. We just need an enabling platform, which financial institutions are ready to do. And I'm suggesting to the central government, the Finance Minister of India, also the Prime Minister's office, in order to see that this is taken up place. We have a very sad situation in Mumbai. Let me share with you, because I showed off about Mumbai. Let me tell you the negatives of Mumbai. The richest city in India, I think Delhi is catching up, so I'm jealous of that too. But 50% of my population live in jhopatpattis or slums in Mumbai. It is our wish in Naredco that we will tackle this problem so that in the next 5 to 7 years, there should be 0 slums in Mumbai. Naredco wants to make that platform in order to do. So, आज़ादी के अमृत काल में हम दूरदृष्टि देख रहे हैं. हम ये चाहते हैं कि ये परिवर्तन हम लेके आए. हम देखते हैं कि नरेडको ये लीडरशिप लेके, आपके विजन, आपके गाइडेंस से लेके हम ये परिवर्तन कर दें कि प्रधानमंत्री के और यहाँ के स्टेट की जो लीडरशिप है वो ये परिवर्तन ऐसे कर दें कि हम गौर के से सकें कि हम रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर में नरेडको के द्वारा हम ये परिवर्तन लेके आए हैं. हाउसिंग फॉर ऑल, affordable housing for all, creating a new India which we will be proud of, and the world will look at us like I'm jealous of other things. The world will be jealous of India. Look forward to do that. Jai Hind.
Wow, I love the way you speak with so much passion, sir. And what a way to end. The world will be jealous of India. What do you think of that? I think they already are with the way we've been achieving a lot with Chandrayaan 3, right? So that was wonderful, sir. Thank you so much for that insightful address. And now I would, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite, because it's truly an honor, to invite Mr. Ghulam Zia, Executive Director, Knight Frank, to inaugurate the collaborative report by Naredco and Knight Frank, Vision 2047. Please put your hands together as we welcome him on stage.
प्रणाम, गुड मॉर्निंग सर. ये वेंकट नायडू सर, ये जो आज हम रिपोर्ट जिसका हम आज लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, ये बहुत ही स्पेशल है हमारे लिए. नाइट फ्रैंक के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा ऑनर है कि हमें इसका मौका दिया गया कि हिंदुस्तान अगले 25 साल में, अमृत काल में किस प्रकार ग्रो करेगा और उसमें रियल एस्टेट का क्या रोल होगा और उसमें नारेडको का क्या कंट्रीब्यूशन होगा, उस पर हमने इस रिपोर्ट में चर्चा की है. तो मेरे कलीग विवेक जो हमारे चीफ इकोनॉमिस्ट हैं, वो इस पर नंबर्स के बारे में गौर करेंगे. लेकिन चूंकि ये रिपोर्ट नंबर से ज़्यादा पैशन है, ये रिपोर्ट में केवल नंबर्स नहीं हैं, इसमें जज्बात हैं. क्योंकि इंडिया जिस जर्नी पर आगे बढ़ रहा है, आज जो $3.5 ट्रिलियन US की इकोनॉमी है, आगे चल के ये 35 ट्रिलियन की होने वाली है, तकरीबन 10 गुना बढ़ रही है अगले 25 सालों में. तो जिस अमृतकाल का हम जिक्र कर रहे हैं उस अमृतकाल में हम ऑलरेडी एंटर कर चुके हैं, उसमें हम जी रहे हैं। तो ये सिर्फ केवल नंबर्स नहीं हैं, क्योंकि ये नंबर्स जो आगे चल के शायद इतने एग्जैजरेटेड लगने वाले हैं जो रियलिटी बनते हुए दिख रहे हैं। फॉर एग्जांपल, अगर मैं आपसे कहूं कि अगले 25 साल 55 लाख मकान सालाना दरकार होंगे, तो क्या आप यकीन करेंगे? वेल, वो डायरेक्शन है जिसमें हम बढ़ रहे हैं। अगर मैं ये कहूं कि आज भारतवर्ष में कुल मिला के तकरीबन 850 मिलियन स्क्वायर फीट ऑफिसेज है जहां पर लोग अपनी अपनी रोजी रोजगार कमाते हैं, अगर यही नंबर अगले 25 साल में 3 बिलियन जाने वाला है, मतलब 3000 मिलियन स्क्वायर फीट होने वाला है, क्या यकीन कर पाएंगे? मैं यकीन करता हूं, और महज इसलिए कि इसमें पैशन दरकार है, सिर्फ नंबर नहीं जो आपके इकोनॉमिस्ट आपको टेबल्स पर दिखाएंगे। उस पैशन के लिए मैं आज आपके सामने खड़ा हुआ हूं कि ये बताने के लिए कि ये हमारा मुस्तकबिल है। तो 2 मिनट दीजिएगा, विवेक से मैं दरख्वास्त करूंगा कि अगर वो क्विकली बताएं नंबर्स, और फिर उसमें हम उसको कल्मिनेट करेंगे। ओवर टू यू।
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Zia. So, we go through the presentation, a quick one, a look at the key trends. So, in the presentation, what we are covering is the economic potential, which is the precursor for everything which is going to happen. हम बात कर रहे हैं $3.5 trillion की इकोनॉमी, आज 2030 में हम करीब $7 trillion की इकोनॉमी की बात कर रहे हैं, और आगे चल के हम क्या बात कर रहे हैं, वो एक बेडरॉक होगा, फाउंडेशन होगा, जिसके ऊपर हम रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर की जो भी सेगमेंट्स है, रेजिडेंशियल, ऑफिस, रिटेल, वेयर हाउसिंग, इनकी बात कर रहे हैं। तो अगले 25 सालों में जो हमने सिनेरियोज बिल्ड किए इस असेसमेंट में, सो इन एज पर आर एनालिसिस, द साइज ऑफ इंडियाज इकोनॉमी इज एस्टिमेटेड टू रेंज बिटवीन $33 to $40 trillion by the next 25 years. And this is going to be supported by factors like increase in income levels, consumption, and investment. While this is a range, we take the baseline assumption of $33 trillion in $36 trillion in 2047, and what that means is after a 7x economic expansion from $0.5 trillion in 1998 to $3.7 trillion in 2023, we're talking about a 10x economic expansion in the next 25 years. Now, as this happened, we have projected the market size of the real estate sector, which is going to grow from $477 billion in 2022 to $1 trillion in 2030, and 2047 it will be a $5 trillion sector. Host of factors ranging from income level growth, investments, and consumption growth, which will lead to this. Key growth drivers: population, urbanization, formal employment growth, per capita income growth, and manufacturing sector share will be the variables which will explain this. Specific sectors: residential market, we're talking about 14 crore houses in the next 25 years, which is the market potential. By 2047, we will reach $3.5 trillion for the housing sector alone. As this happens, we also expect the income, with rising income levels, the market moving in favor of mid and premium segments.
सो आई थिंक हमारा वक्त कंप्लीट हो चुका है, तो क्विकली मैं इस पे कल्मिनेशन करना चाहूँगा। हालांकि काफ़ी सारे नंबर्स इस रिपोर्ट में मौजूद हैं, ये सारे रिपोर्ट आप लोगों के लिए अवेलेबल है टू गो थ्रू इट। सिर्फ ये बात पे मैं ख़त्म करना चाहूँगा कि जो इकोनॉमी जिसमें हम एंटर कर रहे हैं, इसमें न सिर्फ हाउसिंग ग्रोथ हो रहा है, बल्कि जैसा आप स्क्रीन पर देख रहे हैं, आखिरी पॉइंट ये है कि वेल्थ क्रिएशन के कारण जो एक 90% आज हमारा EWS और वीकर सेक्शन है, वो बिल्कुल घटता हुआ बमुश्किल 10% रह जाएगा। तो जो वेल्थ क्रिएशन हो रही है, उससे अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग में जो इजाफा है वो बहुत गजबनाक होने वाला है। तो ये गोल्डन अमृत काल का एक मौका है जो हम सबके सामने है, और मैं ये समझता हूँ हमारे लिए, रियल एस्टेट के लिए एक बहुत सुनहरा मौका है। अगले 25 सालों में हम और हमारी नेक्स्ट 2 जनरेशन्स कम से कम इस मौके का पूरा फ़ायदा उठाएंगे, और नरेडको की गाइडेंस में हम ये मौका आगे बिल्कुल बढ़ाते रहेंगे। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर अ ग्रेट मूवमेंट फॉर रियल एस्टेट एंड द इकोनॉमी ऑफ द कंट्री। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू।
Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, sir. I would now like to invite on stage Mr. Prashant Bhanu. Sorry, Mr. Prashant Reddy on stage. Good morning, sir. Welcome.
Respected Venkaiah Naidu garu and Mr. Rajan Bandarkar and Mr. Niranjan Hirandwar and Haribabu garu, Prem Kumar garu and Banu Prasad government, Telangana government, and dear friends, good morning to all. I extend my warmest congratulations to Naredco as they make a significant milestone, 25 years of remarkable contributions to the real estate sector. On the occasion of their Silver Jubilee celebration, on August 26, 2023, in the vibrant city of Hyderabad, I applaud Naredco's unwavering dedication to shaping the industry growth. I am told that this is the first time Naredco is making this convention in this Hyderabad city. I thank you, Naredco. As a minister of Telangana state, I would like to introduce or explain about my state, my city, Hyderabad, my government, my leader, KCR. See, at present, Hyderabad is told to be one of the safest and potential city to the investors, to the builders, to the realtors, as we all know. This has happened with the great efforts of stable government and able leader, our Chief Minister, Honorable CM KCR. Because we believe, we government believe, that to an investor, government has to create an environment to put his money into it. And that particular state or city should have local potentiality to absorb the productivities. So these two ideas have been greatly maintained by our CM KCR by putting absolute land order in Hyderabad city or in Telangana. And the connectivity of roads in Hyderabad city, as you are all, perhaps you might have seen while you are coming from airport to this area. So our Industrial and Urban Development IT Minister, Mr. KTR, has taken up a huge program called by SRDP, Strategic Road Development Program, with a huge amount in Hyderabad city, and he built 36 flyovers and number of underpasses and number of new road connectivities in Hyderabad city past these 9 years. Now Hyderabad city is having the best connectivity and infrastructure, like about 24 hours quality power and sufficient drinking water. And with this infrastructure and the land order, above all this, we have introduced one system of licenses, TS BPAS, the permissions, regarding the permissions. This TS BPAS will facilitate all developers or builders sanctions within 21 days, that is the mandatory, which is the best, one of the best transparent system in all over India. And with all these, an environment has been created in this Hyderabad city for the investors and developers. And secondly, the state financial position. It is also important to the investor that local buyers should be there. Even though the outside investors may come to your destination, but local buyers also important to develop your business. So, what our CM sir feels, because our India is rural background area, Telangana as well, and most of the people are into the agriculture field. So if you develop agriculture sector, if you stir up the rural economy, then only the local potentiality will come up. So he has concentrated on irrigation project, whatever they are pending in the Telangana state. He has completed all the irrigation pending projects first. And he has started new irrigation projects like Kaleshwaram project. He started it and we have completed it within 3.5 years with an expenditure of 86,000 crores rupees. You can search in Google. If anybody can type, I'll be very happy. The world's largest multi-level lift irrigation project. Please type. What has come, please? It is Kaleshwaram. Anyone from outside? You are from Delhi, please type. I request you. The world's largest multi-level lift irrigation project. You just type it and the name will come. It is the Kaleshwaram project. We have completed within 3.5 years. And now it is irrigating about 17 lakh acres field. 17 lakh acres field. And second part, he has concentrated on power sector. We have spent about 1 lakh crore rupees forgotten. We have spent about 1.5 lakh crore rupees on on irrigation projects. And secondly, he has concentrated on power sector. We spent about 1 lakh crore rupees in power sector. Now the Telangana state is only the state in India who gives 24-hour free quality power to the farmers. We are giving 24-hour quality free power to the freely to the farmers. And 24 hours power to all sectors, to the industries, all sectors, to the business sectors, all. By this way, rural economy has been stirred up like anything. For example, I request organizers to give 2 more minutes time, please. So agriculture has been increased. The productivity of agriculture has been multiplied 5 times by that way. And in Hyderabad, as already mentioned, IT sector has been improved multiply. Our IT exports were about 57,000 crores in 2014. Now it is 1,87,000 crores IT exports. So employment, it was in IT about 3 lakh crores in Hyderabad. Now it is about 3 lakh employment was there in Hyderabad. In IT sector, now it is about 9 lakh employment is there in Hyderabad, IT sector. In industries, about 3 lakh crore investment has come up to the Telangana in industrial sector. 20,000 new industries have been established. By that way, 16 lakh employment has been created in Telangana. So with this employment generation and with this rural economy stirrup, now I would like to take 2 minutes only, result of which all this concentration on rural and urban. Our GSDP was about 4.5 lakh crores in 2014. Now it is 13.27 lakh crores. The 15.6% growth. And our GDP in share, 4.1% share in the country, now it is 4.9%. Whereas our population share is only 2.9% in this country. Our GDP share is 4.9%. So with all these, our per capita income was about 1,24,000 rupees in 2014. Now it is 3,12,000 rupees of Telangana per capita income, whereas national per capita is only 172. So with all these, I will definitely say that this Telangana or Hyderabad is the safest place to the investors and builders. So I welcome you all. Government will be supportive with you. So I once again congratulate Naredco to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prashant Reddy. And I would now like to request and invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu, to address us all this morning. Please put your hands together as he comes to the stage.
Sri Rajesh Manderkar, Sri Niranjan Hiranandani, Sri Prem Kumar, Sri Sunil Reddy, Sri Haribabu, and our minister from the state of Telangana, Sri Prashant Reddy, delegates who have come from different parts of the country, and my dear friends, I am happy to be amidst you all today because you have come to the city where I am also living. Hyderabad is a city of happening. Undoubtedly, it is well connected nationally, internationally, airways, highways, railways, and also you have a wonderful ring road across the city, and you have beautiful entertainment facilities like Ramoji Film City. And then the city is known for its growth in IT sector. So by all means, this is a city of happening. My dear friends, Sri Hiranandani was telling that I should give some new slogan. What I am suggesting is, you are saying earlier housing for all. I am just adding happy housing for all. You make it after purchasing the property or house or commercial establishment, one should not feel sorry. If you are able to make it, then it's really great. Happy, affordable housing for all is the need of the hour. I am very happy about the growth of the real estate sector in Hyderabad, in India also. But at the same time, we must also see to it that it is affordable. Secondly, it must provide all the facilities that are required. Good architecture. Architecture also is equally important. We are fortunate we have ancient architecture. Look at the temples. Look at the place of worship. Nowhere in the world people can come nearer to that ancient architecture. Our people not only provided a beautiful architecture here in India, they have gone abroad also. If you see the Cambodia temple, hundreds of years back, people going there and providing our architecture, because our architecture is sustainable. So I call upon Naredco to insist on Indianizing architecture, native architecture, sustaining nature architecture. Because nature, culture together for better future. Nature, culture together for better future. In ancient times, we used to live with the nature. Of late, we started playing with the nature. Nature is playing with us now. See what is happening across the globe. Same thing. The natural calamities, untimely rains, the heat even in United States. Because we are not focusing our attention to protect the nature. And we were people, we means not you people Naredco, but people in general. Is in this country we have seen that encroachment have become an order of the day. Encroachment, any government worth the name, should not allow any encroachment. And then the growth has to be planned. And while planning, we must also see to it that people who are going to live there, they live happily with the needed infrastructure. Without infrastructure, if you create a structure, it will not sustain for long. The Prime Minister has given a 3-line mantra, simple: reform, perform and transform. Reform, perform and transform. Transformation of the nation. Transformation of the lives of the people. Ultimately, science, technology, research. What is the ultimate aim? Ultimate aim is to make the people's life happy. We should not run after the fashion and then try to invent something which is not there and create problems also. I will just tell you a small example. My daughter has purchased a house. So the house is good looking. And I went to the house and I found 30, 40 lights in a room. Where is the need to have 30, 40 lights? One has to simply think on these lines. If you are putting more lights, more focus and all, that means you have not applied real focus and you are trying to cover up that by this lighting. I am very clear about it. And then I went to bathroom. And bathroom, I opened the tap. The water was falling, half in the wash basin, half on me. Then I said, who planned this? And sir, there is one interior decorator and architect. I said, if they are available nearby, call them. They called. Then I had a lady. And then I took her to the bathroom and showed her opening the tap. Water was falling on. Then I asked her, what is this? She said, it is fashion, sir. Hello. Hello or shallow? Fashion. Flat wash basin. Fashion. Then I told her, do you understand Telugu? She said, I follow. Then I told her, Ma Saukaryama Saundaryama. Saukaryama Saundaryama. Whether you want comfort or only beauty. So beauty and comfort, both of them has to be married properly. Then only it will be useful to the people. So I insist on all the people who are all there in the real estate sector, first see to it that proper air flows, because health is important. If you are healthy, you can become wealthy, not vice versa. Proper air, proper light, natural light, not these lights. Proper air, proper light, and the position of water. This is essential. Our old people, our old generation, elderly people, they used to keep this in mind and plan housing, plan new villages and all. So they used to have a comfortable and healthy life. Healthy life. So healthy life is more important for that healthy construction. For that I remember on 10th March, I have introduced and then got the RERA Act passed in Rajya Sabha. And then 16th March, we got it passed in Lok Sabha. I was Minister for Urban Development at that time. There were resistance. Some of our friends also came to me. They had so many apprehensions. And then a lot of lobbying was going on. Then I called up one of my friends in Chennai and asked him, Mr. Subbareddy, not the Hyderabad Subbareddy, the other Subbareddy, what is your view about RERA? He said, sir, I'm happy. Then I said, why these people are making hue and cry here and there? Sir, real builders, honest builders who follow the rules, they are all happy. The fly-by-night operators, they are not happy. Then our friends went to Prime Minister. Prime Minister said, you go and meet Venkaiah ji, he will address the problems. They came, we had consultation. We had Mr. Suresh also is here, chairman of Naredco earlier. We had consultations. Consultation has resulted in better regulation. Because the aim of regulation is not a strangulation. Regulation should not become a strangulation. The more and more you try to regulate, there will be more and more violations. You must give broad principles and see to it that everyone adheres to. So that way, I feel very happy that the RERA Act registration is serving its purpose. It's another matter, some of the states have not appointed the people concerned to look after the RERA regulation, violation, etc. I hope that the other states also follow the spirit of the registration and then appoint people for this. I'm happy today, admit you all, for this Silver Jubilee of Naredco. You had a remarkable journey the last 25 years. And I would urge upon you, maintain not only the tempo, but also the spirit of the RERA registration. And see to it that the housing becomes affordable and at the same time happy. That's why I said I insist on happy, healthy, affordable housing for all. That should be our aim. And I hope that Naredco will focus more and more on this. Sri Hiranandani, even many people, Rajesh ji and all, they are all here. Some of them, they interacted with me during that registration. And they gave wonderful suggestions, and most of the suggestions were incorporated. But at the same time, we should see to it that the spirit of the regulations are followed. Then only you can make it happy and healthy. Along with that, India, we are a nation which is moving forward. Our economy is improving. We are the 5th largest economy. If you maintain this tempo, we will become the 3rd largest economy. And I am sure, by the cooperation of all people, including the real estate sector, we will be able to reach the top in no time. I am sure. Because Indian people, their skill, their knowledge, their hard work, their dedication, their efficiency is second to none. And you see multinational companies across the globe. If you take 100 Fortune companies, more than 50, 60 companies are headed by Indians. What is the speciality? The dedication, the devotion, and then the skills they have. So you have such a skill-oriented people in the country, and we should employ them in our task and see to it that we move faster. We move equitable. And then we move towards affordable housing. Because housing is a dream for everyone, to have a good house. So if he is able to get a house, he will be immensely happy than anything else. So my friends, while rejoicing the remarkable progress, please focus more and more on making it more affordable. This is my advice to all of you. And then see the surging entrepreneurial spirit of a resurgent New India with over 86,000 startups. The Startup India initiative launched in 2016 for building a strong ecosystem to nurture innovation and startups in the country has clearly been a runaway success. From vaccine manufacturing to frontier disciplines, in the domain of defense, the nation has been moving towards an Atma-Nirbhara Bharat, ultimately Atma-Nirbhara Bharat. That is our aim. The growth also is reflected in the construction sector, and there is no better example than, as I told you, Hyderabad for this. We are all rejoicing about Chandrayaan. That is again speaks about the skills. And I hope that Naredco will be planning housing even on the moon. Because the size of the land in India is limited. And going more and more height is not a good thing, healthy thing. A reasonable health. If a person is more than 6'2" or 6'3", you can understand how much discomfort it will be to that person. Yes, height is required. The technology, the innovation will definitely provide us more opportunities. But at the same time, the commitment to quality, that will really make the nation strong. If you want the world to be envy of India, you must make the growth sustainable, quality-oriented, and ultimately, what is the index? Happiness index is not only health and wealth, the happiness. Finally, people must have peaceful life. If you have tension, you cannot have attention. You'll be doing only pretension, and you cannot have that retention and continue to pretension. We must focus on this quality aspect, healthy aspect, affordable aspect in our structures, in our growth. That is the main point I want to stress today in your meeting. I always prefer going and meeting and talking and walking and spending time with the people so that you learn more and more important information. And information with confirmation is more than an ammunition. If you have information with confirmation, it is more than an ammunition. So confirmation comes and you go and see what is happening across the country, across the sectors. So we must always provide information, and we must make the people to believe our information by the confirmation of our standards we have been practicing. The names are there, many real estate companies are there. Some of the names, they are moving forward. The reason is because of their quality. The reason is because of their commitment to certain values. If you so-and-so company has constructed this structure, we need not verify or make inquiries with anybody. Yes, this particular group, yes, they always maintain standards. That sort of every company in the real estate sector, they must aim that people go by the name, the brand. Simply creating a brand through advertisement will not last long. The branding will come automatically if you really adhere to the standards, then you will be really landing, even on moon also. If you maintain standards and if you maintain quality. That is the second advice I want to give you. All people, my friends, this organization, and that too the Prime Minister said, Amrit Kal. After 75 years of independence, we must look back and we must look inward and then see whether we are taking correct decisions, moving on correct path, what are the lessons that we have learned from the past, and what are the new challenges that have come, and what are the new opportunities that are available, and then move on. That should be our aim. Friends, I once again feel very happy that I have been asked to come and inaugurate this conference. I have some connection because, as it was told, I was Minister for Rural Development, I was Minister for Housing, and here I was Minister. I have advantage. I was Minister for Rural Development also. Rural Development and Urban Development. Together, India's development. I have that much experience. These conferences and these presentations and then panel discussions also I have seen. There are going to be a couple of panel discussions. One must learn. There is a saying now, wise men learn from others' experience and fools learn from their own experience. That's a little odd saying, but there is some truth in that also. We must, new practices, new experiences will come through exchange of ideas. Exchange of interaction will really make you better real estate developer. I hope this conference and these seminars we are going to have in the coming time will definitely help all of you, enrich all of you, enrich not in economic terms, but and also on information terms. If you get this sort of interaction, exchange ideas, you will be able to perform better. That is my confidence. Friends, once again, I would like to compliment all of you that you are there in this sector, which is a growing sector, and you are part of the developmental story of the country. Thank you very much. All the best. Namaskar. Jai Hind.
Wow, that was such a truly insightful and wonderful speech into everything that we wanted to know and hear about. And thank you so much, sir, for giving us that insight about the beautiful nature elements of air, water, light, and of course, happy, healthy, and affordable housing. I think that was a perfect insight. So that was wonderful. Beauty and comfort should be married, and I love that line from sir. So thank you so much once again for such a wonderful presentation and speech. Now I would like to invite you all to witness at this momentous juncture of the 25 years journey of Naredco. It is going to be a really special launch. So I request Mr. Hitesh Thakkar, curator of Coffee Table Book, to please join all the dignitaries on stage for the launch of the Coffee Table Book. Thank you. At this point in time, we would like to also felicitate our Honorable Chief Guest, Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu, and I would like to request Shri Rajan Bandelkar and Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani to present the memento to Sir. Thank you so much, sir. That was truly a remarkable speech and launch as well. I would now like to welcome and request Shri Bhanu Prasad to address us with his keynote address.
Honorable dignitaries on the dais, Shri Venkaiah Naidu Garu, former ex-Vice President of India, and Shri Prashant Reddy Garu, Minister for R&B, and President of Naredco, and other dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Good morning, everybody. It's my pleasure to be here on this occasion. Basically, I'm an architect. I was in this profession of construction builder for a long time. Then I entered into politics, and since last almost 15 years, I'm involved in politics. Hyderabad, as all our guests in their speech already mentioned about the Hyderabad's development and Hyderabad's growth. Hyderabad is developing in a very rather, our Honorable Chief Minister Kallalkonda Chandrasekhar Rao Garu has got a great vision, and under his able leadership, Hyderabad is growing faster than any other city, I can say, in India. If a person comes back after 10 years to Hyderabad from any other country or any other place, he will not believe what growth has taken place in his own Hyderabad in the last 10 years, the infrastructure-wise, or in any parameters. If you see, the growth in Hyderabad and the Telangana is number one in most of the states, when compared to most of the states in India. This is possible only because of our Honorable Chief Minister's vision. I am sure the builders of Hyderabad or various parts of Telangana are very confident with this, very comfortable with this government. Many times I have seen almost 4 chief ministers close by. I worked with them. But most of the times I used to interact with them when I explain about the difficulties of the construction field. Most of the times it was very difficult for them to explain, and it was most of the times they were not understanding the problems of the builders, and they are not proactive with the problems of the builders. But whereas Mr. Chandrasekhar Rao Garu is very, very kind enough, and whenever we have approached on behalf of builders of this Hyderabad, most of the times, most of the representations we have made to Honorable Chief Minister, most of them have been agreed and they have been implemented. So I will definitely think that most of this fraternity particularly is very happy with the present government, with the way they have going with the rules or whatever the changes they have made. As our minister said, the TS BPAS, which was actually introduced in the Telangana state, was really definitely a good boost for the industry. I wish all the best for you all, and I'm sure in the coming years, Telangana's construction industry and the real estate will definitely boost in a big manner in the present government. I hope definitely we all will work together and we will go ahead in a better manner. Thank you everybody.
Give me a minute while I try to grow my height in a few seconds. I hope now you can see me. All right, thank you so much, sir, for that lovely insight. Truly appreciate it. Now I would like to request Mr. Prem Kumar to deliver the vote of thanks, please. Before we have the vote of thanks, we would also like to felicitate our amazing speakers here. So for that, I would like to request Mr. Suresh Patel and Mr. Harsh Bansal to felicitate Mr. Bhanu Prasad. I'd also like to mention and request Mr. Ashok Patni, VP Central, and Mr. B. Sunil Chandra Reddy, President Naredco Telangana, to present a memento to Shri Vemula Prashant Reddy. And now we have the vote of thanks by Mr. Prem Kumar. Thank you so much.
Need this? Okay. Fine.
Good morning. The last but not the least, the vote of thanks. So today is a momentous day. Momentous because it is the Silver Jubilee celebration day of Naredco. Momentous also because this is the first national event of Naredco that is being held outside of Delhi. And which other better place than Hyderabad? And this is also a momentous day for Naredco because I think this has been the shortest planned event for Naredco. Well, when you have a president like Mr. Rajan Bandelkar, with his energy and spirit and his missionary zeal, anything can happen. So, well, it was an honor and a privilege to have the presence of Sri Venkaiah Naidu Garu here with us. And well, I think we all liked his slogan, Happy Housing for All. And it was also a privilege and an honor to have Sri Vemula Prashant Reddy, our Honorable Minister for Roads and Buildings. Well, I must say that I had known him long time ago, and I thought he would not recognize me, but the greatness of him that he said, do you remember we used to meet at such and such a place? That was such a joy today. Thank you, Bhanuprasad Garu, Chief Whip, Government of Telangana, for your presence and your inspiring speech today. Well, it's always a pleasure, a joy to hear Sri Niranjan Hiranandani speak. His speeches are electrifying, inspiring. But then, on this Silver Jubilee occasion, well, we had another treat. He also sang yesterday evening. And sir, I think he did it because of the Silver Jubilee celebration. But then, if he does this often, I'm sure, all the top singers in India would get a run. So, well, I'm thankful for the participation of all the state chapters and the city chapters. And I would like to make a special mention of the Rajasthan state chapter for the biggest contribution that has been made to this event that has come from Rajasthan. Mr. Ashok Patni, he has to be congratulated. It's all because of him. And all the guests today here, all the panelists, we look forward to some exciting discussions that are going to happen. And finally, I think Naredco Telangana and Naredco Andhra Pradesh had a great role to play. And the driving force was Mr. Hari Babu for this event, and Mr. Sunil Reddy and Mr. Vijay Sai. Thank you very much. Nicely organized event. We look forward to the day's happenings. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Can we have a group picture, please? A photo op, as they call it. Thank you so much, Mr. Prem Kumar, for your vote of thanks. I would now like to invite Mr. Chandra Bose, Oscar awardee lyricist, on stage. He's also the Golden Globe awardee, National Award for Regional Film, Kondapolam, and I hope I'm getting that name right. Okay, I'm Kondapolam. I got it right? Perfect. He's going to give us a short motivational speech on the 25 years that we're celebrating today. And I would also like to mention that he has a very special introduction. But I will talk about that special introduction in a bit. But first, sir, you'll be having you'll talk to us for a bit. Yes, please.
Okay, friends, I'm Sunil Reddy, President Naredco Telangana. We have K. Chandrabose Garu here. You know, we all know what he's achieved of late. His journey as a lyricist started 25 years ago, exactly the day Naredco was born. And I can proudly tell you, the person who got him into this is one of our very own, Kurra Srinath. Srinath? Srinath Randi, okkasar. Chandrabose Garu wanted to be a singer. And thanks to Srinath's motivation, Chandrabose Garu became a lyricist. And coming from a small village in Warangal, this gentleman has now completed 3,800 songs. And we all know he's won an Oscar for his Natu Natu. And yesterday he won a national award. And Srinath was jokingly telling me, everybody has a wardrobe, now he has an award robe. So, sir, hearty congratulations, Chandrabose Garu. Please.
హలో, అందరికీ నమస్కారం. చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. నేను ఎప్పుడు సినిమా కార్యక్రమాలకు, అవార్డు కార్యక్రమాలకు వెళ్తుంటాను, కానీ ఇలా ఒక భవన నిర్మాణాలు, ఆ సంస్థ సంబంధించిన కార్యక్రమం రావడం మొదటిసారి. మా శ్రీనాథ్ అన్న పిలుపు మేరకు, మా శ్రీనాథ్ అన్న ఆహ్వానం మేరకు మిమ్మల్ని అందరినీ కలుసుకునే అవకాశం నాకు లభించింది. మీదంతా భవన నిర్మాణం, మాదంతా భావ నిర్మాణం, భావనా నిర్మాణం. మా పునాది, నా పునాది. ఈరోజు నా భావన అనేది భవంతి, నా భావన అనే భవంతి ఇలా ఇంత స్థాయికి, ఇన్ని అంతస్తులు ఎదిగిందంటే దాని కింద ఉన్న పునాది శ్రీనాథ్ అన్న. 28 ఏళ్ల క్రితం నేను శ్రీనాథ్ అన్న బైక్లో ముందు వెళుతూ, నేను బైక్ వెనకాల కూర్చొని శ్రీనాథ్ అన్న చెవిలో పాటలు పాడుతూ ఉంటే బాగుంది తమ్ముడు అని చెప్పి మెచ్చుకొని, అలా బైక్లో వెళ్తూ ఒక డైరెక్టర్ని కానీ, ఒక ప్రొడ్యూసర్ని కానీ, ఒక హీరోని కానీ, ఒక క్యారెక్టర్ ఆర్టిస్ట్ కానీ వాళ్ళందరి దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి వినిపించి, తమ్ముడు ఎలా పాడుతున్నాడు, తమ్ముడు ఎలా రాస్తున్నాడని వినిపించి అవకాశాల కోసం ప్రయత్నించాం శ్రీనాథ్ అన్న నేను. అలా ప్రయత్నిస్తున్నప్పుడు ముప్పలనేని శివగారు అనే దర్శకుడిని పరిచయం చేశారన్న 1995లో. ఆ ప్రయత్నం ఫలించింది. తాజ్మహల్ అనే సినిమాలో మొదటి పాట ముప్పలనేని శివగారు శ్రీనాథ్ అన్న ప్రయత్నంతో ఆయన రాయించారు. రామనాయుడు గారు ప్రొడ్యూసర్. 95లో తాజ్మహల్ అనే చిత్రానికి పాట రాశాను. మంచుకొండలోన చంద్రమ చందనాలు చల్లిపోనే పాట 95లో రాశాను. అప్పటి నుండి 2023 వరకు ఈ 28 ఏళ్లలో 860 సినిమాల్లో 3,600 పాటలకు పైగా రాశాను. దానికన్నిటికీ కారణం తాజ్మహల్. ఆ తాజ్మహల్ నిర్మాణానికి రాళ్ళెత్తిన కూలీల్లో శ్రీనాథన్ లాంటి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియచేసుకుంటూ, హిందీలో మాట్లాడడం అంటే కొంచెం నాకు తెలుగు భాషలోనే కొంచెం ఆ ప్రవాహం ఉంటుంది. హిందీలో, ఇంగ్లీష్లో అంటే మాతృభాష నుంచి పక్కకి వెళ్తే కొంచెం నాకు ఇబ్బందిగా అనిపిస్తుంది. అయినా కూడా పాటకు భాష అడ్డు కాదు, అడ్డంకి కాదు. నేను ఈ 2023 వరకు 860 సినిమాల్లో 3,600 పాటలకు పైగా రాసిన దాంట్లలో మొదటిసారి మన భారతదేశానికి ఆస్కార్ తీసుకొచ్చిన సినిమా RRR. ఆ పాట నాటు. పాటకి భాష అడ్డంకే కాదు. అన్ని భాషల వాళ్ళు, అన్ని రాష్ట్రాల వాళ్ళు, అన్ని దేశాల వాళ్ళు ఆ పాటకు ఊగారు, ఆడారు, ఉర్రుతలూగారు. ఆ పాటను మెచ్చుకున్నారు, ప్రశంసించారు. ప్రపంచమంతా ఊగిపోయి ఆ పాటకు మొన్న 2023లో మార్చ్ 12వ తేదీ లేడీ గాగా, రిహానా, సన్లక్స్, జ్వాన్ వారెన్ వీళ్ళందరితో పోటీలో పాల్గొని నెగ్గి మన నాటుకు ఆస్కార్ లభించింది ఆ విశ్వవేదిక మీద. పొలం గట్టు దుమ్ములోన పోట్ల గిత్త దూకినట్టు, పొలం గట్టు దుమ్ములోన పోట్ల గిత్త దూకినట్టు, పోలేరమ్మ జాతరలో పోతరాజు ఊగినట్టు, కిర్రు చెప్పులేసుకొని కర్ర సాము చేసినట్టు, మర్రి చెట్టు నీడలోన కుర్ర గుంపు గూడినట్టు, ఎర్ర జొన్న రొట్టెలోన పిరప తొక్కు కలిపినట్టు, నా పాట చూడు, నా పాట చూడు, నా పాట చూడు. నాటు 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 వీర నాటు, నాటు 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 ఊర నాటు, నాటు 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 పచ్చిమిరపలాగా పిచ్చ నాటు, నాటు 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 విచ్చు కత్తిలాగా వెర్రి నాటు, గుండెలదిరిపోయేలా దండ నకర మోగినట్టు, చెవులు సిల్లు పడేలాగా కీసు పిట్ట కూసినట్టు, ఏలు సిటికలేసేలా ఎవ్వారం సాగినట్టు, కాలు సింధు దొక్కేలా దుమ్మారం రేగినట్టు, ఒళ్ళు చెమట పట్టేలా ఈ రంగం చేసినట్టు. నా పాట చూడు, నా పాట చూడు, నా పాట చూడు. నాటు 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 వీర నాటు, నాటు 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 గడ్డపారలాగా చెడ్డ నాటు, నాటు 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 ఉక్కపోతలాగా తిక్క నాటు. ఇప్పుడు ఇంతమంది మీరు ఎవరో మాట్లాడుతున్నప్పుడు వేదిక మీద పెద్ద ఆయన కూడా బాగా పాడతారని చెప్పారు కదా, ఏమండి? నందాని గారా, ఆయన పేరేంటి సార్? ఎలా ఉంది పాట, బాగుందా? ఎందుకంటే మీరు పాట పాడడం తెలిసిన వాళ్ళు కాబట్టి మిమ్మల్ని అడగాలి. హౌ ఇస్ మై సాంగ్ సార్? Did you listen this song before?
Of course, I have heard this song so many times, and really, we are very, very proud of this Oscar winner. My best wishes to him from all of us, me, and the entire Naredco.
Thank you. ఏదైనా సరే, పాటలైనా, కళలైనా, సంగీతమైనా, సాహిత్యమైనా, చిత్రలేఖమైనా, శిల్పమైనా, ఏదైనా సరే ప్రశాంతంగా ఇంట్లో కూర్చొని వాటిని ఆస్వాదిస్తేనే ఆస్వాదనలోని ఆనందం, అనుభూతి కలిగేది. ఇల్లు లేకుండా, గృహం లేకుండా, నీడ లేకుండా ఏ కళను కూడా మనం ఆస్వాదించలేం. మా కళలకు ముందు మీరందరూ ఎంతోమందికి గృహ నిర్మాణం, ఇల్లు నిర్మాణం, తలదాచుకోవడానికి నీడని మీరంతా అందిస్తున్నారు. మీరందరూ మాకంటే ఎంతో గొప్పవాళ్ళు, సమాజానికి ఎంతో పనికొచ్చేవాళ్ళు. సామాజిక ప్రయోజనం మీ ద్వారా సమకూరుతున్నందుకు ఎంతో సంతోషిస్తూ భవిష్యత్తులో మీరందరూ మరెన్నో విజయాలు సాధించాలని మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుకుంటూ మీ చంద్రబోస్.
మిత్రులకు, అతిథులకు, ఆహుతులకు, వచ్చేసినటువంటి నేరెడ్కో కుటుంబ సభ్యులందరకు మనసా వాచ అందరికీ నమస్కారాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, సరస్వతి అమ్మవారు కొలువున్నది బాసరా, ఆ అమ్మవారి ఆశీస్సులతో ఆస్కార్దాగా ఎదిగింది మా తమ్ముడు బోసురా అని చెప్పి సగర్వంగా మీ అందరికీ తెలియజేస్తూ నమస్కారాలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను. ఇప్పుడు లక్ష్మీ హరిబాబు గారు తమ్ముడిని వారిని సత్కరిస్తారు.
Wasn't that amazing? Everybody put your hands together, please. For Mr. Chandra Bose, our very own Golden Globe awardee and Oscar awardee lyricist. What an honor. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we move on to our next segment, which is going to be the panel discussion, and as we clear the stage at the moment, so I need to take a minute of yours for that, but I shall wait for the stage to clear first. All right, we may have pictures taken a bit later, please. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I would now like to request a 1-minute silence to pay respect to late Shri Nagesh. So if we could just not have music, no mobile phones. Thank you so much for standing, everybody. I appreciate this. So please respect to late Shri Nagesh. And maybe have you all go to your respected seats, please. Thank you. We're having a 1-minute silence now. Thank you. Thank you. We now move on to our next segment, like I mentioned, which is the panel discussion on Vision 2047 of the real estate sector in India. Affordable housing is the new mantra. I would like to invite the following panel members on stage. May we have Shri Amit Kumar Singh, Managing Director, Central Warehousing Corporation. Shri Anjani Kumar, Member Projects, Railway Land Development Authority. Mr. Gopal Kabra, RR Capital. Shri Tribhuvan Adhikari, CEO and MD, LIC Housing Finance Limited. And Shri P. Srinivas Reddy, Executive Director, Rajapushpa Properties Private Limited. I would also request Shri Ghulam Zia to moderate this discussion.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. May I request those who are not on their seats to please settle down? Our performance may not be as good as Natu Natu, but I promise that what we talk will be important. Okay, so if we begin, and I can imagine the pressure will be immense as the first formal session, और उस formal session को justify करने के लिए हम सबों को जाहिर सी बात है कुछ अपना we have to give our best. And I'm sure the kind of panel that I am gifted with today, we can get the best out of you to really put a vision for the country for the next 25 years. That's exactly where we are starting today. तो चूंकि आज हमारा फोकस इसी पर डिस्कस करना है कि अगले 25 साल में हम कहाँ होंगे, और उसके लिए आई एम प्रिविलेज्ड टू हैव पैनलिस्ट्स who are from infrastructure, from real estate, from financing, as well as from building materials. तो ये एक जो मिक्स है, ये मुझे यकीन है कि मुझे बहुत मदद करेगा उस मैसेज को आप तक पहुंचाने के लिए, जिसका जो ऑब्जेक्टिव मुझे दिया गया है विजन ऑफ इंडिया के लिए. जो थोड़ी देर पहले हमने जो रिपोर्ट आपके सामने पेश की, वहाँ से शुरुआत करते हैं ताकि ये ताना बाना, ये कनेक्ट उससे इस्टेब्लिश हो. ये जो हम अगले 25 साल में, चाहे आप इसे अमृतकाल कह लें या और कोई नाम आप इसे देना चाहें, इसमें जब हमारे कदम बढ़ रहे हैं तो पहली चीज़ तो कन्विक्शन की बात है, कि यकीन की बात है कि हाँ बिल्कुल हम उस दौर में पहुंच गए हैं कि जहां पर अगले 25 साल हमारा वक्त होगा, हमारा टाइम आ गया है. तो जब इस कन्विक्शन के साथ हम इस डिस्कशन को आगे बढ़ाएंगे, तो सबसे पहले तो मैं शुरुआत करना चाहूँगा हमारे उन स्टेक होल्डर्स के लिए, उन स्टेक होल्डर्स की तरफ से जो नॉर्मली जिनके बारे में ज़्यादा बात नहीं होती. हम पिछले कम से कम 6-7 साल में हमने देखा है कि कोविड का जब वक्फा आया तो उस समय भी इकोनॉमी एक बहुत ही बहरान से, एक डिप्रेशन से गुजर रही थी. उसको रिवाइव करने के लिए गवर्नमेंट स्पेंड इम्प्रूव हुआ. और गवर्नमेंट स्पेंड कहाँ होता है? गवर्नमेंट स्पेंड डेफिनेटली इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे होता है. हम हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार कर रहे हैं, एंड ओवरऑल हमारा मुल्क एक कंट्री इन द मेकिंग है, जहाँ पर जिस कदर काम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे हो रहा है उतना दुनिया के किसी मुल्क में, किसी खित्ते में नहीं हो रहा. और उस इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे काम करने वाले कुछ लोग आज हमारे दरमियान मौजूद हैं, और ये हमारी खुशनसीबी है कि आज मैं इनसे कुछ सवाल जवाब करना चाहूँगा और उनसे समझना चाहूँगा कि जो सेक्टर बाकी सारे सेक्टर से पहले शुरू होता है, अगर आप इकोनॉमी की बात करें, और ये हम डेवलपर्स, चूँकि यहाँ मेजॉरिटी डेवलपर्स बैठे हैं, जब हम एक ख्वाब संजोड़ते हैं, बताते हैं लोगों को कि फ़लाँ जगह पे हम एक मकान बना रहे हैं, ये आपके खूबसूरत गोल्डन फ्यूचर का एक मकान होगा, तो हम कहानियाँ बहुत बुनते हैं. लेकिन ये देखा गया है कि उनमें से कई सारी कहानियाँ अक्सर मुंह के बल गिर पड़ती हैं, क्योंकि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वहाँ नहीं है. आपने 40 किलोमीटर दूर मकान तो बना दिया, लेकिन वहाँ पहुँचने के लिए ना रोड है, ना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, ना कुछ है, ना कोई जॉब्स हैं, ना कोई और चीज़ साधन आसपास है. तो रियल एस्टेट के लिए सबसे पहले ये समझना बहुत आवश्यक है कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ग्रोथ कैसी हो रही है. और उसके लिए सबसे पहले अमित कुमार सिंह जी, मैं आपसे शुरुआत करना चाहूँगा कि एक और चीज़ जो रियल एस्टेट डेवलपर्स जो यहाँ बैठे हैं, पिछले कुछ वक्तों में इनका एक न्यू फाउंड लव मैं कहता हूँ, वेयरहाउसिंग सेक्टर. आज से शायद 5 साल 8 साल पहले रियल एस्टेट और वेयरहाउसिंग का कोई नाता नहीं था, लेकिन पिछले चंद सालों में ये चीज़ बहुत बदली है. आज पिछले कुछ दिनों में शायद हम और आप कुछ ऐसे डेवलपर्स से मिल के आए हैं, उनमें से शायद कुछ यहाँ मौजूद भी होंगे, जिनका फ्यूचर ग्रोथ वेयरहाउसिंग पर भी बहुत हद तक निर्भर कर रहा है. तो जब ये तब्दीली हमारे सामने आई, तो आपका क्या इसके बारे में टिप्पणी होगी? सर, आप तो वेयरहाउसिंग सेक्टर से ताल्लुक़ रखते हैं. आज से चंद साल पहले तक शायद वेयरहाउसिंग सेक्टर में ग्रोथ सिर्फ और सिर्फ गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव से हो रही थी. आज गवर्नमेंट प्लस प्राइवेट सेक्टर भी उस वेयरहाउसिंग सेक्टर में एंटर कर चुका है. तो मैं आपसे कुछ इन शॉर्ट आई वुड वांट टू टॉक टू यू अबाउट, आप किस तरह का ग्रोथ देख रहे हैं इस सेक्टर में, क्या नए चैलेंजेस हैं, और आखिर में आपकी तरफ से कि किस प्रकार रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर वेयरहाउसिंग से जुड़ सकता है. ओवर टू मिस्टर अमित कुमार सिंह सर.
गुड आफ्टरनून टू यू ऑल. थैंक यू जिया. And first of all, I would like to say that I love the way you started your the presentation on the research report. ये सिर्फ फिगर और नंबर की बात नहीं है, ये पैशन है, जज्बा है जिसकी बात है. तो आई थिंक दैट इज़ व्हाट इट मैटर्स. And I would also like you to recall what the Honorable Venkaiah Naidu ji mentioned. Structure without infrastructure is nothing. So that is where I would like to start with. When you are projecting a growth of 10x in GDP, and contribution of manufacturing to be about 32%. That is, how do you visualize as to this is going to happen? If you are growing at that pace and the manufacturing has to be also contributing that much, the infrastructure in terms of the warehousing and the logistics, I think to my mind, has to be 30x. If it is 10x, it has to be 3x, 3 times of that. See, in the recent past, as you mentioned, because of the COVID situations and everything, all these things have come into focus very much when the supply chains and the logistics played a very crucial role in tackling with the situation, whether it was the supply of food grains to the masses, or it was the medical supplies, or it was the oxygen, or it was the transportation of people, everything came into focus. Having said that, the infrastructure, there is absolutely no doubt. I think it would be very commonplace for anybody to say that infrastructure has to be there before any development or anything can take place. I would just like to put the things in context by sharing something about what at Central Warehousing Corporation we are trying to do. With this growth paradigm, we are very much in sync with that progress, and in the coming 2 to 3 years, we are visualizing an investment from our own internal resources about 1,000 crores to generate capacity for about 5 million square feet of warehousing area. So that would indicate as to what is the growth potential when you talk about manufacturing in India, the PLI schemes, and the India becoming the production hub of the world, global production hub. This is how the things have to come up, and the logistics sector and the warehousing has to go along with it, not only in terms of the supplies, meeting the demand, but also in terms of the logistics cost. Apart from this, coming to the private sector involvement, which we are seeing a large growth and investment coming in from not only our own real estate developers, but also foreign funds moving in. And large capacities are getting created in the clusters of tier 1 cities. What we have planned, see, this land is the most crucial aspect when we talk about the warehousing and the logistics sector development infrastructure. And being part of the government, one of the government bodies, there are other many bodies who have a lot of land bank with them, we also have. We are visualizing a large participation from the private sector in the investment in the coming years. We have planned for almost about 26 million square feet of land area to be developed by a private sector in the coming years. In the next 2 years, we are coming up with almost about 85 locations where we are visualizing about 1,500 crores of investment from private sector. And that would be all majority in tier 1 and 2 cities. Of course, gradually, it will move on to tier 3 cities also, that shift that which we are visualizing, and tier 1 cities having the pressure on land. Apart from this, the very crucial sector of cold storage, that is going to be coming up, and we are also visualizing about 800 to 900 crores of investment in the cold storage business in our own land, which is owned by Central Warehousing Corporation. And this all, when I talk about 2,500 crores of investment, is all going to be coming from private sector. So this is what I visualize way forward. And Having said that, there is one more crucial factor which we would like to bring to the attention of the panel. It's not only the land pressure which is going to be there on the tier 1 cities, which is already visible, and going ahead tier 2 and 3. So the important factor would be how do we utilize this land? The standardization of the designs and the modular designs, and going forward looking at the demographic profile and the consumption patterns, how the better and better utilization of the land area can take place for creating warehousing and infrastructure for the logistics sector. So that is going to be a very, very important factor, I think, in the going ahead. Thank you.
Sure, thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And मैं जानता हूँ कि तकरीबन 450 लोकेशंस हैं भारतवर्ष में जहाँ पर आपके एग्जिस्टिंग वेयरहाउसेस हैं, करेक्ट?
Yeah, that's right. We have about 465 locations where we are present in the country.
और उनमें से चूंकि ऑडियंस शायद अर्बन एरिया से ज़्यादा ताल्लुक़ रखती है, मुंबई में रहने वालों के लिए मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि एक ऐसी प्रॉपर्टी होगी जो शायद हम में से बहुत से लोगों ने कई बार वहाँ से गुजरे होंगे. हम कांदिवली में हाईवे से लग के एफडीसी का तकरीबन 40 ऑड एकड़ का एक फैसिलिटी है. If you can imagine such prime lands, these are in center of even urban destinations. And this is where, so when Amit Kumar Singh ji or in his team is embarking upon development, improvement, you can imagine what kind of a potential it holds for all of you all who are sitting over here. So a bright future and a contribution coming from CWC, we are all looking forward to. Let me now shift the focus. I'm sure I would have loved to come to railways as well. But चूंकि दूसरे पैनलिस्ट भी हैं जिनका दूसरे समुदाय से ताल्लुक़ जिनका है, तो मैं कोशिश करूंगा पहले दूसरों को भी इनवाइट करके. अंजनी कुमार जी आपके पास दोबारा आऊँगा मैं. फिनेंस पर आ जाते हैं और चूंकि LIC के MD आज हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, तो अधिकारी जी, आई वुड लव टू सीक योर इनपुट्स ऑल्सो how the industry is today, and because we are all, most of them are from real estate industry and housing is their mainstay. आपका क्या view है? Where, how do you see, while most of us are very excited that a golden period of housing has already begun, आपका क्या view है from the viewpoint of home loans कि किस तरह का scenario बंधा हुआ है, home loan improvements कैसी हो रही हैं और future के बारे में आपका क्या ख्याल है?
Well, thank you, Zia sir. As you said, I don't need to go beyond. आप लोगों ने अपनी रिपोर्ट पेश की है, 10x GDP growth and etc. तो किस तरह हमारा रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर और होम लोन ग्रोथ जाने वाला है, quite evident है. Yes, as a finance company, yes, our role is going to be very, very important क्योंकि ये जो हाउसिंग सेक्टर है, रियल एस्टेट में जो ग्रोथ की हम बात कर रहे हैं, that growth will require finance. It will require to be funded. And I think we play a very important role in that. So very, very upbeat, very, very happy that after this 2-3 years of doom and gloom during the pandemic, suddenly bright sunlight, I would not say rays of light, I would say bright sunlight, and दिख रहा है कि this is going to be something like Norway, जहाँ 6 महीने सूर्य डूबता नहीं है. So for the next 20-25 years, Amritkal as we call it, we see bright opportunities. हाँ, as a housing finance company, opportunities बहुत सारे हैं. Lot of demand जो हम देख रहे हैं वर्तमान में market में, there is a lot of demand, and the demand is not only coming from tier 1, it is coming in from tier 2 and tier 3 cities as well. So that is a good thing. It is not वो 7 वो कहते थे ना 7 top cities वहीं growth हो रही है, वहीं development हो रहा है, ऐसा नहीं है. जो हम देख रहे हैं बैठे बैठे हमारे टियर 2 और टियर 3 टाउन्स में भी बहुत सारा ग्रोथ और डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है. वी आर गेटिंग अ लॉट ऑफ क्वेरीज एंड इंक्वायरीज फ्रॉम देयर. यस, कंस्ट्रक्शन इज स्लाइटली एट अ लोअर पेस देयर, बट देन आई एम श्योर इट इज गोइंग टू पिक अप क्योंकि जहाँ डिमांड है सप्लाई को पहुँचना ही पड़ेगा. सो आई एम श्योर माई डेवलपर फ्रेंड्स एंड बिल्डर फ्रेंड्स would be active in these tier 2 and tier 3 towns because there is a lot of scope I see there. We are also very actively engaged in that. To cater to that, हम लोगों ने अपने organization में कुछ restructuring भी की है. We have moved on from our primary dependence on tier 1 and tier 2 towns to tier 3 towns also. This year we have gone in for an expansion of geographical reach. हमने 44 cluster offices खोले हैं so that we are nearer to the customers, and most of these are in tier 2 and tier 3 towns. We have also opened 50 new area offices, brick and mortar, so that we can cash in on the demand in these tier 2 and tier 3 towns. Yes, everything fine, nothing on the Indians, as far as the Indian growth story, we have no doubts that we are going to be, it's going to be India's century, as they say, India's thing. Yes, some clouds in the international horizon. Internally अगर हम देखें तो एक वरी जो थोड़ी बहुत मुझे परेशान तो नहीं कहूँगा, पर हाँ सोचने को मजबूर करती, इन्फ्लेशन क्या हो रहा है. But again, I personally believe ये seasonal है. I believe it is seasonal, partly to do with the rainy season and other things. हालांकि rains again, July was fantastic, अगस्त बिल्कुल सूखा है. अभी रिपोर्ट पढ़ रहा था कि 33% deficit. Hopefully September में rains वापस आ जाएंगी and this inflation will be tamed. Once that is tamed, within the country there is nothing wrong. हाँ, international or global politics, global scenario, global climate, क्या होता है, यूक्रेन, रशिया, अमेरिकन presidential elections, थोड़ा बहुत recessionary trends in US and Europe, we have to be wary of that. But as a housing finance company, we are upbeat. Funds की हमें कोई कमी नहीं है. My developer friends who are there, all attached to Naredco, you are all, I would say, the top of the developers. We have a strong faith and belief in developers from the Naredco community. I know you have your own ethics, your own standards of delivery and forbearance. All of you are most welcome to LIC Housing Finance. And my people know, मैं ये कहने के लिए नहीं कह रहा हूँ, there is a clear message down the line from the management of LIC Housing Finance that Naredco associated developers are to be given top priority and utmost help whatever is possible. So money पैसे की हम लोगों की कमी नहीं है. देखिए हम लोगों की सबसे बड़ा एडवांटेज, वी आर AAA रेटेड कंपनी. ज़्यादातर हम पैसे बैंक से लोन में उठाते हैं या नॉन कन्वर्टेबल डिबेंचर्स के मार्फत लेते हैं, कमर्शियल पेपर्स के मार्फत लेते हैं. प्रॉफिट मेकिंग कंपनी है, ट्रिपल रेटेड हैं, तो बाज़ार से पैसा उठाने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. और हमारा सबसे बड़ा त्रुप का इक्का जिसे कहते हैं, ट्रम्प कार्ड, आवर प्रमोटर या हमारे पिताजी लाइफ इंश्योरेंस कॉरपोरेशन ऑफ इंडिया है ना. तो खजाना बिल्कुल भरा हुआ है. नहीं गए हैं अभी तक उन तक, हमने हाथ नहीं फैलाए हैं पिताजी के पास में, पर अगर ज़रूरत पड़े तो आई एम श्योर पिताजी हमें मदद करने को तैयार होंगे. नालायक नहीं, हम लायक बच्चे हैं, ज़रूर हमें मदद करेंगे.
थैंक यू सो मच सर. दैट्स वेरी हार्टनिंग टू नो दैट आप लोगों को फंड्स की कमी नहीं होगी. आपके जितने एम्बिशियस प्लान्स हैं उनके लिए LIC इज़ अवेलेबल. और अधिकारी साहब पर्सनली कमिट कर रहे हैं कि इन सारे आपके प्लान्स के लिए वो रॉक सॉलिड आपके पीछे खड़े होंगे. सर अब मैं दोबारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की तरफ आना चाहूँगा. अंजनी कुमार जी, पता नहीं हमारे यहाँ बैठे हुए लोगों में से कितनों को इल्म है इस बात का कि रेलवे भारत के टॉप 2 लैंड ओनर्स में से आता है, या टॉप फर्स्ट है. आई थिंक आर्म फोर्सेज आर टॉप. Armed forces are top and number 2 land holdings in railways. How many of us were not aware? Please note this, कि railways is the biggest landowner besides the armed forces. और आज हमारी खुशनसीबी है अगेन कि हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं अंजनी कुमार जी. ये मेंबर प्लानिंग बोर्ड हैं रेलवेज RLDA में. और RLDA का पिछले कम से कम 8 या 10 साल से मेरा इनसे नाता रहा है, शायद उससे ज़्यादा होगा. और इस दौरान मैंने जितनी तरक्की, जितना काम यहाँ पर देखा है वो शायद कम ही दिखाई दिया है. लेकिन चूंकि मुझे रिंग साइड व्यू अवेलेबल है इसलिए शायद मैं कुछ लोगों से ज़्यादा जानता हूँ. और आज ये मौका है कि आज उन चीज़ों को हम सारे लोगों के सामने लाएं. तो अगर आप नए रेलवे स्टेशन डेवलप होते हुए देख रहे हो, दिल्ली में NDRS डेवलपमेंट है. इंडिया में कम से कम 7-8 ऐसे नए डेवलपमेंट ऑलमोस्ट तैयार हैं या हो रहे हैं. रेलवे स्टेशन नए बन रहे हैं. उसके अलावा कम से कम 17-18 लैंड्स का ट्रांजैक्शन हमने नाइट फ्रैंक ने RLDA के लिए पिछले 2 साल में किया है. ये लैंड्स ऑल ओवर द कंट्री है, इंक्लूडिंग टॉप सिटीज़. बेंगलोर में है, मुंबई में है, दिल्ली में है, हरियाणा में, वेरियस सिटीज़ में है. और ये सारे सिटीज़ का जो डेवलपमेंट हो रहा है इन लैंड्स का, यहाँ पर RLDA comes out with bids and many developers like you are coming in to participate in those bids and developing all kinds of urban development, residential, commercial, retail and so on and so forth. So Anjani Kumar ji, इतना सारा काम हो रहा है, लेकिन उस पर फोकस नहीं हो पा रहा। आज भी जब दुधिजा जी से भी बात हो रही थी, आपसे भी बात हो रही थी कि इतना काम होने के बावजूद फोकस नहीं होता। जिस प्रकार CWC चलें, CWC का तो मोस्टली लैंड्स जो हैं वो प्रोमिनेंट नहीं हो पाती, लेकिन रेलवे में फॉर एग्जांपल आई डोंट नो हाउ मेनी पीपल सिटिंग ओवर हियर इवन अवेयर, हमारा अपना मुंबई का छत्रपति शिवाजी टर्मिनस, आर वी अवेयर इट इज अंडर रीडेवलपमेंट राइट नाउ। एक एयरपोर्ट की तरह की फैसिलिटी बन रही है और उसके अलोंग साइड कम से कम 3 प्राइम रियल एस्टेट प्रॉपर्टीज तैयार होने वाली हैं। और यही नहीं, आज मुंबई के बेहतरीन डेवलपमेंट्स अगर आप इमेजिन करें, अगर किसी को पता है बधवार पार्क क्या चीज है, देयर कांट बी एनी प्रॉपर्टी बेटर देन बधवार पार्क इन मुंबई, in Cuff Parade. These are properties that railways are managing. In Carter Road, you have a few properties all over the city. And these are the best in the country I'm talking about. Can you imagine when these properties are coming up for redevelopment? In Bandra, I'm aware, in Bandra West, next to Getty Galaxy Gemini Theatre, 16 acres. Can you imagine the kind of land that RLD has, and unfortunately not many of us are aware of. So here it is, it's an opportunity for us. Sir, please educate us all. The real estate sector needs to know, इतना बड़ा आपका प्लान है, इसके बावजूद आप दिखाई क्यों नहीं देते सर? Can we have the mic please?
Now it's working. नहीं, ऐसी बात नहीं है। रेल लैंड डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी स्लोली बट धीरे धीरे एक विजिबिलिटी पे आ रहा है और अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ काफ़ी सारी हैं जो हमारे साथ हैं। आपने जैसे बात की मुंबई की, बेंगलोर की, दिल्ली की, उसके अलावे भी काफ़ी सारे जगह पे नॉट ओनली Tier 1 सिटीज़, Tier 2, Tier 3 सिटीज़ में भी हमारी प्रॉपर्टीज़ हैं। थोड़ा हम इलेबोरेट करना चाहेंगे इस जगह पे,
प्लीज सर, प्लीज
कि रेलवे का जो सरप्लस लैंड पार्सल है, अभी आपने सुना कि आर्म्ड फोर्सेस के अलावे सेकंड रेलवे है जिसके पास लैंड एसेट काफ़ी सारा है, उसको मोनेटाइज करने की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी हमारी है, रेल लैंड डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी की है। ये जो मोनेटाइज हम करते हैं डिफरेंट फॉर्म्स में करते हैं। कुछ जो वैकेंट लैंड पार्सल हैं उसको हम कमर्शियल डेवलपमेंट के लिए ले जाते हैं, लॉन्ग टर्म लीज के लिए ले जाते हैं। उसके अलावे कॉलोनीज़ हमारी बड़ी बड़ी हैं, काफ़ी हैं, उसको भी हम रीडेवलप करते हैं और साथ में मोनेटाइज करने का भी मेरा एफर्ट रहता है। जो वैकेंट लैंड पार्सल है वहाँ पे आप डेवलप कर सकते हैं और हमारे भी क्वार्टर बना सकते हैं। इन एडिशन टू दैट, स्टेशन स्टेट एक हमारा नया एरिया है जिसमें कि स्टेशन की जो बात आपने करी मुंबई की, उसके बारे में हम बताएंगे कि स्टेशन करीब 508 स्टेशंस का अभी रिसेंटली 6 अगस्त को जो ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब ने जो फाउंडेशन स्टोन लेइंग किया है, उन सारे की ऑलमोस्ट सारे की प्लानिंग रेल लैंड डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी ने की है और मेजॉरिटी ऑफ दोज स्टेशंस आर गिविंग द अपॉर्चुनिटी कि जहाँ पे कमर्शियल डेवलपमेंट सब्सटेंशियल वॉल्यूम में किया जा सकता है। आउट ऑफ दोज 508 आई एम टेलिंग रफली 185 स्टेशंस का हम लोगों ने स्टडी किया है, जिसमें वी आर एक्सपेक्टिंग रेवेन्यू पोटेंशियल ऑफ अराउंड 76,000 करोड़। तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ काफ़ी हैं। हम चाहेंगे कि जो रियल एस्टेट प्लेयर्स हैं, सारे जो नैरेडको से जुड़े हैं और भी हैं, सभी हमारे साथ जुड़े। अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ काफ़ी हैं, पार्टिसिपेट करें हमारे साथ।
And this is something which I would want you to look at. You are the next pole bearer for Naredco. Sir, आज तक मैंने इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को रियल एस्टेट से जुड़ते हुए नहीं देखा। कम से कम मेरे लिए पहला मौका है कि जब ऐसे दिग्गज लोग बैठे हुए हैं जो आपको बता रहे हैं कि इस मुल्क में क्या किया जा सकता है। तो मैं चाहता हूं कि आप जब नरेडको का अगला पड़ाव जब आपके साथ शुरू हो रहा है, तो मुझे यकीन है कि विल सी मोर ऑफ देम. We'll see their involvement a lot because they are the ones for next decade or two, they are the ones who will be creating immense amount of opportunities for all of you. तो इसके बाद थोड़ा सा आगे और बढ़ते हैं और चूंकि डेवलपमेंट, काबरा जी आखिर में आपके पास आऊँगा, प्लीज़ मुझे माफ़ कीजिए। उससे पहले रियल एस्टेट डेवलपमेंट की अगर बात करें तो रेड्डी साहब, श्रीनिवास रेड्डी जी, एज अ डेवलपमेंट साइड, what do you feel like you have just seen so many opportunities being discussed? Why are most of these developers not getting too excited? I understand कि a couple of those challenges there, that leasehold lands है, 60 years lease, 30 years lease, 90 years lease. लेकिन आई एम श्योर मुंबई में बैठे हुए जो बहुत से लोग हैं ये आपको बताएंगे कि लीज होल्ड ऑल्सो इज नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम बिकॉज मोस्ट ऑफ द बेस्ट डेवलपमेंट इन मुंबई विच आर हैपनिंग ऑन SRA आर लीज होल्ड लैंड्स, और लोग उन मकानों को खरीद रहे हैं विच आर ऑन लीज होल्ड लैंड एज वेल. So even that is demolished. So what is it which is keeping the established developers away from participating with the government to create the new India? ताकि real estate and infrastructure, private sector and government finds a symbiotic relationship and move in the next direction of Amrit Kal. Over to you, Mr. Reddy.
Thank you, Jiyaz. It's good to see you all in my home city of Hyderabad. I welcome you all. Everybody has come from different parts of the country, and I hope you are enjoying the Hyderabad hospitality. Thank you. Yeah, there are many challenges, as you said, when we take on some of the government leased lands. It's the transparency that's a little bit difficult still. I mean, we have come a long way in the last 15 years. Since I've been in the real estate for the last 17 years, I've seen a sea change in how we started and now where we are in. And before I start this, let me tell you, start with some numbers. Today, our workforce is about 520 million. Now by 2047, it's estimated to be around 730 million. Now the delta that's there from now to 2047 is more than total European Union workforce. Now imagine what kind of development that we need to get, infrastructure, everything to be in place for that kind of expansion that we need to have, for the quality of life that we should. And it's not only the government sector, there are quite a few lands everywhere. Now that urbanization, we have only 3% of the land that's urban land. I mean, 97% is still rural, and 70% GDP comes from the urban cities. So the way we should look at is the city planners. It's very important the mass transit systems are in place before the development is planned, before the development takes place. As far as the vertical towers and vertical heights are concerned, as Mr. Venkaiah Naidu said, yeah, there should be a fine balance between that and the environment that lot of discussions are happening now. But still, I think developments should go hand in hand with the climate and environmental change. With this development only, we can give the future workforce the jobs that we need by then. So infrastructure is very, very important for any developer to get their project to commence and get the resources for their development. And state and local bodies and the national government should give us the right infrastructure, right climate to get with our developmental activities. And we developers, we are very, very happy with this kind of development that is happening in the country. And what we have seen is just a trailer, and the real picture is going to come in the next 20 years, I feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. काबरा जी, अब आपकी तरफ आते हैं. हमारा और आपका भी बहुत पुराना नाता है, और हम अक्सर हमारे डिस्कशंस, हमारे डिबेट्स और आर्ग्यूमेंट्स चलते रहते हैं. और मैं जानता हूँ आपका पैशन कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल और कंस्ट्रक्शन मटेरियल की एफिशिएंसीज, और स्पेशली आपका फोकस चूँकि इलेक्ट्रिकल गैजेट्स एंड वायरिंग्स पर है. मेरा सवाल आपसे उसी संबंध में है कि जब इतना बड़ा ग्रोथ हो रहा है, हम अगले 25 साल में 10x का ग्रोथ हम देख रहे हैं, तो इस ग्रोथ फेज में हाउ डू वी मेंटेन दैट सेम पेस ऑन रॉ मटेरियल प्रोडक्शन एज वेल? अब तक के हम चाइना की तरफ देखा करते थे. पिछले 4-5 साल में शायद कोविड के बाद से आत्मनिर्भर भारत का एक नारा जो उठा है, उसके बाद काफ़ी सारा इंडियन प्रोडक्शन भी है. तो I would not want you to be focused only on electrical and wiring, etc. Because you're part of the construction material side, I would want you to take that larger scope and help us understand कि ये जो इतना बड़ा विजन है हमारा अगले 25 सालों में, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग किस प्रकार होगी? क्या इंडिया ऑन इट्स ओन, आत्मनिर्भर भारत क्या इस चीज़ को भी मुकम्मल कर पाएगा, और वी विल हैव टू ऑल्सो डिपेंड ऑन ग्लोबल रिसोर्सेज टू हेल्प अस रीच दैट स्टेज ऑफ इकोनॉमी डेवलपमेंट दैट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट। काबरा जी।
देखिए, जो अभी बात चल रही है ना, 2047 में 39 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी में 32% मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होगा। तो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग होगा तो कोई हम इम्पोर्ट डिपेंडेंस रॉ मटेरियल के तो होगा, क्योंकि जो रॉ मटेरियल है यहाँ पर है। लेकिन सवाल यह कि कैपेबिलिटी एक्सपेंशन, जो कैपेसिटी एक्सपेंशन पे मेरे को लगता है कि सभी कंपनियाँ, जिस तरह रियल इस्टेट के लोग भी सोच रहे हैं, तो हमारे बहुत सारे वर्टिकल है, तो सभी में हमारा एक्सपेंशन है। और मैं तो जो ये इकोनॉमी 2047 का फिगर है, जो मेरा ग्लोबल एक्सपीरियंस है, आज समझो हमारी कंपनी, आप जानते हैं कि 95 कंट्री में हम लोग बिजनेस करते हैं और खुद एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं। अगर एक्सपोर्ट पे भी पूरा फोकस किया जाए, नॉट ऑन वाइट लेबलिंग, मैं वाइट लेबलिंग के बहुत खिलाफ हूँ, क्योंकि हम क्या कर रहे हैं, मजूरी कर रहे हैं। आईफोन के लिए फ़ोन बना के देंगे, हमारा टॉप लाइन बढ़ जाएगा। लेकिन मैं उनमें से चाहता हूँ कि इंडियन कंपनियाँ जो अपना खुद का ब्रांड बनाती है, वो एक्सपोर्ट करती है, उस पर अगर सरकार बहुत ध्यान दे, वो सस्टेनेबल मॉडल होगा। देखिए, दुनिया ने पहले चाइना को आगे बढ़ाया, वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड है, यू कैन नॉट ट्रस्ट वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड। मैं ओपन प्लेटफॉर्म पे बोलता हूँ, ये एक आपको बहुत आगे बढ़ाते हैं और कोई ना कोई कारण से आपको दबा देंगे बाद में आगे। जब हमारी ग्रोथ बहुत हो जाएगी तो शायद विल बी ए बैड बॉयज़। लेकिन अगर हमारी कंपनियाँ, हमारे प्रोडक्ट जो है इंडियंस, अगर खुद के नाम से अगर अपना ब्रांड करके अगर माल बेचेंगे, मैंने आर्टिकल भी दिया था, ET में इंटरव्यू भी दिया था, वो हमारा बहुत सस्टेनेबल मॉडल होगा। अब जहाँ तक है लोकल की डिमांड, तो सारे कॉर्पोरेट जो है वो उसके लिए तैयारी कर रहे हैं और तैयारी चालू है। हालांकि हम लोग उसमें पीछे हैं, क्योंकि मैं अभी भी मानता हूँ कि जो भारत का भविष्य है वो न सरकार समझ रही है, न हमारे जैसे मैन्युफैक्चर समझ रहे हैं। चूँकि मेरा खुद का ग्लोबल एक्सपोजर है, इसलिए मैं उसको अलग ढंग से ले रहा हूँ। सो वी आर गोइंग फास्टेस्ट, और वैसे भी हम 23 साल से वर्ल्ड में सबसे फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग कंपनी है। सो आई डोंट थिंक सो एनी इश्यूज रहेगा। जहाँ तक रॉ मटेरियल है, इतनी असुविधा नहीं होनी चाहिए। बाकी टेक्नोलॉजी से, सेमीकंडक्टर है, चिप्स है, सब में इंडिया इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रहा तो इलेक्ट्रॉनिक हो गया। बाकी रॉ मटेरियल सीमेंट, सरिया तो हमारे पास खुद का है, एल्यूमिनियम हमारे पास खुद का है, तो इतनी कोई असुविधा नहीं लगती है।
सो सर, यही एक चीज़ मेरा ख्याल है, अगेन नरेडको से उम्मीद है कि जिस प्रकार पहला सवाल मैंने आप लोगों के लिए सामने रखा था कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर से रियल एस्टेट को जोड़ा जाए, उसी प्रकार रियल एस्टेट के लिए ये भी इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि अपने रॉ मटेरियल्स की सप्लाई पर भी गौर करें। ये आपका बैक एंड वहाँ पर है, तो इसके लिए भी मेरा ख्याल है नरेडको के लिए ये थोड़ी जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि मैन्युफैक्चरर्स का भी क्या सिचुएशन है। अगर आपको ग्रो करना है उतने 10x के लिए, तो उनको भी आपसे जुड़ना ज़रूरी है। तो समवेयर आई थिंक some agenda point can be picked up from Naredco side to also see how you can put together the raw material producers also, connect with them, so that we also have some visibility of how ये जो आप जिन challenges की बात कर रहे हैं उनको कैसे address किया जाए। शायद आप कुछ कहना चाह रहे थे।
नहीं, मैं बताऊंगा कि इसमें आपकी कंस्ट्रक्शन एक्टिविटी में इनोवेशन की बहुत आवश्यकता है। मैं अभी हॉलैंड में कॉन्फ्रेंस में था, तो एक आर्किटेक्ट ने पूरा प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था कि पुरानी बिल्डिंग को तोड़ा और उसी के रॉ मटेरियल से उसको यूज़ करके उन्होंने बनाया। और if Naredco wants, I can arrange that video and all presentation. It's a very nice presentation. दूसरा उन्होंने दिया था कि स्टील की क्वालिटी जो इम्प्रूव करके, अभी टेक्नोलॉजी इम्प्रूव करके दे आर यूजिंग 32% लेस स्टील। तो वो सारे इनोवेशन में लगाना पड़ेगा कि हमारे कम रॉ मटेरियल में कैसे हम मजबूत उसको अच्छे से बनाएं, नॉट एट द कॉस्ट ऑफ क्वालिटी कम्प्रोमाइज़, लेकिन सारी इनोवेशन पे ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। तो एक रॉ मटेरियल की जैसे स्टील है एग्जांपल, इनको 100 टन चाहिए, अगर 30% कम होता है तो 70 टन लगेगा, तो अवेलेबिलिटी अपने आप हो जाएगी।
So you already have a champion, you know whom you can look up to help you take manufacturing and raw material forward. Thank you so much काबरा जी। Once again मैं चाहूँगा कि दोबारा थोड़ा सा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे फोकस हो। हमारा वक्त कम ही रह गया है, 10 मिनट रह गए हमारे पास, और हमें ऑल्सो टारगेट दिया गया था अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग पे बात करना, लेकिन अनफॉर्चुनेटली द चैंपियन ऑफ अफोर्डेबल हाउसिंग विपुल रुंगटा कुड नॉट मेक इट। तो ये वो सब्जेक्ट है जो शायद मैं छोड़ दूंगा, बाकी दूसरे पैनल के लिए डिस्कशन हो सकता है इस पर। तो इसी एक सब्जेक्ट पर पूरी तरह से फोकस किया जाए, उसके साथ जस्टिस किया जाए। इसके लिए मैं दोबारा आप दोनों की तरफ आना चाहूँगा। एक क्विक रिस्पॉन्स आपसे मैं ये चाहूँगा कि सर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का जो और भी एक दो जगह प्लेटफॉर्म पे बात आपने भी बात की कि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर ग्रोथ, वाइल यू आर नॉट डायरेक्टली कनेक्टेड टू ट्रांसपोर्टेशन एट्सेट्रा, लेकिन फूड गारंटी की बात आपकी तरफ से आ रही है अमित कुमार साहब। आपने जो कोल्ड स्टोरेज वगैरह की बात की, और आपकी तरफ से ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का मुद्दा भी सामने आया है। मेट्रोज दुनिया भर के बन रहे हैं जो डायरेक्टली शायद रेलवे के अंडर में नहीं आते, लेकिन ओवरऑल इम्प्रूवमेंट इतना हो रहा है। आप फैसिलिटीज़ फॉर पैसेंजर्स आप इतनी इम्प्रूव कर रहे हैं, जो आज के नए रेलवे स्टेशन देख रहे हैं, एज गुड एज एयरपोर्ट्स एक्सेट्रा। तो ये सारा जो आप लोगों ने बेड़ा उठाया है, विच इज़ अ बिग चेंज, जिसका ट्रिकल इफेक्ट रियल एस्टेट के सामने आने वाला है। तो मैं आप दोनों से एक क्विक रिस्पॉन्स ये चाहूँगा कि आप फ्यूचर कैसा देख रहे हो अगले 25 साल में? डू यू सी ओनली द फर्स्ट 10 years और 5 years एंड आफ्टर दैट परहैप्स द रेस्ट ऑफ द सेक्टर्स विल टेक अप, और डू यू फील दैट योर कॉन्ट्रीब्यूशन शैल कंटिन्यू टू ग्रो ऑल ओवर दोज 25 years एंड बियॉन्ड? बोथ ऑफ यू, इफ आई कैन सीक फर्स्ट। जी अंजनी कुमार जी, आप लें।
गो फॉर दैट। सडनली जो आप अभी बता रहे थे उसी पे फोकस करते, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर एंड रियल एस्टेट के रिलेशन को पे बात करते हुए हम ये लाना चाह रहे हैं कि अभी जो हमने थोड़ी देर पहले बात करी 500 स्टेशंस की, उसमें सभी में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो हम डेवलप कर रहे हैं। सिर्फ हम स्टेशन को रीडेवलप नहीं कर रहे हैं, बल्कि एक ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन जोन क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, सिटी सेंटर क्रिएट कर रहे हैं, जहाँ पे लोग, हर तरह के लोग आएंगे, नॉट ओनली फॉर द नीड ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्टेशन बट फॉर इकोनॉमिक एक्टिविटीज़, ऑल्सो फॉर कल्चरल इंटरचेंज, सारा चीज़ वहाँ पे होगा। इन एडिशन टू दैट, जो हमारे स्टेशन एरिया में डिफरेंट स्ट्रक्चर्स फैले हुए हैं काफ़ी दूर में, उनको हम एक जगह पे लाके वर्टिकली इंक्रीज़ कर रहे हैं, हाइट को, बिल्डिंग की हाइट को इंक्रीज़ कर रहे हैं, सो दैट कि हमारा बैलेंस एरिया खाली हो सके और उसको हम रियल एस्टेट डेवलपमेंट में ला सकें। दैट इज़ द एम जो हम कर रहे हैं, और ये विज़न हमारा सिर्फ अगले कुछ सालों का नहीं है, लंबी जर्नी है। चूँकि 8000 स्टेशंस हैं, राइट नाउ वी हैव फोकस्ड ऑन ओनली 508।
ओके, ग्रेट। बहुत ही पॉजिटिव आउटलुक आप रेलवेज और RLD के आपने हमारे सामने रखा। थैंक यू सो मच। अमित कुमार सिंह जी, एक चीज़ जो हमारे लिए भारतवर्ष में बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम माना जाता है कि लॉजिस्टिक्स कॉस्ट हमारी 14-15% के आसपास देखी जाती है, और हमारा ये शायद टारगेट है उसे सिंगल डिजिट में लाना। उसका डायरेक्ट इम्पैक्ट आई एम श्योर इन्फ्लेशन पर, प्राइस, प्रोडक्ट प्राइसिंग पर, दुनिया की बहुत सारी चीज़ों पर पड़ने वाला है, और उसका एक बहुत अहम रोल आपकी तरफ से होना है। वेयर हाउसिंग, लॉजिस्टिक्स, ये सारा जो है, इस पर अगर आप थोड़ा सा हमें और लाइट डालें, इस पर हमें बताएं कि ये क्या क्या इनिशिएटिव्स हैं। आपने सिर्फ वेयर हाउस, कोल्ड स्टोरेजेस की बात की थी। क्विकली, इंडिया में 14-15% से सिंगल डिजिट अगर आ रहा है तो उसके लिए क्या इनिशिएटिव्स हैं, और कॉमन कंज्यूमर्स के लिए क्या बेनिफिट्स हैं सर?
Well, I think that's a very important and crucial aspect. And infrastructure development is directly related to the logistics cost, is rather directly related to what the infrastructure development would take place. Here I would like to mention that when it comes to freight terminals for the domestic movements, whether it is connected with railways or otherwise, there is a tremendous scope for creation and improvement in those services, and which is where the logistics costs will get impacted. And we have to concentrate on the bulk movement aggregation of cargoes, which actually is not happening to the extent which is happening for, let's say, export category, but in domestic sector it is not happening. So how do we create that infrastructure which will help in aggregation of domestic cargo and make it amenable to bulk movement? That is where the logistics cost and the environmental impact. You look at the sheer number of road vehicles moving at any highway from any industry cluster to consumption centers, and then visualize how it can be aggregated and moved through bulk. And that is where the infrastructure creation in terms of the freight terminals, in terms of MMLPs which are coming up at the industry clusters connecting to the consumption centers, that is where it is going to come in. And I see a great role of private sector in that. It's not going to be coming only from the government, but there has to be a synergy. There are a lot of things as from the government sector we can put on the table, resources, and there are a lot of inputs which can come from the private investment and private technology, private efficiencies, and that is where I see there is a lot of opportunity. And this is going to be not just a matter of 5-10 years. it is going to be a continuous process. As we evolve, manufacturing will evolve, services will evolve, everything will evolve. And that is how every aspect related to with this supply chain, warehousing, logistics will have to keep evolving according to the requirement of those times.
थैंक यू सो मच सर, इट वॉज वेरी वेरी इनलाइटनिंग. सर एक और क्वेश्चन, बहुत ही वक्त की तंगी का एहसास मुझे बढ़ता चला जा रहा है, और अधिकारी जी आपकी तरफ मैं आना चाहूँगा. आई वुड वॉन्ट टू बिलीव, एंड शायद मैं गलत हूँ इस बारे में, कि आपका फोकस बिकॉज इट इज़ होम लोन एट्सेट्रा, तो कंज्यूमर साइड, कंजम्पशन साइड पे ज़्यादा फोकस होना चाहिए, और शायद ऑब्वियस है. यहाँ बैठे हुए मेजॉरिटी लोग डेवलपर्स हैं, विच इज़ द सप्लाई साइड. सो इफ़ आई हैव टू आस्क यू दिस क्वेश्चन कि सर आपके पास कौन से ऐसे नए प्रोडक्ट्स हैं या आप मार्केट में लाना चाहोगे जो डेवलपर पर ही फोकस करेंगे. मुझे यकीन है कि शायद आपकी कुछ लिमिटेशंस भी होंगे जिसके अंतर्गत आपको शायद मैक्सिमम फोकस आपका हाउसिंग फाइनेंस पे ही होना होगा, लेकिन चूंकि यहाँ की ऑडियंस ये समझना चाहेगी कि ऐसे कौन से प्रोडक्ट्स होंगे जो डेवलपर्स को भी रिझाएं, और आपकी तरफ से उनके लिए कोई एक्साइटिंग न्यूज़ फ्रॉम यू सर.
Yes, Zia ji, बहुत सही कहा आपने. Our majority of our focus is on retail segment and on housing, affordable housing and other sorts of housing. पर ऐसा नहीं है कि हम केवल retail segment में ही हैं. We are there in we are financing developers. Project loans में भी LIC housing finance है. We are financing projects. हालांकि मैं बहुत ओपनली एंड ऑनेस्टली बोलना चाहूँगा, हमारा पास्ट एक्सपीरियंस इसमें बहुत अच्छा नहीं रहा है. सो ऑनेस्टली बहुत ऑनेस्टली मैं कहना चाहूँगा. अब क्योंकि अब वही है ना कि हिंदी में कहावत है ना, दूध का जला छाछ फूक फूक के पीता है, तो समहाउ हमारी कहानी भी वही है. बिकॉज ऑफ आवर पास्ट एक्सपीरियंस वी हैव बीन स्लाइटली स्लो एंड वेरी 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 सेलेक्टिव इन फाइनेंसिंग प्रोजेक्ट लोन्स. But we realize there's a tremendous opportunity in getting together with Naredco and Naredco affiliated builders with commitment, builders with trust.
सर माफ कीजिए, गुस्ताखी कर रहा हूँ आपको टोकने की, लेकिन ये सवाल जो आप कह रहे हैं उससे डायरेक्टली रिलेटेड है कि जो दूसरे प्लेयर्स हैं, व्हेन आई लुक एट इट, व्हेन मैंने जब करियर शुरू किया था, LIC हाउसिंग फाइनेंस कम से कम पुराना, जब शायद मैं पैदा हुआ
33 साल पुराने हमें,
उसी दरमियान HDFC, ICICI और कई लोग आए और इस रेस में बहुत आगे बढ़ गए. तो समवेयर इज इट नॉट द रिस्क एपेटाइट ऑल्सो, जो आप कह रहे हैं कि दूध का जला फूक फूक कर पी रहा है, इनमें से कुछ डेवलपर शायद होंगे, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी एक बहुत बड़ी ऐसी भी संख्या है जिनसे HDFCs एंड ICICIs ने बहुत अच्छा बिजनेस किया है. तो कहाँ है वो डिफरेंस जो आपको इनके कंपटीशन में ला खड़ा करे, ताकि आप इन सारे डेवलपर्स को दोबारा ये नहीं कहो कि दूध का जला हूं मैं.
हाँ, एग्रीड, मानता हूँ. अब हो सकता है हमने गलत दोस्ती की, स्वीकारता हूँ, गलती हमारी तरफ से थी कि हमने गलत लोगों से दोस्ती की, बिल्कुल मानता हूँ. And I look forward to, I see a lot of scope in the project finance sector. इस वर्ष we are quite bullish. हाँ, yes, we are going to be selective. मैं ये भी कहूँगा, we are going to be selective. Definitely we'd be like to be associated because you are the people who are doing most of the constructions. आप लोगों के साथ लिंक होकर के हमें भी फायदा है कि अगर हम आप लोगों के प्रोजेक्ट को फाइनेंस कर सकते हैं तो आपसे हम चाहेंगे कि आप हमारे हाउसिंग लोन्स भी आपके प्रोजेक्ट के अंतर्गत जो कंस्ट्रक्शन हो रहा है उसके हाउसिंग लोन्स हमें दे. डेफिनेटली देयर इज अ सिम्बायोटिक रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन housing finance company like LIC, HFL, developers and the individual consumer house loan. So this year we'll be looking into it. You are welcome. आप लोग सब welcome है. Our head of project finance, Mr. N. Mahesh यही हैं. You are welcome. Most welcome with open arms.
I want a big round of applause. A change of heart from LIC to ensure that all developers will be financed. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And वक्त की बहुत तंगी है, चंद ही सेकंड रह गए, माफ कीजिएगा. काबरा जी, आखिरी एक सवाल आपसे मैं करना चाहूँगा. इससे पहले मैंने आपको मना किया था कि इलेक्ट्रिसिटी और केबल की बात ना करें. आपसे मैं ये सवाल महज इसलिए करना चाहता हूँ कि मैं आपका कमिटमेंट जानना चाहता हूँ. आपका कमिटमेंट एज RR केबल अगले 25 साल में कितनी ग्रोथ देख रहे हैं, कितना परसेंटेज ग्रोथ का आप कमिटमेंट कर रहे हैं इस ओपन फोरम में?
हमारा कमिटमेंट जो है GDP से 3 गुना, दिस और पॉलिसी. और हमारा कंपनी का रिकॉर्ड देखिए, पिछले 23 साल से हम जो GDP होती है उससे 3 गुना ग्रो करते हैं.
Wow, great. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And our time has come up. मैं ऑडियंस से ये कहना चाहूँगा कि ये शायद मेरे लिए पहला मौका था जब इतना बेहतरीन एक पैनल मुझे मिला। शायद आप लोगों के लिए भी ये पहला मौका होगा जब इस तरह के वेरीड पैनलिस्ट आपके सामने है, अपना अपना पहलू उन्होंने आपके सामने रखा। मुझे यकीन है जितना मुझे मज़ा आया है इन सारे पैनलिस्ट से इंटरेक्ट करके, और माफ़ कीजिएगा ये मौका ये नहीं था कि आपको कॉर्नर करूं, लेकिन वो सवाल इम्पोर्टेंट था, तो अगर कुछ बोला चला वो माफ़। और इन सब के बाद thank you so much audience, you are a lovely audience. I hope you liked it as much as I liked it to bring to. Thank you so much Naredco, thank you
so much. I request all of you to remain on stage please before we do our felicitations, and at the same time I would like to inform the audience that we are going to have a second panel discussion after which we will have our lunch, so please stay put because our panel discussions are really exciting. Please stay on stage for the felicitations, sir. I would now like to request Mr. All right, I'd now like to request Mr. Just give me a moment, sir. Okay, so there's been an update, so do excuse me on that. I'd like to request Mr. Sunil Reddy to felicitate Mr. I am... I request Mr. Ashok Patni to please come on stage to felicitate our speakers. Mr. Gaurav Jain, also to please come on stage. Mr. Anil Suri, to please come on stage and felicitate our panelists. I also would like to request Mr. Sanjay Dutt to felicitate Mr. Ghulam Zia. Okay, thank you so much. There was a slight update and a little bit of a confusion, but that's all good. So thank you so much for your patience, ladies and gentlemen. That was quite an insightful panel discussion, and I was loving the humor that was added to it, and I was loving the audience that was so involved. So that was fantastic. Can we all have a round of applause, because we need some energy. We need to know you all are still paying attention. So that's fantastic. Thank you so much. Now we're moving on to our next panel discussion, and I would like to invite the following panelists on stage. Shri Nitin Mittal, Chairman and Managing Director, Canist, Aluform. Shri Sangram Baviskar, Founding Member and Managing Director, True Board Partners. Shri Saurabh Tyagi, CEO, PropCheck India. Shri Shashi Udyavar, Client Partner Media at Meta India. Shri Shrikant Badiga, Group Director, Phoenix Group. And Shri Vijay Sai Meka, Secretary General, Naredco, Telangana. I would also like to request our moderator for this panel, Shri Govind Rai, founder of Insomniacs, to grace us on stage. I shall invite our panelists once again. Shri Nitin Mittal, Chairman and Managing Director, KNS Aluform. Shri Sangram Baviskar, Founding Member and Managing Director, True Board Partners. Shri Saurabh Tyagi, CEO, PropCheck India. Shri Shashi Udyavar, Client Partner Media at Meta India. Shri Shrikant Badiga, Group Director, Phoenix Group. And Shri Vijay Sai Meka, Secretary General, Naredco, Telangana. And of course, our moderator, panel Shri Govind Rai, founder of Insomniacs, to take over our panel discussion. And please note, it is after this we shall be having our lunch, which is, I know some of you must be really hungry, but after this amazing panel discussion, we shall break for lunch. Thank you for your patience.
We'll get started. So guys, without wasting too much of time, let me get started. And thanks to the Naredco team. They have put up a phenomenal panel here. Before we get started, I just wanted to give a small introduction how this platform is something where we are going to aim to not just keep you engaged, but also gather as much knowledge possible for all of us here. So I'm requesting all my fellow panelists to be as open as you guys can be. And there would be some difficult questions, so feel free to put through. And make sure by the end of it, we have the full crowd coming back to the hall. Okay, so today we have Shashi here, who is representing Meta, which is largely the technology with MarTech. In terms of marketing and technologies, how are both helping real estate grow. Then we have Saurabh, where he's representing PropCheck, where they are doing some phenomenal work with regards to every home buyer when they are going to buy their home. They provide inspection services to help them understand what are the problems that they can save for the later stage cases and safeguard themselves for the later hassle that can come from the landowners or the homes that developers are delivering. We have a very phenomenal entrepreneur in form of Nitin, representing KNest, and some amazing construction tech. So here we are going to be talking about technology and with regards to how construction tech is contributing. And then Sangram, a finance guy, and what is he doing in technology is what we're going to discover. And then we have Mr. Vijaya. I'm going to ask him a lot of questions on behalf of Naredco as a whole community and a few questions on the residential side. And Mr. Shrikant, you have been a market researcher and you represent Phoenix Group. The idea for me is I'm going to ask a lot of questions from developers' side, problems that they face on the commercial real estate. So that's how we are going to be trying to cater to each and every segment and 6 stakeholders representing 6 different sectors of the real estate industry. So let me set the stage. Everybody bothers about understanding one thing, where how is technology really helping in the real estate segment? And one of the important part is technology cannot do anything if there is not a problem. There's a problem, then only the technology will be put in, and it's got to solve some problem. So before starting, let me ask one first question to all of you. Doesn't matter which sector you are representing, which category you are representing. Tell me one problem in real estate which you want technology to fix. One problem that you believe that technology could be coming in and you're waiting for it, and that problem should get solved if wish there was a technology around it. So Shashi, I will start with you.
Thanks, Govind. When I look at real estate and coming from Meta, we specialize, I would say, in advertising and marketing solutions. What I probably think technology could make a big difference in would be the customer experience. So from just running advertising for customer acquisition to maybe automating a lot of the processes, I think those interventions are on. But how do you build a differentiated experience for a customer using technology? That would be I would say, the most interesting problem to solve. So for example, can I automate intent with WhatsApp? So I don't have any language barrier. So, WhatsApp identifies what language the customer is most comfortable speaking, and he carries a conversation out immediately in that language. And multiple examples like this. So let's say I'm traveling, but I still want to check out a property in Hyderabad. Can I do it on in the metaverse? So I would probably say, how do we improve customer experience with technology would be the biggest problem.
Absolutely. We'll get back to that one. Sora, what's your take? What's one problem that you wanted fixed?
Well, so I'll start with since I represent PropCheck, which is a home inspection company, I'll talk on construction quality. See, in the construction sector, we have cost, time, and quality. These are the three primary KPIs. Unfortunately, quality is the only parameter which cannot be quantified. Quality, there is no measurement for quality, because of which it always falls victim. In pursuit of achieving the KPIs, cost and time, since they are measurable, they always win, and quality is always compromised. So we've we've leveraged technology to remove the subjectivity, in the quality aspect by accurate identification of the problem, assigning those issues to the relevant people, tracking and monitoring those issues with the help of technology, and holding the right people accountable so that all those defects, which were a pen and a paper approach all this while for quality, can now be tracked better and monitored better. And at the end of the day, quality can also be done in a more scientific manner and quantified. So that's how we are leveraging technology, to solve this big problem of a poor quality product.
Lovely. Nitin, what's your take?
Good afternoon, everyone. See, we are into aluminum formwork, and we are seeing two types of challenges. One is the internal challenge of a person, and one is the external challenge. See, we can make the best Range Rover, but the driver who drives has to be taught how to drive it. We can make the best formwork, but the person who's working on it has to be trained very well. And as a country, we have not yet reached that platform where everyone is working at the same standard. Then there is a second challenge, which is our internal challenge. So as a CMD of KNest, what I've been doing is, my only work is to get into R&D, observe new technologies, meet people, see various industries, which can give me an edge in my future life. I cannot always be occupied with my present tense and make it more tenser. So I really think that, we as developers have to make sure that if we have a technology in India, we must leverage that. We must visit factories. We must see everything. Like in Pune, we have Schindler also. And we have many more factories like that. So we must visit the factories. We must see what's the next big thing. Because we cannot leave everything on saying that we have delegated. You can delegate it, first know what it is and then delegate. That's my clear opinion. And one major factor which I've seen is that KNest has become the second largest formwork company in the world. And how many people over here must have even understood and visited that? If my factory would have been in a country like Europe, I'm very sure I would have had more visitors. But Pune is actually a little far, and so it does make a difference.
So Nitin has made an appeal for all the developers to visit his factories as well.
It's not only the factory, it's also about visiting other factories like lift, technologies, what is the new things coming up. Because if we don't train our mind for the new things and we don't leverage the technology, otherwise who's guiding us? A consultant is guiding us otherwise. And that's not right.
Absolutely. No, totally fair. For us to really embrace technology in the best manner, we got to first witness it, what it can do. And once we have an idea, then only we'll be able to implement it. Sangram, moving on to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So just taking on from what Shashi and Saurabh said, I think if we look back from, say, last 8-10 years, I think technology has come in real estate in India. It has solved just from the customer experience point of view. Earlier, it was more like a discovery platform. Now you actually can do much more. You can go and check. But the second part, which is the information asymmetry, when I actually decide to buy a flat or a house, post that, my actually physical thing starts. Yes. And there are lots of, potholes which one buyer has to go through it. So I was thinking with this kind of new technology like blockchain or smart contract or digitizing title, I'm from just wearing my finance cap also, it just makes the investor's life also easy, right? Because if you look at any investment in my real estate investment days, the average turnaround time for a deal was 6 months. And primary 2-3 months used to go in legal due diligence. So if you can address that, I think it not only help the primary sales, but also the rental thing as well. Because if that piece sort out, then there is a high chance of rental yields going up. Because globally, compared to global standards, India rental yields are still abysmally low. So there is that kind of capital which can come in real estate is not coming in today. That is what I think. Yeah.
Lovely. Mr. Vijaya.
Govind, I think you are also a house owner. What is the problem you are facing at your home? What is the biggest problem you'll be facing at your home?
At my home?
Yeah. Which you cannot, if you are not aware.
That's
two problems.
Trust me, as far as I'm concerned, I'm pretty happy. I'm really not facing any. But yeah, the people that I do meet, I believe it is largely that there's surety around that what they're getting in terms of the carpet is right or not. What he does with inspection, कि जो quality construction है वो हुआ है कि नहीं. I believe these are the two larger things that I have interacted with.
So the biggest problem for any developer and a nightmare is leakages in construction industry, which you cannot undo. So you have to actually put all your efforts in the designing stage and implementing stage. It will take sometimes 2 to 3 months to actually identify the source of the leakage. So that is the biggest problem in construction industry because you know it after actually it was done. The lines were inside. You don't know the source, and there will be complaints, customer will be after us. So sometimes the leakage will be in the 3rd floor or 4th floor, but the problem was in 1st floor. The affected person is in 1st floor. So they will be after us saying that you are not actually addressing the problem, you are not rectifying the problem. So that is the biggest problem in construction industry, leakage. As of now, there is no technology available to identify the source of the leakage. So we, as a developer, actually we can only give the best material to the team. It is up to the team and the supervisors who are actually at the execution stage to put all the efforts and see that actually it was executed properly. And also we will also do the leak test stage before handing over. But sometimes they will not surface at that time. Only after the residents started leaving, after 6 to 7 months, we used to get the complaints. So that is the biggest problem.
Lovely, sir. I'll be actually getting back to that one and ask a few more questions. Mr. Shrikant.
Yeah, thank you. So most of the problems my colleagues have been telling, but I have a specific thing like when we take up the project, start with the project, during the project, what the problem is supply chain management, where technology is in place, but still we need to do work a lot because It's the connectivity between end-to-end connectivity, that is what we look at. So one supply chain, if stops anywhere in the smallest thing, because now we're talking about a technology-driven industry, technology-driven world. In such case, these kind of things plays a predominantly major role. That apart, the second thing, the same technology-wise, there should be continuous process in, like something like R&D, knowing the nitty-gritty, like sir said, like leakage is the biggest thing, similar things. But having said that, probably in the next question, which I thought I'll cover, if you with the permission, I'll tell you that we have a technology where we are making steel structures. We have a accuracy close to 80% to identify such problems. I would not say 100% because sir has already said that kind of problems are existing. In our projects, we have minimized because of the technology. I would say show it as another, just trying to, it's an opportunity than a problem. So these two major things, the question to answer your question, two major things is supply chain management. Second thing is the R&D in the innovations, what I've been trying to put up in the technology.
Lovely, sir. So to everybody, we have understood the series of problems the real estate is facing and where technological intervention could be solving those. Now let me get to the solution part of it. What are we doing? What can we do better? Mr. Shrikant, I'll start with you. You have developed 40 million square feet of real estate so far. I'm going to put this question from the commercial use case. We are seeing technology integration in commercial, right from with the help of AI, you're able to design your project. Then there is the leverage with regards to how facility management, how the parking solutions are being worked around, how the office operations are planned in a much better manner. There are multiple companies and technology companies operating in that space. My question to you is in the last 2 years, specifically after COVID, what are the two technologies that you believe have really picked up and are part of your narrative and maybe on the larger scale for the other developers that you are engaging with as well? Before COVID, it wasn't existing, but now there's an acceptance. And what are the two core pain points you still have in the commercial real estate use case?
Govind, yesterday when you shared the question with me, I tried to do it on ChatGPT. So similar kind of answers are common, but to be practical, actually, as far as construction industry is concerned, as far as Phoenix is concerned, as you said, it is not 40 million, but we have considered more than that. And we were the first people to start the steel structures here in Hyderabad, much before COVID has started. So after COVID, post-COVID, I don't think we have made any major changes, but yes, in commercial spaces, it is more of health-oriented construction. So the clients who have been asking us, they've been asking us to give us earlier the thumb rule was 80 SFT per space feet. Now they went up to 110 SFT per seat. So that was a major change that gave us more room, in fact, to increasing the efficiency of the building, designing the building in much liberal way. Because as you said, most of us agree that commercial, end of the day, how much it pays me back, that's what counts. So when we design a building, we look more how much per square feet I can earn. But as you rightly said, post-COVID did give us a chance to increase the spaces and deliver to the same client with a better price. That is number one. So as far as steel structures are concerned, it's more of a modular thing. Everything is manufactured at the factory. They come to the site and just assemble it and do it. In the process, we have been using technologies to install the entire thing to the perfection. So it's more or less like close to 96, 97% sometimes. So less of errors. That helped us a lot. Second thing, the concrete, the usage of concrete also reduced, by which the carbon footing there, which all know that less the cement you use, better it is. So that way it helped us a lot. But the challenges still remain. And as you rightly asked, we are yet to get into the AI part of it. We have not started as it, because it's most of commercial thing, and the technology which we are using, the regular software which our architects and our the construction teams are using. Another part where I would like to highlight here is we as Phoenix, we don't construct actually. We outsource the entire construction to larger firms like L&T, Shapurji and Litton and all those people. And we have an PMC with us, Turner. Turner, most of you people, look, international property consultant who constructed Burj Khalifa and Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel statue and many, many more. So we have these people on board with has a PMC. So those people, we learn from them how the best practices, how a building can be done. With it's bit when you talk about steel structure, it's little bit of more, close to 15% more to the regular project, but still, the duration, we are saving close to, for example, I'll give you a stone's throw away from here, we have constructed 4 million SFT in a record time of 14 months. Another building which I'm constructing is almost over, that was within 9 months. 9 months back, when a few of my colleagues came to my office, they said the open land and excavation was done. Now around 4 million SFT is completed. So such is the beauty and using of technology. So these are the, yes, problems are still remain. Like as I said, I have a problem with supply chain management. And another major thing is the regulatory. Regulatory part also, even though earlier sessions, the minister said 21 days and all, I would like to address through Naredco that the environment council still remains. Unless until you get the environment certificate, you can't get the other permissions. Environment council, EC is must. So for obtaining EC, you need at least minimum of 3 months. For larger projects, it's much more actually. So until 15 lakh square feet, it is one EC, and after that, you need to go for EI and take it. So these regulatory challenges are also still there. Using technology, when you're talking about technology, how do you can really do it? Using technology, see, the moment you apply for the EC, that is also online, you sign on a particular document saying that I'll be following these terms and conditions. After 4 or 5 months, you're getting the same certificate with those terms and conditions. What I'm trying to say is self-certification through this technology can be given, and periodically I'm supposed to submit my documents, the project progress document. I can submit online, and they match, and they can certainly give me the CFE, and CFE can be done. So the technology can be adopted with the linkage to the each project, like we have in RERA, how we are updating the project statuses. My request through Naredco, which can be adopted is, why don't we have this kind of, the time frame, the 21 days time frame which you're talking about can be adopted throughout India. So these are the two major concerns and how technology can be disrupted in entire thing. That is what my submission is. Thank you.
Lovely, sir. I believe we all got a good amount of learning and homework also for all the technology guys in terms of solution we can build, right? So I'm going to come directly to Nitin here. Nitin, based on what he spoke, right, one of the important part where he asked about the government, I'm going to ask from a point of view where you have been into the construction tech and you are dealing with the real estate developers. Now, one of the important part is the technology adoption, right? I have heard from a lot of startups here, the technology adoption in real estate has been low, largely because we find if there's a problem, let's put 3 people onto the job instead of putting a technology and bearing that cost, right? But at KNest, you have done something phenomenal in terms of delivering what you're doing. My question to you is, how did you go about this, solving these entry barriers and create a business which is scaling at such a rapid pace?
So today Niranjan sir just said that, earlier when he wanted 100 carpenters, there were 500 available. Today he wants 100, only 5 are available, right? So that means people are not there. So let's get that first thing. If we want people in construction, it is not there. I think a lot of developers are facing challenges with those people to help them in construction. Second, see, when we talk of formwork or technology to construct fast, I think sir just rightly said that he has been doing it 9 months, 12 months. He's only doing it because of either a deck form is what he's using, right? Otherwise, it's technically impossible. So when we are using technology, so 3-4 important points I always say, we are seeing cost of construction only in terms of money. We only see capital. I think there are more valuable things than capital. One of them is energy. We save a lot of energy if we construct fast. And the most important again is time. I think only wise men will understand time is not money, time is life. And saving time is saving life, which cannot be valued. So when we compare all these parameters, adopting technology is nothing. It's like no cost. But if you want to compare it cost versus cost also, still I'll tell you, by just completing a little ahead of time, you can save a lot of interest. That interest cost is like we don't realize. It's like getting the site delayed by 1 month can be as good as going to the site and burning 1 lakh rupee every day. But we are not doing that physically, but we are actually going through that system. We don't realize. I think sir is being constructing very fast, so he knows that. It's like if we don't complete on time, it's like burning 1 lakh, 2 lakh every day without realizing. So that is where the major saving comes. And otherwise, if you are having a repetition of 20, 25 flows, 30 flows, anyways, form work is as viable as any old conventional style. And if you have more repetition, then it is more affordable. And we are like, we have covered 50% of the Hyderabad market. So we definitely know that it's already a proven model. And when we talk of Bangalore, we are working with Prestige, Brigade, Soba. We are working, so in 80% market share is what we have of Mumbai. That means it is proven that this technology is more viable than anything. And there's nothing left to prove anymore in this technology.
Lovely. So Nitin, what you spoke with regards to कि अगर हम घर पहले deliver कर देंगे, तो we will be able to save on the interest cost. Now that is very interesting, where I have been doing a lot of discussion with real estate developers with regards to NPV calculations, जहाँ पे लोग ये calculations नहीं करते हैं, and that's the reason I'm going to come to Sangram on this question. The problem that you are solving is somewhere related to this, right? Where I believe यहाँ पे everybody, for them, though they will not admit, I will also not admit, but our biggest allegiance is with Microsoft Excel sheet, right? And you are actually fighting against it. You are into a business where you are trying to project the top line and profitability of each and every project, right? But could you just put out how are you going about it? What are the challenges you are facing in this space? And how these calculations can actually change the perspective that the real estate developers are having by using the technology that you are providing to them?
So we call it one source of truth. So if you look at and we looked at multiple sectors, typically I would box them into 3. One first step is typically what we do is workflow automation. Second is what we call is real-time reporting. Yeah? And third is the analytic layer. So Excel, for example, is kind of first because it just automates some workflow. But just remember that Excel always tells you at one particular point in time, right? It doesn't allow you to go back and forth, and definitely not in future. So that is what we do. We basically do all these 3 and put the analytics layer on top of it. What we have also attempted to do is, from a purely adoption point of view, and that's a great question, is we have made our system such that the existing life of person doesn't change. For example, if he's maintaining a sales MIS in Excel, he can upload the sales MIS in Excel in our system. Suppose they're using a CRM, our system can talk to the CRM and upload. And same goes for all and it is really API compatible with all the systems which you are using, whether it's for construction tech, whether it's for sales, or whether it's for finance. That is one. And also what we have also realized, now we are like year and a half into, and we're already managing close to 27 million square feet across some 20 plus projects, is the way I think everyone ultimately for what is the key metrics for them, right? I want to know as a developer how much money I'm going to make. Unfortunately that data is not available today. So you have a data stream which talks about construction, which tells me how efficient and how much cost I'm incurring. And there is a data about sales which says how much revenue I'm but really there is no one integrating that data and telling a developer as of today, real time, what is that project is going to make. And that is what, in nutshell, TrueGene is trying to solve.
Lovely. So I hope all the developers who understood and they believe that they're going to make this kind of profitability, there could be a question to it and they can come and meet you. Okay. So I'm directly going to shift to Saurav from here. You are operating into home inspection space. And one of the very interesting part about your business model is you are B2B and B2C both, right? Could you just take us through this journey that, how are you going about this B2B market? What is the solution you're providing to the real estate developer? And from the B2C point of view, how are you creating this whole awareness around this category? Because we just go to the developers and we buy home. But you are saying, hey, you got to come in between and let me make some things happen for you so that you don't make a wrong decision. This is a category which is very heavy in Western side. But in India, there is no awareness. How are you going about it?
Right, Govind. So I'll start with giving a very interesting statistics, especially to all the developer friends sitting here in this hall. In the United States, with a population of less than 1/4 of India, there are more than 50,000 licensed home inspectors and 5,000 home inspection companies. So that's how evolved the market is there in the West. Unfortunately, in India, we have just started. There is absolutely no awareness of home inspection. In fact, in the US, it's even a regulated industry. Now, to answer your question on B2C and B2B offerings, what are we offering to our customers? In B2C, we have primarily 4 use cases. First, if the customer is about to get the delivery of his property from the builder, before accepting the possession from the builder, he engages prop check. We conduct a thorough inspection and give a list of all the defects. The customer gives it to the builder gives it to the contractor, gets it fixed. We conduct a re-inspection to verify whether it is done or not. And this way, the customer gets to accept a defect-free property. And the developer gets to deliver a defect-free property. Now, the other 3 use cases could be, you could be a customer buying a property from the secondary market also. Before closing the transaction, get this inspection done, get to know the actual condition of the property. Or you could be a landlord or a tenant. Before committing yourself to the property, get a home inspection done. And finally, you may be somebody trying to get his interior work done, to check the quality of work of the contractor, get a home inspection done. This is the B2C side of the business. On the B2B, we are working with developers, all the big names in the industry, like Mr. Venkaiah Naidu had just said. You don't build a brand simply by advertising. You build a brand by delivering quality stuff, and that is going to stay with you. Absolutely. And that is exactly what the developer community has understood, has adopted. They have started calling us. Rather than doing this inspection for my customer, you do it for me. Pre-delivery inspections, give me the report, I will get it fixed. And then I need a certificate. So we issue certificates to developer community for every individual unit that we inspect. And this way, their brand value also gets enhanced.
Super.
Now,
super.
So
I was going to come to that, and he clapped it, which is visibly
Thank
there.
you.
That first, when you started, it looked like, okay, are the developers facing any kind of a threat? But then when you went about talking about the B2B use case and how the delivery is important, the quality is important, and you guys are coming in, it solves my query in my head. So thanks a
I'll tell
ton.
you what, all the developers, they have the right intent to deliver a good quality. No developer would say, I don't want to deliver a good quality stuff, right? They have the intent. It is just that, the dependency on workmanship, which is multiple contractors, subcontractors, petty contractors working on the same site, consistency is almost impossible to achieve. And that's where companies like PropCheck play a very big role in ensuring the delivery of a defect-free world-class product, which we can do, right? So, yeah.
Lovely. So from, we move to Shashi. Shashi, you're representing Meta. And in the last conversation in Bombay at Naredco event, Ruchi was there, who mentioned that real estate as a community is contributing to 12% to the revenue of Meta. Now, that's not a small amount. And let me tell you, to all the sectors, but we are a very lead-obsessed industry. For us, Meta or Google, everything comes back to how many leads you can deliver. Now, my question to you is, since you have been there serving real estate sector as well, I wanted to understand from you, what are the unique solutions that you believe and you want to tell here that Meta has built, which real estate as a sector can leverage, where you believe that currently the awareness is not that high, and via this forum, if you could put some light on those initiatives which we can harness, with which we can harness the true power of Meta.
Thanks, Govind. So real estate is not just one of our largest verticals, but it's also one of our fastest growing verticals. So the adoption of Meta solutions is very high. I would say almost, depending on what stage you are as a company, you could get started on Meta with any solution and you would probably see growth. But if you have to get started, I would probably look at maybe 2 major products. One is a conversions API, which effectively helps you manage your customer data and translates that into usable leads. So it helps better data management, also better customer identification, and makes your marketing funnel much more efficient. So that's one of our, I would say, a product built for real estate, and we've seen developers and aggregators start to adopt it. Adoption is, I would not say, still sky high, but anyone who's adopted it has never gone back. They've only kept on doing deeper and deeper integrations. Again, the other product I would probably recommend would be WhatsApp, and not just WhatsApp as a platform. Within WhatsApp, you can build a lot of tech to ensure that your customers can interact with you. There's a lot of, a lot of customer discovery, customer retention, customer queries, and customer services that you can build. So in fact, the most interesting product today we would have would be a lead optimization with WhatsApp. So you can get customers onto WhatsApp, and then you can qualify the lead, and then you can continue to have a conversation with the customer and complete the customer journey on WhatsApp itself. And that's a product I would say is going to take off in the next 6 months or so. And we hope that all the developers could start using it very, start adopting it and experimenting on it, and hopefully scale it up very quickly.
So when Shashi was putting in a product called CAPI, a conversion API, largely what it basically means, when the leads are generated, the Google and Facebook do not get a feedback how the quality of the lead was. But with this solution, they are now getting a feedback, because real estate is online, going to offline. So offline side, the technology can intervene and give feedback to Facebook here and get an integration and understanding that these are the quality people, let's target them. So Shashi, just to extend a little bit on that, I added. Now I'm going to come to Mr. Vijaya. Sir, आपसे जो मेरा question है वो ऐसा है कि I talk to a lot of real estate prop tech companies, and जितनी भी startup companies in sustainability space or green tech space, they have a very unique problem. They told me, and even the developers told me, that all the sustainability technology integrations in green tech are coming with a certain cost loading factor. Right now, this cost, whom should we load upon? Should we bear the cost and then give this solution? Or should we pass on to the cost to the customers, because eventually in the long run they're going to save on the maintenance charges? What, as a Naredco, as a body, because sustainability goals also has to be achieved as per the government mandates, what are the initiatives you are taking to make sure that developers are adopting more and more sustainable solution? There's a premium developer, let's say Niranjan sir is there, he can accommodate it in his premiums. But there are a lot of developers who are playing with a thin margin. How do you make sure that this implementation happens at a larger scale?
It is a myth that going for green building certification is costly than the normal building. The only thing it makes a big difference was if you are not able to actually identify or conceptualize the problem. From the day of your planning, if you want to go for certification, as on today, the cost difference is negligible. Because earlier actually when green building certification was introduced in India, there is shortage of green building materials. So now IGBC also introduced a Green Pro, which certifies about 4,000 products. So if you plan during the conceptual stage, all your designs, so there is no cost overrun. There is no additional cost. In fact, sometimes you may end up saving if you plan efficiently and effectively. Because this is not new to us. All these practices, whatever we are implementing in green building certification, were there actually since ages back in India. In the actually run-up for development, we forgot all those simple concepts like cross-ventilation, daylight factor, all these factors, they're all there. If you see all our old buildings, you have the ventilator at the ceiling, which will actually take out all the heat outside. But because of air conditioners, because we don't want to air condition, air will go out and our power cost will go up. We closed all the rooms and started using the air conditioners. And the air conditioners, initially when they were introduced, window air conditioners, there is a possibility of fresh air coming in. But with the split air conditioners, I don't know how many people know that. when the split air conditioner, there is no fresh air in the room. It will only cool the air that is inside. So if you are staying in a room night 8 hours, you are actually breathing in what is the air actually you breathe out. There is no fresh air. So the cost is minimal, and of late actually if you see, another interesting factor in green building certification in India is not mandatory. Voluntarily all the developers are coming forward because it makes a business sense also to get certification. So it, even type 2 cities also, so many small developers constructing 10 apartments, 20 apartments also, they want to go for certification. They're going for certification. It was so simple now.
And you're seeing customer traction, sir, because you are green certified. Is there a different uplift that you see because of that?
Definitely. Definitely there is a difference. And the customers, if you actually educate them properly, they are willing to buy a certified building, even for commercial or residential also, compared to normal buildings, because there are some definitive advantages. But the only thing is the government has to do is to incentivize both the developer and also the end user for some incentives to go for certification.
Lovely. So the next I will come to you, Nitin. I wanted to understand from you, you are using aluminum and steel, right? Both have a recyclable quotient into it. My narrative to you is in terms of construction technology, the solution that you are providing in sustainability when we are talking. You know, there's a carbon emission as a quotient, as an element. There's water conservation. There's air quality. All these things are coming in. In the solution that you are working towards or you're going to be moving towards, how are you addressing these elements are being imbibed into the narrative that you are putting out with KNest?
So in construction, there are very interesting products which have come. When we're talking of sustainability, I think having a plastic bottle over here should not be any more a part of this. With Haribabu sir, request no more plastic bottles in Naredco in the future, because that is very important for us. I had attended a conference in Singapore where the AC temperatures were regulated at 24-25 degree and no coats were allowed. So again, that's we have to live that. It has to be, sustainability has to be part of small things also. When we talk of aluminium is coming from bauxite. It's a highly polluting thing. What we are doing is that we are getting into a remelting sort of thing to reuse the scrap which is available, remelt it and resell it. Now what happens is it's not a smelter which is doing that, and so the pollution drops tremendously. In the future, I also see that steel might get replaced with, there's a polymers and glass fibers which have come, which is less polluting. I mean, it's a green product. It's just that the IS codes in India, we have to make that very quick. It's a very slow process to adopt any technology or any product. If that becomes fast, then the consultants can suggest developers very fast. So it will come from that side also. And in aluminium formwork, the best thing is we have replaced ply, which was like cutting the trees off directly. And till date, we have been able to save 1 million trees minimum. And we continue to go on that path. And with right construction, you don't need river sand. I think Badiga sir is not using river sand at all. Manufactured soil, right? So they're using that. So there are a lot of more product lines which are replacing the natural resources and wasting the natural resources. So this is the way the country should be looking forward for. Thank you so much.
Super. So one of the important part that that came out is also that I wanted to put a light upon is the future talk around digital transformation. One of the important challenges that each and every developer is going to face in their companies is the moment they go about digital transformation as a narrative, putting technologies through. In your whole cycle, there will be more than 100 technologies that you'll have to put in to automate most of your functions. And what happens there is this technology, one, will not talk to technology two. Because of that, there'll be a lot of manual intervention. So my question comes to Sangram here. Somewhere for your solution to do good, you're sitting between all these technologies. All these inputs will be needed for you to give a right projection around and profitability around a particular project. How are you solving this challenge? And do you foresee it? And keeping that in mind, what are the future technologies you are excited about that you believe could be empowering you or making you more powerful to project and give this real data to the developers in the right manner?
On the lighter side, whatever we spoke can be integrated into our system. But as you rightly said, it's a small step. But good thing about technology is, as we keep on progressing, the cross connection between technology becoming more and more easier. Like when in my banking days, when we used to use IT system, one small change used to be a 1-year project. Now through API and the advanced, literally any system can talk to another. And
you can collaborate.
Yeah. But really the future which we are excited about, which we discussed briefly just before, is this whole drone, automatic, and what he is doing, the sensor. I think once that starts happening, but ultimately, what are we trying to do here, right? I always thought that ultimately if you can control the cost, whether it's any business, right? So ultimately our technology is helping developers to optimize cost. In a way, we want to underwrite the cost. That can only happen if we kind of integrate what is available, right? So that is what we are trying to do. Ultimately, but as new technology comes in, I think right now, as we discussed earlier as well, are capable to talk to any technology which is currently available, but we have to be future ready. But what I'm really excited about is all this drone, sensor-based, 3D rendering, digital twins. Ultimately, that is what is going to make, our life and everyone's life easy. Yeah.
Sure. Though we are running short of time, he spoke about digital twins. I'm going to come to you on this one. Digital twin as a narrative is something that you are also leveraging. My question to you is pretty simple, that digital twins is helping the BIM models as well to solve the solution and to solve the problem where the construction worker can leverage AR technology and see ki kahan pe kya cheez lagni hai, and with very millimeter precisions as well. Do you see these technologies shaping up, being adopted faster, and your own narrative? Do you believe that this is one area where you will venture in the future?
Absolutely. So as we speak, we have in fact partnered with a Hyderabad-based company, BIM company called Architude, and with an intention of developing a product where all the defects that we find out can be very accurately embedded into the BIM model, so that the developer can very instantly get a much better understanding of the issue, and a very more accurate understanding of the issue and better fixing of the issue. So yes, we are already on the way to do this.
Superb. So with that, I'm going to come to you, Shashi, quickly. We are talking about AR as a technology. I'm going to come back to VR and Metaverse. There's a very important question when you said customer experience at the start is a problem. Metaverse or globally has been adapted to a certain extent, but India use case in real estate, a lot of people are leveraging Metaverse to showcase their project to the customers. You guys are invested very much in Metaverse space, and with the help of Quest and Apple Vision Pro coming in, do you see the new millennial audience which is going to come? Their behavioral patterns are going to change, where they will actually engage a lot more on the virtual spaces to see the properties, and then maybe come to physical, much lesser. Instead of going to 15 projects, they will go to 5 projects. Rest of them, all the scrutiny will happen in the Metaverse and via the VR technologies?
Absolutely. I think as comfort with the Metaverse increases, as more projects get built on the Metaverse, I would say adoption is going to skyrocket. And see, fundamentally, the shopper of today, he's overloaded with information, right? So there are multiple projects. There are, maybe 10 projects in one locality itself. How do I make a choice? And am I going to visit every location, talk to every salesperson there? Do I have the time, in my busy life? Or am I just going to use a device and, look at everything? And that not just only helps me as a customer, but it also, again, coming back to my original point, it also helps the customer experience. So when I know a developer has invested in a forward-thinking technology, there is automatically a halo in my mind that this developer is already ahead of the curve. So the property that I am going to not just see in the Metaverse, but probably going to buy in the future is probably also going to be ahead in the curve. So I would say there is a direct gain, plus there is also a subtle gain in terms of brand building on the Metaverse.
Lovely. So I'm running out of time. I'm going to shoot my question straight at Mr. Shrikant. You have been a market researcher. How much of an importance that the location, data intelligence, and the data play for all the developers to plan their projects in advance and know what is the kind of supply demand coming accordingly, plan their ticket sizes accordingly. So what has been your take? What's the future in this space?
Actually, as you rightly said, information is knowledge and knowledge is power. As simple as that. So nowadays, everyone knows how important the information, especially market intelligence, that's what we call in market research. So market intelligence is very, very important. To put in practice in our own organization, it helped, while taking this kind of information in the market, we practically saw a lot of good practices that helped us in reducing our steel consumption from the steel structures we are using. Earlier it was around 9 kgs per kg for the unit square feet, and now it has reduced to 7. And the slab size also, because of good practice we observed with the information what we gathered, we are reduced from 11 days to 7 days. Now further we are trying to do it to 4 days. So it is information, this particular information which are doing through this research and all, that will help you in cracking the code. Where exactly you're supposed to concentrate, what kind of information do you require in the market, how do you place yourself, your placement basically, as you rightly said. For us, the placement is very important. Nowadays, all the developers here, they're not competing with each other. All of us are complementing each other. That is very important. Be it the suppliers, be it the developers, whoever it is. And the entire industry is such. Unlike any other industry, this industry is a fantastic industry. So what I'm trying to say is, managing information, placing it, using it properly, taking best use of it, and make it others also throughout the organization practice it. That is very, very crucial for us. That's how we take it as that's how I brought in my market research experience into my industry.
Superb. And to close this today's session, Mr. Vijaya, if you could tell, for the residential real estate, which is one technology which you have come across where you believe that there has to be a larger adoption because solving a major problem for you or for the fraternity, and which why at this stage you'll want to create a little awareness about so that more and more people adopt it. Which has been your favorite?
So what is that every developer wants? Cash flows for the project to complete in time.
Yeah.
So if we need to have cash flows, sales is very important. So we are struggling to generate leads, and then the next step is to identify whether it is a qualified lead or not. So online sales are for residential layouts or apartments or villas is the biggest technology that is very useful for so many developers, because in the beginning stage, a buyer doesn't need to actually physically see he can only verify the location. He don't need to physically come there and see it during construction stage. There is nothing. Yeah. What is that he can evaluate? He has to actually evaluate whether the location is feasible to him, whether the budget is feasible to him. You don't need to come all the way, say, from Delhi. If you want to buy here, you don't need to come and physically see the location. So if you're able to actually showcase your project online, allow the sales online, so that is the biggest advantage for the developer, because the selling cycle also will reduce a lot. I think most of you are aware, in Amravati, one project online, you don't believe, they were able to sell 1,260 apartments with the 10% payment within 4 hours.
Wow.
1,260 apartments and by government.
Super.
So they created a history because they were able to actually showcase everything. They were able to promote it properly, and government gave that confidence. So there are buyers, if you are able to actually showcase that properly, and they were able to select the apartment online, and then they have to pay advance. So within 4 hours, 1,260 apartments were sold online. So I think all the developers need to actually follow the practice of actually going into selling online, which will save a lot of time and effort for all the developers, and also will improve the cash flows.
Absolutely. And I've already become your fan because we started with this panel with a problem statement, and you are now talking about how technology is enabling the sales and the cash flows as well. There couldn't have been a better closure to this panel. Thanks a lot for being so candid. And I hope to all the audiences, in whatever limited time that we had, we could give you a few things that you can take back home around technology and its adoption. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Check, check. All right. Thank you so much for that wonderful discussion. I request you all to please remain on stage. We will be felicitating our panelists. So I would like to request Mr. Sunil Chandra Reddy, Telangana President, to felicitate Sri Nitin Mittal, please. And we can all clap now because it's a good time to do so. All right. I'd also like to invite on stage Mr. Manoj Joshi, Uttarakhand President, to felicitate Sri Sangram Baviskar. I invite Mr. P.S. Reddy, GC member, Naredco, to felicitate Sri Saurabh Tyagi. Mr. Rajendra Pate, Vice Chairman, Naredco Pune, to felicitate Sri Shashi Udyavar. Mr. Suresh Patel, President, Naredco Gujarat, to felicitate Sri Shrikant Badiga. Mr. Pradeep Jain, GC member, to felicitate Sri Vijay Sai Meka. And I request Mr. Ravi Reddy, President-elect, Naredco Next Gen, to felicitate Sri Govind Rai. So rightly said, information is knowledge, and knowledge is power. May we also have, all right, we have it all. Okay, fantastic. So, and also thank you for bringing to notice about the plastic bottles. I think that is a very important thing we need to look into. So, may we have Mr. Ashok Patni, please, on stage to do our last felicitation. All right, thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a wonderful insight to this morning's panel discussions. We shall now have a half an hour, 30 minutes, all right, half an hour lunch break. So I hope you can enjoy engaging and networking with one another. So please keep note of the time. We have a long day ahead of us, and we need to also be precise with our timings. So please respect the time that we give you for lunch. I hope you have a wonderful lunch. Thank you so much, and I'll see you shortly. Thank you. Have a wonderful meal. See you soon.
Welcome to the world of RR Global, a global conglomerate with over 1.25 billion US dollars, having presence in more than 90 countries. Welcomes you to its flagship brand, RR Kabel. Spread across 2.7 million square meters. Offers wide range of wires and cables with application ranging from household to industrial to robotics. The wires are made of 99.97% electrolytic grade pure copper. RR Kabel is the only wire and cable company in India that manufactures ROHS, REACH, CE and CPR compliant products. Its state-of-the-art factory has a rooftop solar power plant generating 1.2 megawatt electricity. Each wire passes through multiple testing done in our NABL approved top-of-the-line testing laboratory. RR Kabel has the highest international certifications under a single roof. It also meets the highest standards of safety ISO 14001-2015 systems and processes, ISO 45001-2018. For us, employee comes first.
For every pack of RR Kabel, you contribute 1 rupee towards a noble cause through Mission Roshni,
a CSR initiative of RR Global, committed to creating more smiles through various initiatives towards education, women empowerment, skill development, and sustainable solutions. We are RR Kabel, the name that stands for innovation and trust.
period dominated by dramatic geopolitical events.
One of the fastest interest rate hikes in modern history.
$1.1 trillion spent on commercial real estate, and that's the highest share we've ever seen.
The climate crisis goes hand in hand with the biodiversity crisis.
Resilient appetite and demand for prime property this year.
A key theme for 2023 is that reset, that new monetary environment that we have entered.
As the interest rate pivot approaches, market sentiment will shift quickly.
There's going to be a value play. There's a potential buying opportunity.
Nature-based solutions and the asset classes that deliver them, farmland and forestry.
We can't underestimate the power of the consumer and the psychological change that has happened.
Welcome to the world of RR Global, a global conglomerate with over 1.25 billion US dollars, having presence in more than 90 countries. Welcomes you to its flagship brand, RR Kabel. Spread across 2.7 million square meters. Offers wide range of wires and cables with application ranging from household to industrial to robotics. The wires are made of 99.97% electrolytic grade pure copper. RR Kabel is the only wire and cable company in India that manufactures ROHS, REACH, CE and CPR compliant products. Its state-of-the-art factory has a rooftop solar power plant generating 1.2 megawatt electricity. Each wire passes through multiple testing done in our NABL approved top-of-the-line testing laboratory. RR Kabel has the highest international certifications under a single roof. It also meets the highest standards of safety ISO 14001-2015 systems and processes, ISO 45001-2018. For us, employee comes first.
For every pack of RR Kabel, you contribute 1 rupee towards a noble cause through Mission Roshni,
a CSR initiative of RR Global, committed to creating more smiles through various initiatives towards education, women empowerment, skill development, and sustainable solutions. We are RR Kabel, the name that stands for innovation and trust. Welcome to the world of RR Global, a global conglomerate with over 1.25 billion US dollars, having presence in more than 90 countries. Welcomes you to its flagship brand, RR Kabel. Spread across 2.7 million square meters. Offers wide range of wires and cables with application ranging from household to industrial to robotics. The wires are made of 99.97% electrolytic grade pure copper. RR Kabel is the only wire and cable company in India that manufactures ROHS, REACH, CE and CPR compliant products. Its state-of-the-art factory has a rooftop solar power plant generating 1.2 megawatt electricity. Each wire passes through multiple testing done in our NABL approved top-of-the-line testing laboratory. RR Kabel has the highest international certifications under a single roof. It also meets the highest standards of safety ISO 14001-2015 systems and processes, ISO 45001-2018. For us, employee comes first.
For every pack of RR Kabel, you contribute 1 rupee towards a noble cause through Mission Roshni,
a CSR initiative of RR Global, committed to creating more smiles through various initiatives towards education, women empowerment, skill development, and sustainable solutions. We are RR Kabel, the name that stands for innovation and trust.
Period dominated by dramatic geopolitical events.
One of the fastest interest rate hikes in modern history.
$1.1 trillion spent on commercial real estate, and that's the highest share we've ever seen.
The climate crisis goes hand in hand with the biodiversity crisis.
Resilient appetite and demand for prime property this year.
A key theme for 2023 is that reset, that new monetary environment that we have entered.
As the interest rate pivot approaches, market sentiment will shift quickly.
There's going to be a value play as a potential buying opportunity.
Nature-based solutions and the asset classes that deliver them, farmland and forestry.
We can't underestimate the power of the consumer and the psychological change that has happened.
Period dominated by dramatic geopolitical events.
One of the fastest interest rate hikes in modern history.
$1.1 trillion spent on commercial real estate, and that's the highest share we've ever seen.
The climate crisis goes hand in hand with the biodiversity crisis.
Resilient appetite and demand for prime property this year.
A key theme for 2023 is that reset, that new monetary environment that we have entered.
As the interest rate pivot approaches, market sentiment will shift quickly.
There's going to be a value play, there's a potential buying opportunity.
Nature-based solutions and the asset classes that deliver them, farmland and forestry.
We can't underestimate the power of the consumer and the psychological change that has happened.
Over the last few years, India has transitioned from an agricultural economy to a service economy. Presently, India is the world's fastest growing major economy in the world. A Fortune 500 company, Reliance Industries Limited, is among the top 4 Indian companies to work for according to World's Best Employers rankings published by Forbes in 2021. Also, Reliance Industries Limited was placed at the 52nd position in the overall ranking of 750 global corporates. At Reliance, we believe growth is life. Participating in the infrastructure development of the country, Reliance is now establishing an integrated industrial township, the Model Economic Township or Met City.
Model Economic Township is being developed as a state-of-art industrial township. It will have all the facilities of industrial, commercial, residential and social infrastructure.
It all began in 2006 when a MOU was signed between the government of Haryana and Chairman Reliance Industries for setting up a 25,000 acres of special economic zone under a joint venture model in 13 villages of Gurgaon and 22 villages in Jhajjar. But in September 2008, with the global recession hitting the markets worldwide, the SEZ project was no exception. The financial crisis slowed down the progress of the project, which continued till 2010. Later, in a meeting with Haryana government, the scope of the project was enhanced to include DTA, logistics hub and social infrastructure to convert the project into self-sustainable and a full-fledged model economic township. A concept master plan was prepared for which application was made to Haryana government for grant of license for early development. Consolidation of land was the most challenging task, which comprised of contiguous purchase and swapping of land with the farmers. Contiguity of land is needed to have a minimum threshold for planned urban development. Farmers were given highly remunerative price for their land as compared to the prevailing market rates.
आज हम रिलायंस से खुश है। रिलायंस ने हर गांव में बढ़ चढ़कर सामाजिक सेवा में भी काम किया है। किसी गरीब की लड़की हो या कोई भी हो, रिलायंस से हर लोग, हर आदमी, हर तबका, मजदूर वर्ग भी, महिलाओं भी और सब सुखी है।
रिलायंस आए पास जी बहुत तरक्की हुई है, बहुत रोजगार मिला है, बहुत काम हुए है, बहुत खुशहाली हुई है जी।
With first license in hand, started the story of growth. In 2011, the foundation stone of Panasonic was laid. Thereafter, the first large manufacturing units were established in the MedCity project by Panasonic, Denso, and National Distribution Center by Reliance Retail. After the initial grant of 3 licenses, it was decided to further expand the development on a large scale along the State Highway 15A as it had good connectivity. The idea is to develop a self-contained industrial township on walk-to-work concept with residential, commercial, schools and other social infrastructure nearby.
In the last 15 years, we made investment of close to 7,500 crores. We plan to invest another 2,700 crores in next 5 years. which includes primarily investment in infrastructure development close to 2,000 crores. In terms of investments made by units operating in our colony, according to our information, it is close to 8,000 crores with present employment of 20,000 people, which is likely to grow to 50,000 people.
Internationally reputed consultants were invited for participation in the new global city. Considering the regulatory norms and the land profile, the zoning was done to segregate the industrial and residential components as per best planning practices, and layouts were prepared. Industry experts like Sri Ramakant Jha, ex-MD Gift City Gujarat, was inducted as advisor to advise the consultants to bring out the best master plan in addition to in-house team. In 2018, license for 818 acres for development, which is Haryana's single largest license till date, was granted, and in 2019, another 418 acres was granted, which made a lot of industrial and residential stock available. 8 globally renowned anchor customers signed up with Reliance to set up a base here in the MedCity area.
We have so far signed 350 customers, including few large customers like Panasonic, Denso, and 15 customers are operating, 33 are under construction, and 20,000 people are working here. The project has also obtained gold rating from India Green Building Council of CII, and this is the only project in North India which has obtained such gold rating.
Besides this, Reliance MedCity have undertaken logistic development in 565 acres. In Sector 3, 15 companies have already started their operations. The efforts of all these years have borne fruit, where Reliance MedCity has developed industry clusters of consumer durables, auto components, plastics, footwear, apparel and textiles, electronics and LED, industrial and high-tech products, metal products, packaging and healthcare. Reliance MedCity has excellent multimodal connectivity from all parts of Delhi NCR and other parts of India. The critical connectivity nodes to MedCity are the 270 kilometers KMP-KGP expressway network, Delhi-Jaipur NH48, Gurgaon-Jhajjar SH15A, NPR Dwarka Expressway, Faruknagar rail linkage, and the proposed Haryana Orbital Rail Corridor. With all modern amenities and access to uninterrupted power supply from its own 220 and 33 kV stations, regular water supply with WTP, OHT, UGT, private freight terminal, CETP and STP based eco-friendly disposal system, it also has an integrated control command center which uses digital technology and monitoring mechanisms to keep a strict vigil in each and every corner of the MedCity area. All these features, along with good connectivity, makes Reliance MedCity one of the fastest growing area in Haryana. That is why Reliance MedCity is regarded as the new business destination of North India. Reliance MedCity believes in the Indian tradition of giving back to society. Since the inception, Reliance MedCity is spending a considerable amount for the welfare of farmers of the nearby areas. People whose land has been acquired under the MedCity project are given an annuity amount for 33 years, which is hiked by ₹1,000 every year. Under the corporate social responsibility of Reliance MedCity, various activities on health, education, medical camps, women empowerment, vocational training, along with 4 community centers at Badli, Faizabad, Sondhi and Yakubpur have been built for villagers so that their standard of living may increase and they may be incorporated into the mainstream.
मेरे दोनों बच्चों का नवोदय जवाहर नवोदय स्कूल में सिलेक्शन हुआ है। वो सरकारी स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं सौंधी गांव में और उन्होंने रिलायंस की तरफ से पढ़ाई की है।
हमें इससे बहुत सुविधा मिली है। यहाँ पे हम जल्दी से ले सकते हैं और बाहर बाजार में नहीं जाना पड़ता। फरकनगर बहादुरपुर दूर जाना पड़ता था, पैसे भी नहीं होते थे साथ में। तो अब याद से तो बहुत सुविधा हो गई है सारी चीज़ों की हमें।
जो रिलायंस ने यहाँ पर हमारे स्टेज पर जो शेड लगाई है, इससे हम हमारे बच्चे जो अपना कार्यक्रम धूप में भी, बरसात में भी और सर्दी में भी कर सकते हैं।
The residential and commercial development is planned to accommodate affordable housing for workers, both plotted as well as high-rise group, housing society and villas at an affordable cost. With all modern amenities like club, tennis court, badminton court, basketball court, skating rink, swimming pools, outdoor dining, central water feature, garden sculpture and lawn makes MedCity a smart green space for all. MedCity has always treated its workforce as its biggest asset. This success has not come easy. It is a hard-won success story and one that has a happy ending with a positive impact on the future developmental projects here. With the support of Haryana government, Reliance is establishing MedCity as the new business destination of North India. It's just the beginning of a journey of trust, hope, faith and mutual progress forged forever in the hearts of the future generation of India.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you've had a very good lunch. I could hear some growling happening earlier, so I knew the stomachs were talking to me. So I hope you all are back and happy, so that you're all set and energized for our next segment. I would like all of you to please take your seats, get your friends or your colleagues to come back and settle so we can begin our next segment. For those who are already here, I request you to please take your seats so we can start our session. The best session. Yes, we're having the best session now. So we need everybody back for the best session, which is the next session. Correct. So we can have slight music at the same time. Did you all have a good lunch? Yes. Okay, I can't hear you. Yes. Okay, now I believe you. Okay, great. Superb. All right. So I can see most of us are back, and it's wonderful to be back. Thank you. I know you all had a wonderful session in the morning because it was really engaging, and we had some fantastic speakers and discussions. Now we're moving on for the rest of the day. In this session, we will hear from the 3 top representatives of the real estate sector who are changing India's skyline through innovation, inclusion, and expansion. And I shall continue in a bit. So every time I get off stage, you should know there's a correction which I shall update you with. So I apologize. I said 3 speakers, but there are 2 best speakers. Okay, so we will be talking about, like I was saying, innovation, inclusion, and expansion. And in this fireside chat, our speakers will discuss the burning issues of the sector today, ranging from skill management, financial management, and project-level challenges. The speakers will share their thoughts on how the sector will grow in the next 25 years. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Shri Atul Chordia, Chairman of Panchal Realty, and Shri Sanjay Dutt, MD and CEO of Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, as they come on stage. Good afternoon and welcome.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to everyone. To all the developers who are in the hall, if they can quickly raise their hand. So I know the percentage is yes. We are about to discuss what makes a great developer, what makes a great human being, what company do you build which will last more than 2 or 3 generations. And if you're a developer, there are 5, 6 things that you all desire. Should I spell it out? You want free land. You want loan at no interest. You want maximum price of the real estate. Right? Am I in line with you? You want as much capital available to you as you want, as and when you want. Is that fair? And you have a burning desire to develop a very large ego, larger than life. And you want a hotel where everybody salutes you when you walk into the hotel. Am I right? And therefore you want to accomplish everything that you desire. All that is possible only when you have the humility as a person. When you don't leave the ground, when you remain humble, when you stay to the ground, when you return every money to the banker and the lender, when every investor who invests with you goes back rich 2 or 3 multiples, when every customer buys a home, and Mr. Naidu said this morning, is happy, and there are no leakages. And behind all of this is a discipline. And I have absolute pleasure to introduce you Mr. Atul Chordia on my left, who is a living example of all of this. I've done 23 years of consulting, and when I wanted to become a developer for a reputed firm, he was one of the persons that I went to for advice. And he gave me a very valuable advice, so I'm delighted, Atul. Thank you very much. He is the most understated and humble human being, and that is what his success. So we're going to touch fundamentally on 4 aspects of his life. First, we'll talk about the journey. How did he commence and came about? We'll talk about the innovations and creations that he did. What were the tipping points in his life which transformed real estate, right? And then we're going to talk about future. It's basically 4 topics. So I'm going to get on with it without wasting too much time, Atul. Thank you once again for taking time out. Please tell us about your journey, how you started.
My journey started as a real estate broker, as you know. So after college, I got into the brokerage world because that's the only business I could see it was without capital. And I did good 10 years to 12 years of broking. Then I graduated to becoming a builder in 2003. And from that, my journey started as a builder.
Amazing.
So
you understood demand. Is it fair to say?
I understood marketing.
Yeah.
I understood marketing. Demand is always there. In every market, there is a demand. Whether there is ups and downs, low market, high market, demand is always there. With this kind of population of our country, demand can never go away. It is only how you market it, how you design your product, and then how you market it. So we started as a residential developer. We did a few projects. When I launched myself as a developer, I launched as a residential developer. Then in 2004, when the FDI opened, and I was fortunate enough to get the first 3 FDIs into my company, Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, and IREO.
You got Merrill Lynch as a holding company at a parent entity level?
That is Morgan Stanley.
Morgan Stanley.
Merrill came at a SPV level.
Yes, yes. And why did they put money to you?
It was brand new opening. People outside were seeing India as a huge market after China. And maybe I was lucky. I reached out first. I was at the right time in New York, met few people. Because of my real estate broking background, I could present the case, I could show the depth of the market. Though I never had the experience of a developer, long experience of a developer. But whatever I did, I had done very high quality work. So when those people, when they came to India, when they saw one small residential project, what I could do, and I got investment. But the investment I got was all to do commercial.
Yeah.
And that's how we got into commercial in 2004.
You had the first SEZ in Kharadi?
In 2006, we got the first SEZ permission in the country, so we built it also. That was about 4.5 million square feet, the first project. And
you know, the way he speaks...
And that time you were in Cushman and Wakefield,
Yes.
and you were the one who marketed the project.
Yes. So, you know, something I must talk about. The way he speaks, you'll never get the depth of this person, I can tell you. So I have to amplify because he will never speak with that much, conviction. All the developers are visionary because when you buy land, you have no clue how it's going to turn out. Okay, you start selling affordable. By the time you finish the project, it becomes luxury because the prices go up, right? He was the visionary to see Kharadi as a market which was not at all visible. The government and the entire country was promoting Hinjewadi. Only Atul had the vision because he saw Ranjangaon had a lot of industrialization, Chakan and Talegaon had a lot of industrialization, and a lot of expat community was living around Koregaon Park and Kharadi. And he thought there should be an IT park. This is where the growth should be. So he saw Kharadi and he went on to do, and he's right. I had the pleasure of learning development with him, and he did something very iconic. So vision is very important.
Actually, it did not start with the vision, to be very frank.
Yeah.
It started to venture East Pune versus West Pune, where the market was established. The land was extremely cheap. So I had the vision of doing something extraordinary by putting much more money than a normal developer would put in a commercial. And that's how we conceptualized Eon. And we made absolutely iconic project of the country. And because of its architecture and the size and backing of investors, so we did not have a problem of building it. And as we built it, and then you people leased it for me.
For those who have not seen, please go on the web and see Eon SEZ. For those days, it was way ahead in terms of architecture, design, efficiency, and more importantly, I had seen many foreign architects design, but they never executed it. But he did execute it at that point of time. Moving very quickly, $27 billion came between 2003 and 2008 to India. And there were 3 listings at Ames who raised private equity to invest in real estate in India. Out of $27 billion, over $7 billion only went back out of the country at that point of time. Nobody made money. All investors lost money. How did you give so much of return in that
because
market?
we were extremely transparent. We kept all the accounts clear. We never invested from one company into another company. And every investor made money because it was in the SPV. So whenever they wanted to exit after 5 years, 6 years, they all made more than 3 to 5 multiples. So I had about 5 FDI investments in in different SPVs. So in 2014, from 2004 to 14, like I had investors who stayed very long, and then Blackstone bought them out, and now today it's only me and Blackstone. So when the valuations were done, they all exited at between 3 to 5 multiples.
I remember one of the funds that Atul had, that fund was shut down. And there was a commitment from that investor to give debt to Atul. Since that was not fulfilled, Atul could have easily taken over the project without paying the money. But Atul was so kind that he actually honored all the commitments and allowed that fund to exit. So he's demonstrated a very high credibility with the financial institutions and private equity. I still remember the first debt that you raised, 300 crores from IDFC. You were a man of principle at that time. You said no to a very accomplished person at that point in time. And you till date have kept your word on that. I'm not going to go in public about it, but you want to reflect something on it?
I always believe partnerships are partnerships, whether you do with an individual, whether you do with your relative, or whether you do with a professional company like bankers and the fund. So I always had the same discipline, the same relationship, never distinguished because they are foreigners, they don't understand here to cut corners. So we never did. That itself, because of that, I kept getting money for repeatedly over 15, 20 years.
Yeah. And also those investors, when you did face challenges in the market, they supported you, right?
They always supported me. At the same time, whenever they had problems in 2007, 2008, when there was a financial crisis, I also supported them back. Never went to the agreement and wrote letters to each other. So a lot of times when they could not pay the next installment. So we never cut down on the equity. We maintained it. We drove the bad times together, and I made sure they also exited at a good price.
I will move on to the next important aspect of a business, and that is your management team. Unless you have the right people executing for you, you will not be able to accomplish. So we are talking about 40 million square feet built in the Pune city in less than 17 years across residential, ITSEZ, commercial, shopping center, hotels, 7 hotels in Pune, which means eye for detail and lot of financial discipline. How did you manage that, if you can reflect on the organization that you built?
See, I never came from a building fraternity, so I had to develop my own organization, hire the right people, put the right SOPs, and we were extremely quality conscious. You must have seen all my projects. So we have one of the finest SOPs written. Secondly, because I had so much of capital in early days, so for me the pressure was of production. I had to produce. So we set a goal for ourselves that we should at least deliver 1.5, 1.6 million square feet a year. And from 2006 onwards, we delivered 2.2 million average over 15 years consistently.
Phenomenal.
So we never, whether there was good market, bad market, our production was continuous.
But there is such a burning desire amongst developers to cut cost, especially when the returns are falling. And you continue to build the same quality even in bad times.
Yeah, because bad times is a short time, it cannot stay longer. But if you drop your quality down,
it's a huge takeaway. If you want to be a developer, and if you want to be a developer for the next few generations, you need to have that discipline and the end goal in mind. You mentioned about SOPs. Tell us about your industry first in technology.
So basically, because I became the first time builder, so I used to be on the site from the first building, me and my cousin brother. And we used to always think, we were learning construction as we gave the contracts. So we learned something called sequencing. And we used to see the other builders, what goes wrong. When the building is complete, it still looks tired, it looks dirty, the floors are bad. So we created something called sequencing in residential. What to do after RCC, what to do next, then what to do. When to do flooring, when to do woodwork. So we mastered the art of sequencing, and then we wrote down the whole SOPs of when we start the construction, what we should do first, second, third, fourth, and what we should
How
do
did you
in the
manage
end.
construction? Outsource, civil structure?
No, we did all on labor contracts initially.
Okay. So your own expertise, in-house team?
Yes, so we
governed-
created all the engineering, we created the project management team, we created a very solid construction team. And then we ventured into automation in the construction. Like we were the first people to do dry construction in India.
Yeah, I remember you did then called Oakwood Premier Suites.
Yeah, it's all with gyp
Yes.
boards and
Yes.
no bricks, no plaster construction.
So you built over 200 rooms of dry construction in Pune in 9 months, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, about 13 months we
13
opened
months.
it.
From Bhumi Puja to
Yeah.
people living inside with interiors. Yeah. That was probably the first dry construction. Normally we have a mental block that you will have, dry walls which are basically glass wool and noise will travel, but you delivered it.
Yeah, so from 2007 we've been doing dry construction. So
Tell
we
us your
built-
secret about China.
So again, we were the first early people to bring a lot of construction technology, material for hotels and all, even the furniture, the wall paneling. We did everything in the factory and just fitted on site. That's how I could build so many hotels in such short span of time. Like JW Marriott, 450-room hotel, we completed in 3 years.
Wow.
So that was a big task. Even the Oakwood Marriott Suites, 200 keys, we completed in 13 months because it was all dry construction technology. No carpenters were in the site. All woodwork was done in the factory.
So is it fair to say that you had the courage and take risk and go in a path where no man gone before? It almost sounds like a Star Wars tagline, where no man has gone before, right? So are you generally a courageous person? Is that how we sum up?
No, we were new. We did not have any history, so there was no carry forward from behind. So whatever we did it new. So even when I wanted to do fast commercial construction, we put up a precast factory. So we started doing all the beams and slabs in the factory.
I remember the timing of this. So one is doing precast factory, but Atul had the vision and the foresight to do it at a time when the global financial crisis happened. So he timed an acquisition of pre-construction technology plant from Europe during peak of recession. So he got it, 40 cents to $1? Yeah?
Yeah, no, that was another one thing, but we wanted to make sure that Pune is about, that time it was 3 million or 2 million square feet market a year. We wanted to be 70-80% market share. So we wanted to build quickly. Even when we did big residential projects like townships, we started doing toilets in the factory. Toilet takes the maximum time in a residential cycle. So you de-shutter the slab, you put the entire toilet, which is completely fitted out with glass, mirror, commodes, everything. And we could complete Panchil Towers, 3.5 million square feet in less than 4 years.
Amazing. Tell us something about the people that you nurtured in your team. Without exaggeration, Atul probably pays more to his team than all the developers sitting in this room right now. Without hesitation, I'm saying that. I know many of you must be equally generous, but I've actually seen it.
So it's not a rocket science. I don't pay them more. The salary may be the
Developers never part with money. Atul, I've seen it.
So
How do you part with money?
We have a structure. We have a complete incentive structure. If the project team of say about 40 people on site, if they complete the project as per the time, or if they complete before time.
So there's a kind of an earn-out for the
there
hard
is a
work.
huge bonus structure,
Yeah.
whether in marketing, in finance, in architecture division, in construction. So we put a very large chunk of the profits, you can say, or some money as a bonus structure.
Was it a pool or was it individual?
No, it goes into the pool and then to the
Pool,
individual.
pool.
So most of my people, they make 2 to 3 times bonus than their salary.
Just as a benchmark, one of the top global investment banking firm is Goldman Sachs. And the reason why they're so successful, there is no incentive and bonus for each individual, by the way. There is a pool, so if the company performs, only then the distribution takes place. And it's a decades of expertise. I'm sure Atul did not consult Goldman Sachs at that point of time, but he invented, and that is, again, in my opinion, a foresight.
So because of this high bonus structure, I attract a lot of good talent. Because people in other companies, when they see this company pays a very high bonus for talent.
Atul, you never saw talent in me and you never made an offer to me. Should
No,
I take it that I was not talented enough?
I advised you to join Tata's.
You did. So moving on, technology.
So my first leasing was done by Sanjay Dutt way back in 2004.
Yes.
He got me the first IT client.
Yes, I was very fortunate. We were looking for developers and Pune had no development at that point of time. I was doing leasing since 96 in Pune. And thank God Atul came on the scene. And without hesitation, I can tell you, the government of India released the IT policy, right? The STPI policy. But I've said it in many forums, while the government introduced the STPI policy, the IT sector growth in the country happened because of private developers in this country. IT as an industry would not have grown if the developers like him and you invested hundreds of crores in anticipation that IT companies will come and take space. And Pune attracts now 6 million square feet a year. And Pune at that time used to attract only 2 lakh square feet a year. So from 2 lakh square feet a year to 6 million square feet a year is a staggering progress. Pune was called Tier 2 city. But because of the developer community in Pune and considerable amount of share is with Atul, it is referred to as a Tier 1 city in India, just on the real estate front. You know, fair to say that?
So out of 6 million, we contribute 3 million.
3 million. I must say he's very generous. He allows some other developers to do business in Pune. Otherwise, he can easily do that as well. So there is a CSR angle on this side from Atul as well. You want to talk about family? Are you comfortable?
I just have 2 daughters.
Yeah.
Both
and what are you grooming them for?
One is an architect, so she's passionate to do hotels. Other one is with me on the development side.
And do you see, in my personal observation, the first generation developers are very savvy. They are street smart. They have a killer instinct. Because they go to Mantralaya and they fight with the bureaucrats and they fight with the politicians and they do stuff which I can't speak about right now, right? So there is a general belief that when new kids come, the second generations come from London School of Economics or Stanford or Harvard, coming to the business, they don't want to do the stuff that you did. Do you think they can manage without?
Maybe they cannot do the government part, but now once the organization is set, you don't actually need to do it. Then you have people, you have everything. Maybe the speed may be slow, but they will do it.
It is, I have one disagreement with Atul finally. I have seen real estate sector change. I have not seen government change. Unless somebody disagrees with me.
It's not that. In fact, the laws keep changing. We had Naredco, Credai.
We are advocating change, actually.
We keep changing the laws. Basically, instead of changing the humans, it is better to change the laws where the steps are less, the red tapeism is less. So that is what we at Naredco platform, we keep doing in Maharashtra at least.
Yeah.
We make sure we try to simplify the laws.
There are two negatives with the developer community which I have observed as a consultant. One is herd mentality, which means one man goes in this direction. Whether you like it or not, they all travel in the same direction. They figure out later that what went wrong. But they repeat the same afterwards also. The second is the temptation. Temptation of more or going to more markets. How did you control these two vices in the developer community? How did you handle temptation?
So that stopped me from failure. So I was very focused in one market. Real estate is not a market where you can go pan-India.
Bombay is 2 hours away.
Real
the
estate,
same 3 million square feet, Atul, that you did in Kharadi, if you did in Bombay, would have fetched you 4 times the value.
But I was not from Bombay, no.
So what? It's
real
same Maharashtra
real
state.
estate is a very home ground. It's a backyard business. And globally it is said. Even Donald Trump said many times. He said, whenever I went out of New York,
They lost money.
I went bankrupt.
That's true. And that is true for many other developers, even including in India, of course.
So it's not that whether you're in Bombay, Hyderabad, every city has its DNA. You have your relationship, you are local, you have the local language, grip of the geography, which in other cities you go, you will not know what is good, what is bad, what is future. So real estate has always been, for most of the developers in the world, it's a home market.
What potential do you see outside of these, segments very quickly? Are there alternates like student housing, senior living, data centers, perhaps industrial?
So in real estate, whatever you can do, you should do. But in your own city, like I'm big in data center now. So we have chosen New Bombay because of the undersea cables.
So for that business, you stepped out of
First
Pune.
time.
First time.
But it was all my build-to-suit requirement. So we signed up Google, we signed up Amazon. We are making almost 500 megawatt data center of 3 numbers, which will be one of the highest in Asia.
In the country, yeah.
In country, though by far, it's the first time. So to set up a 500 megawatt data center requires about investment of about almost $5 billion.
Do you intend to list your company and make it a public so that others can benefit from your profits?
Maybe my children will do, not me.
So he's still holding it to heart.
No, I like to be private.
Thank you. It has been a wonderful session. I wish I had more time to dwell into his life and share more of his insights. But once again, round of applause for Atul. Thank you for your time. I've really enjoyed as a friend and I've really enjoyed as a colleague and also industry partner.
But any of you developers, if you want to see the dry construction technology, the toilet pod factory, precast slabs, you're most welcome to Pune. We are happy to share the entire technology if someone wants to set up in Hyderabad or any other city. We are, and we can give you not only the factory know-how, including all the SOPs.
Thank you. Thank you, Atul. Once again.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Good.
Thank you so much for that. And I request our speakers to please remain on stage for a special moment of felicitation. I request Mr. Jay Morzaria, Next Gen President, to felicitate Shri Atul Chordia. And also I request Mr. Ravi Reddy, GC member, to felicitate Shri Sanjay Dutt as well. We have with us Mr. C. Nair. So thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Thank you so much. At this point in time, we would like to acknowledge and felicitate the following dignitaries from Rajasthan Housing Board. I'd like to call on stage Mr. Pavan Arora, Mr. T. Ravi Kant, Mr. S.S. Sahota, Mr. Joga Ram, Mr. Shanti Dahiwal. Okay, so may I have on stage the Rajasthan Housing Board, please? I'd like to request G. Chakradhar, President-elect, Naredco AP, to please come on stage. And also M. Sita Ramya, Secretary General, Naredco AP. And Mr. Chava Ramesh, Advisor, Naredco AP. And Mr. V. Suresh, to do the honors, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. In our ever-evolving world of innovation and advancement, it's only fitting that we showcase a technological marvel that has reshaped the way we experience vertical transportation. We thank Fujitech for supporting the Naredco Silver Jubilee celebration as a gold partner. I now invite you to direct your attention to the screens as we showcase a video by Fujitech, a pioneering name in elevator and escalator technology. Put your hands together as we have a look at the AV. Yes, you can clap. Thank you. That was lovely. Now, as we gather here today to gain insights and inspiration, we are fortunate to have with us Dr. Ananta Singh Raghuvanshi, the president of Naredco Mahi, who will grace us with a keynote address. Good afternoon, ma'am. How are you? Good to see you. Welcome.
Good afternoon, happening Hyderabad. How happening is Hyderabad today? I don't hear any voices. Niranjan sir asked us to give slogans, so I'm giving you a slogan, and it should be loud enough to test the glass around us and the walls. So we've been hearing about Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan. How about Jai Nirman, Jai Makan? So Jai Nirman, Jai Makan. I don't think you've had lunch. Everybody seems to be on a diet. Trident is serving yum food. I don't know what's wrong. So happening Hyderabad, we are all committed to have our happy, healthy homes. I think all of us are in the business of happy, healthy homes, and everything else is just a byproduct of that, or backward integration or forward integration. Today is a momentous occasion as together all the people in this room are creating history. I was there when Naredco was born, and I feel so privileged and honored to be here amongst all of you, my real estate family, a beautiful fraternity, to celebrate Naredco's 25th birthday. Naredco, under the able leadership of Shri Rajan Bandelkarji, our president, and also under the beautiful ideas and inspiring talks that Sir Niranjan Hiranandani ji has been giving us and guiding us, gave birth to a baby boy and a baby girl. The baby girl is Mahi, and the baby boy is Next Gen, which also has some lovely girls who we keep kidnapping from time to time. Now, what is Mahi? Mahi was an idea. Mahi was a dream. It was an idea and a dream which very few believed in. But those who believed in, a big round of applause for both of them sitting there today. And thank you so very much for believing in us. Mahi, the women's wing of Naredco, born about 2.5 years back, went through a lot of troubled twos, but today it is very strong. It's a very strong foundation with 50 super women, all of them stars and at the pinnacle of their game, of their positions. Along with them, there are 108 Mahi volunteer women who are always available to us as and when we need them. There are also 108 children who are our water warriors who are with us. And of course, we always have the support of our parent organization, Naredco. Before I move further to share with you what Mahi has been doing in these last 2 years, of course, we have done geographical expansion. We have 5 vice presidents today, North, South, East, West, and Central, and we are privileged to have 3 of them amongst us here. We also chose that why should we just be doing gender integration? There is a lot that we can give back in the ESG network space also. So we took on some challenges. We created Nirmal Jal Prayas. Nirmal Jal Prayas was born at the Plumex, and we had the privilege of Shri Hardeep Singh Puri ji to launch it. I'm the mission director for that, and we work towards advocacy and amplification of the message of water saving. The second objective that we took on ourselves was skilling, whether it was through Nipun, whether it was through Nirit, and once again, I must convey my gratitude to Shri Anand Kumar ji, who is actually the father of Nirit, because Nirit was born with his idea. RERA, NCT, RICS, and Naredco got together and we created this institute. Everything was done in 3 weeks flat, and the first batch of students passed out also. We are getting inquiries from the rest who want to also study the subject. So thank you so much, sir, for that. So after skilling, we said, what else can we do? Because we are high energy women, we need to be busy all the time, and I am privileged to have a team which is full of brains thriving with ideas. So we took on another objective, which is helping startups, and we did tie-ups with incubators, we did tie-ups with Wiki, and the presidents of all those setups are also here amongst us today. So we spread our wings geographically, north, south, east, west, central. We've got vice presidents everywhere. We took on 4 causes. In each of those causes, we worked very hard. We never lost sight of our original objective, which was gender integration. And for that gender integration, we have moved mountains. We have done over 25 Mahi talks, which are where subject matter experts come through a hybrid model. They teach you, they speak to you, they solve your problems, because industry leaders have obviously faced all the problems that the youngsters could be facing. And we can always show you the way like a torchlight. So we have that little lighthouse that we have created called Mahi Talks. We also have our Startup Fridays, where experts who fund, who guide, who have incubators, who have accelerators, help startups in PropTech to come forward and guide the youngsters to create jobs for others, to achieve their dreams. Like I said, an idea is all that is required, and we have tried to exploit all the ideas that we can think of. And believe me, you can imagine how creative 50 real estate women with 108 real estate volunteer women can be when they are sitting together. Everybody talks, and yes, sometimes everybody listens. But together, we move mountains, and we create mountain passes where we cannot create mountains. So with that, I would request you to play the AV of Mahi, which will give you some idea of the journey. And I would only cover those points which are not covered in the AV. While they are playing the AV, I would also like to tell you that for once, women have taken a lead and Mahi has gone international. Today we have our representatives sitting in Vietnam and in Dubai. So for once, Naredco can follow Mahi. So far, Mahi has been sharing a father-daughter relationship, but we are doing our best to lead from the front. So if we can have the AV, please, I'll be grateful. Thank you. Thank you. And that is just about 10% of everything that we have done so far. Because we are not the only thing on the agenda, though women love attention and we would have loved it to be that way. Today I stand before you with a heart full of enthusiasm and a mind burning with inspiration. This incredible journey that we have embarked upon together, this sweet little journey, sweet little daughter called Mahi. So what is the Mahi way? Imagine a space where ideas flow like a river, our river Mahi, where empowerment is the air we breathe and where women's voices resonate with strength. Those are our Mahi girls. My friends, Naredco Mahi represents a platform that nurtures a movement of transformation, collaboration, and empowerment. Like, again, I'm quoting Niranjan sir, he always says, it's just about grabbing the opportunities. They are all there for us. And like I always say, even eagles need a push. So that little push we are giving to our eagles here, and they are soaring very high. This beautiful movement is basically about the spirit of women. My request to all of you in this audience is, please celebrate their wins. For once, before judging them, put yourself in their shoes. I think a lot of good ideas, decisions will come out of it. Our organizations, especially in real estate, and I'm saying especially in real estate, need the creative, intuitive, and the sensitivity that women bring to the table. Let them be there in your boardrooms. Let them be a part of your decision-making processes. Let them be on ground. You will definitely benefit tremendously from that. My idea is, that talent, damn it, D-A-M. But what is happening on ground is, damn it, D-A-M-N, for whatever reasons. Initially, you may need a little more patience, but once they come up to the mark, and we see so many examples here, history gets created. So if bosses are a little more understanding in the early years, you will be amazed at what kind of committed, talented real estate leaders you will be able to create. And I don't want to take too much time because everybody here is so knowledgeable, but the idea was just to tell you about what all we are doing, the magnitude of what we are doing, and what we want to achieve through this platform. I hope that you all will support us. We have done amazing tie-ups and many MOUs with the right type of setups. We have opened windows to pools of organizations which have 80,000 women, 3,000 women, all entrepreneurs, and we are trying to help them as well. So we are not just restricting ourselves to real estate. It's a women platform which is going places and which will eventually dovetail into whatever real estate does, because real estate covers everything. And on that note, I would just thank you for your patience, but I want to once again hear my mantra, which is Jai Nirman and Jai Makan, but before everything else, it's always Jai Hind. Thank you. Have a lovely evening. One very, very important thing, that's why we have Preeti Singh here. Our Mahi world doesn't move without her. Now, in this remarkable, impactful, inspiring journey together, there are so many Mahi women who have contributed tremendously, and they have come from different parts of the country. I would request all my Mahi women to come up on stage, please, so that the world can see you. And like I said, it's all about celebrating our wins. We have girls from Pune, Chennai, Delhi, Bombay, all over the country here. Our three vice presidents, our Vice President West, Ms. Smita Patil. Smita, if you can just step forward. She's done amazing work in Pune. Then we have our Vice President South, Ms. Priya Sridhar. Priya, if you can just step forward, please. And we have our Vice President from East, Sheetal. I think she should be joining us soon as well. And of course, we have Preeti, who is our pillar of strength and support. And here we are. And let me join them.
Thank you so much for that. And ma'am, I request you to please stay on stage. I would request Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani and Sunil Mantri to felicitate Dr. Ananta Singh Raghuvanshi, please. And that was a wonderful presentation we saw of the incredible work being done by the Mahi group. And I love the analogy of the daughter and the son, Mahi and Next Gen. Lovely. Thank you so much. We now transition to a focused industry presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming on stage Shri Abdul Qadir from Swami Fund SBI CAP for his presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. It's my honor to stand before you as CIO of Swami Investment Fund, a transformational force in real estate in India on the residential side. I'm joined by my colleagues Berinder Sani and Vivek Agarwal, who are also attending this event today. They are the part of the leadership team at the fund working as principals. Now, in an industry where challenges often overcome promises, Swami Fund has emerged as a beacon of hope for home buyers. Thank you. I'm sure most of you would have heard about Swami Investment Fund, but assuming that some people in the room may be unaware of what exactly we do and how we do stuff, let me present a few slides to show you our journey. Our journey to becoming the largest social impact fund in India started 3.5 years ago, when the Honorable Government of India sponsored a real estate fund to address stress in residential sector in India and to solve the chronic problem of stall projects. So they sponsored a fund with the intent of providing completion financing to stalled residential projects which satisfy certain eligibility criteria. So simply put, what do? We provide construction financing or completion financing to stalled projects which meet certain eligibility criteria. Now, what are those eligibility criteria? They may be a bit stringent but very purposeful. To begin with, Swami Investment Fund invests on a first charge basis, which implies that in case if there is a project lender, they need to cede first charge to Swami Fund and enter into a contract. The funding goes into the project and not for takeout or refinancing, which again implies that there is no refinancing available or debt servicing available to the existing lender from Swami Fund. Though in certain cases, we do share cash flows from the project which can go towards the existing lender for existing debt servicing. The project needs to meet certain criteria with respect to eligibility for affordability. And the affordability is defined around the ticket sizes. We define ticket sizes to mean a limit of up to 2 crore apartments in Mumbai region, 1.5 crore in NCR and other metros and Ahmedabad, and 1 crore in rest of India. Now, our accomplishments speak volumes of our performance. Over the last 3.5 years, we have invested in more than 100 projects across India, and most of these deals were done in a very tough time where we faced pandemic-related challenges. We are a team of 34 investment professionals. Most of us come from marquee private equity and real estate funds and NBFCs. We're talking about completing 60,000 plus units across our portfolio, across these 100 plus sites. And monitoring and witnessing construction across our sites, we are proud to announce that today we have completed more than 20,000 units across this portfolio as we speak today. Each of them signifying our excellence and commitment to timelines. This is our geographical footprint as of now. Our portfolio spans across the heartbeats of major metropolitan cities to emerging cities and towns in India. We're present across 27 cities, and understandably, our portfolio is concentrated across Mumbai region and NCR, which comprise of more than 65% of what we do. Now, our strategy is driven by innovation. At Swami, we do many things differently that no other project lender or NBFCs in the industry do. To begin with, we provide complete financing solution, which means that when a financing is sanctioned to a particular project, we place minimal or no reliance to customer collections during the construction phase. Now, the reason for doing that is to ensure that the project gets completed without any dependence on home buyers or promoters. Now, when we do that, and the challenge is so massive, the diligence and the monitoring has to be tougher, so which is why our transactional due diligences come in. We do intense transactional due diligences, and for some of the developers who have partnered with us, they can testify this. So on a lighter note, one of our portfolio promoters, who happens to be a chartered accountant by qualification, I remember him telling us that clearing CA final exam is actually easier than passing our transactional due diligences. We have very active asset monitoring, which we accomplish through PMCs at site. So all our sites have PMC persons stationed at the site daily, monitoring the activities at the site. All the expenses are routed through the PMC. All the payments are made directly to the contractors and vendors. Now, the financing terms are not only attractive in terms of pricing, but even the flexibility at which they come. So we charge 12% IRR, being a government-sponsored fund and a fund which has social impact angle. And this pricing is standard for all projects and all geographies. We don't price in risk differently for different projects. As I said, pricing is one aspect, but more important is the flexibility. We ensure that we don't take any money out before the project gets completed. Now, Swami, in addition to being a financial partner, also acts as a major catalyst because we enjoy tremendous goodwill among home buyers. We have seen across our sites, the minute a Swami investment board, the board is put at the site, we see significant jump in volumes and prices of the apartments. We have tremendous reach. We have a massive mandate. We not only consider projects which are likely to be stalled, but even difficult cases like the projects which may be under NCLT, which may have litigations, which may be classified as NPA, projects which are supposed to be taken under the DM model or takeovers, provided they, of course, satisfy the basic eligibility criteria. These are images of some of the sites that we have. Most of the completions have been done prior to our underwriting, much ahead of the underwritten business plan and timelines. Now, what we need really is more and more projects in our portfolio. We have a massive 15,500 crore corpus to be deployed. And we have about more than 1 year before which we can take projects in our kitty. So for those of you think that there are projects which may be eligible and which may need capital from Swami, and this could be, as I said, projects which you need to take over or which may be available for takeover, which may be available for DM model, and so on, please write to us at the email ID given on the screen. We are also happy to announce that more than 30% of our projects currently are the projects where there are existing lenders, which means that the lenders in the industry also see that with the cash flow sharing that Swami gives as part of the revenue pool, as well as the financing terms and the completion that it guarantees, eventually there is capital to be made or recovered after our exit for them as well. In conclusion, I would like to thank our sponsors, Honorable Government of India, major investors like LIC, SBI, and other investors in the fund for being a major catalyst to this transformation in real estate in India. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen. We hope to create much more impact and impact more lives going forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and I'm sure you shall make a lot of impact. So please, as you stay on stage, I request Mr. Gopal Krishnan, GC member, to felicitate Shri Abdul Qadir. I'd like to call on stage Next Gen Hyderabad, the team on stage, please. May we have them on stage? They have contributed their precious time for the logistics. The Naredco Next Gen team, Hyderabad! Everybody put your hands together for them. Come on. They're the ones who have worked day and night to get all our speakers on board and make this event so happening Hyderabad. We would like to call the President, Mr. Jay Mujaria, and President-elect, Mr. Ravi Reddy. And Mr. Pratik Kataria as well. Please put your hands together for this amazing team, ladies and gentlemen. They have really made this happen for us. They work so hard, and we have to acknowledge and appreciate them. And they have received everybody. Come on, that's fantastic. Thank you so much, team. You are appreciated and valued. Thank you. Thank you so much. I have to say, it is so important to acknowledge people and their hard work. We all like acknowledgement. And when people work so hard, you should appreciate them that extra more, right? And the best way is clapping. So why don't you clap for yourselves? We all love it, don't we? Thank you. Clapping is always great energy. Moving on to our third panel discussion for the day. Our next panel discussion, I would like to invite the following chairpersons of the Real Estate Regulatory Authority to join us. Shri Anand Kumar, IAS, Chairperson, RERA, Delhi. And we are setting up the stage simultaneously, so do bear with us as that is happening. But as I call the name, the chair will come, chair and chairperson will come, so that will be great. Okay, so we are going to do this simultaneously. Dr. N. Satyanarayana, IAS, Chairperson, T.S. Shri Gautam Chatterjee IAS, former chairperson Maharera. Shri Salvinder Singh Sohota, member Rajasthan RERA. And Shri Venkatrao, founder and managing partner, Integrate Law Offices LLP. And I request our moderator for this panel, Mr. Vipin Bhatt, senior editor at CNBC Awaz, to join us on stage, please. This is the best part, right? I mean, when things are happening all at the same time, it's good fun. It's a you're giving us a standing ovation, single-handedly. I hope everyone is all set, comfortable, yes? Our panel is set? Okay, great. Enjoy the discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Countdown शुरू हो गया है. So we have 44 minutes. I think 15 minutes has been cut down from our time. So let's start quickly. तो सबसे पहले तो नमस्ते हैदराबाद, और बहुत ही खूबसूरत शहर, और आज ये बहुत ही खूबसूरत दिन है. हम आपकी यानी कि नरेडको की 25th एनिवर्सरी कह लीजिए, सिल्वर जुबली कह लीजिए, उस पर आए. तो देखिए, इत्तेफाक की बात है कि हमारा देश अपनी आज़ादी के 75 साल बना रहा है अमृत काल में, और आप अपनी स्थापना के 25 साल मना रहे हैं. मतलब भारत की आज़ादी का जो सफ़र है उसमें से 1/3 आपने उसके साथ तय किया है. आप उसके साक्षी हैं. तो बहुत बहुत तालियां आप लोगों के लिए. नरेडको का योगदान हम सब जानते हैं रियल एस्टेट के अंदर कितना रहा है और आगे कितना होगा. और आज दिन भर जो पैनल डिस्कशंस हुए हैं, जो बातचीत हुई है, उससे साफ जाहिर है कि ये संस्था अपना कितना बड़ा रोल प्ले कर रही है देश के निर्माण के लिए. तो चलिए, क्योंकि ये जो पैनल है वो रेरा के ऊपर है. अभी अनंता जी यहाँ पर थी और उन्होंने एक नारा दिया, जय निर्माण जय मकान. मैं उसमें थोड़ा सा और एडिशन कर देता हूँ, क्योंकि आज काफ़ी सारे इस तरह के स्लोगन्स आ रहे हैं. जय निर्माण जय मकान और ग्राहक भगवान, क्योंकि रेरा जो है वो ग्राहकों के लिए ही है. और जो हमारे रेरा चेयरमैन यहाँ पर बैठे हैं, उनसे हम बातचीत करेंगे कि कैसे रेरा, जो कि एक कहिए कि जिसके आने के बाद एक नया कॉन्फिडेंस आया है. देखिए, जो डेवलपर हैं वो ग्राहकों से हैं, जो ग्राहक हैं वो डेवलपर से हैं. तो ये एक दूसरे के साथ जो नाता है ये एक दूसरे पर निर्भर करता है. तो लेट्स स्टार्ट विद द इवनिंग. और सभी पैनलिस्ट का बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. चूंकि हमारे बीच में देश के पहले रेरा चेयरमैन हैं, तो मैं उन्हीं से ये शुरुआत करूँगा. गौतम चैटर्जी सर, इट्स ऑनर टू हैव यू ऑन द स्टेज. और आपसे लगातार बातचीत होती रही है. रेरा ने 5 साल का सफर तय कर लिया. टेक्निकली तो ये 7 साल हो गए. 2016 में ये बिल पारित हुआ, उसके बाद 2017 में अथॉरिटीज बनना शुरू हुई. 18 में हम मानते हैं कि इम्प्लीमेंटेशन शुरू हुआ, तो उस लिहाज से 5 साल मान लेते हैं. तो 5 साल वैसे कोई बहुत बड़ा वक्त नहीं होता है. इतना बड़ा देश, इतने सारे डेवलपर्स, इतना सारा निर्माण, पर फिर भी आपको लगता है कि इन 5 सालों में हमने वो सफर तय किया है जो सोच के रेरा की स्थापना की गई थी?
एग्जैक्टली 6 साल 3 महीने हो गए
जी.
और हम समझते हैं, सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स ये मानते हैं कि रेरा एक्ट एक गेम चेंजर एक्ट था, क्योंकि प्री रेरा में परेशानियां जो थी उसको दूर करने के लिए एक्ट लाया गया. उसके 5 प्रमुख पिलर्स जो हम कहते हैं ऑलवेज, कि इसके तहत ट्रांसपेरेंसी, फाइनेंशियल डिसिप्लिन, अकाउंटेबिलिटी अमंग स्टेक होल्डर्स एंड कंप्लायंस टू रूल ऑफ लॉ, सिटीजन सेंट्रिसिटी और ग्रीवांस रिड्रेसल जल्दी कैसे किया जाए. इन 5 प्रिंसिपल पे बेस करके पर्पस एक्ट का क्या था? पर्पस था कि जो प्रोजेक्ट्स उस वक्त, मतलब 1 मई 2017 को अनफिनिश्ड है, कंप्लीट नहीं है, लोगों को घर नहीं मिला है, परेशानी है, उन सारे प्रोजेक्ट्स को रजिस्टर करना पड़ेगा. उसके बाद जितने प्रोजेक्ट्स नए तैयार होंगे उनको भी रजिस्टर करना पड़ेगा। इसका अर्थ यही था कि प्रोजेक्ट रजिस्टर करने का सबसे प्रमुख उद्देश्य था कि इस प्रोजेक्ट को कंप्लीट करना है। सो कंप्लीशन वाज द एक्चुअल टारगेट ऑफ ये। और उस लिहाज से अगर देखा जाए तो हमने कितना उस पर तय किया है पिछले 6 सालों में, मैं समझता हूं परेशानियां बहुत थी, लेगेसी प्रोजेक्ट्स की परेशानियां बहुत थी, क्योंकि उसमें पुराने जो सब एग्रीमेंट्स हुए थे, दिक्कतें हुई थी, कॉस्ट ओवररन, टाइम ओवररन, उसके बावजूद भी आई थिंक बहुत सारा प्रोजेक्ट उसमें से कंप्लीट हो पाया है। हालांकि बहुत सारे स्ट्रेस प्रोजेक्ट्स और स्टॉल प्रोजेक्ट्स हमको जूझना पड़ेगा। दूसरा उसमें था कि इंफॉर्मेशन एसिमेट्री को दूर करना है, और वो करना है थ्रू डिस्क्लोजर्स, मैंडेटरी डिस्क्लोजर्स, और उसको जो है बहुत हद तक हम समझते हैं सारे रेरा ने उसको तय किया है। और आज उस इंफॉर्मेशन एसिमेट्री दूर हुआ है थ्रू ऑल दिस ऑनलाइन डिस्क्लोजर्स, जिसके चलते मैं मानता हूं कि आज का होम बायर वो एक एम्पावर्ड होम बायर है, और वो जो है इन्फॉर्म्ड चॉइस कर सकता है, क्योंकि उसकी परेशानी बहुत हद तक प्रोजेक्ट की इंफॉर्मेशन से दूर हुआ है। तीसरा था कि इसमें कॉन्फिडेंस जो है लोगों का बढ़ना चाहिए था, ट्रस्ट डेवलपर के प्रति बढ़ना चाहिए था, क्योंकि ट्रस्ट डेफिसिट बहुत ज़्यादा था प्री रेरा में। और मैं मानता हूं कि जिस तरह से ग्रीवांस रिड्रेसल किया गया है, 1 लाख से ऊपर कंप्लेंट्स रिड्रेस हुए हैं, कंसिलिएशन जो कि महारेरा ने शुरू किया, अब बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने उसको फॉलो किया है, उसके चलते मैं समझता हूं जो कोई डिस्प्यूट्स लोगों में थे बहुत हद तक वो कंसिलिएशन के इस मार्फत दूर होने के कारण आज ट्रस्ट बहुत हद तक बढ़ा है, और कंप्लीशन ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट्स भी हम कर रहे हैं। तो वैसे अगर कहें तो हिट्स बहुत सारे हैं, मिसेस तो हैं, वो हम बाद में डिस्कस कर सकते हैं, बट सही माने में 6 साल में 7 डेकेड का जो परेशानी था, जितना दूर होना चाहिए था, मैं समझता हूँ बहुत हद तक हुआ है।
जी बिल्कुल, हाँ तालियां बनती है इस बात पे। तो जो सर ने एक फिगर दिया कि करीब 1 लाख डिस्प्यूट्स जो हैं वो रेरा में पिछले 5 साल में अलग अलग अथॉरिटीज ने सॉल्व किए हैं, और वो अपने आप में एक बड़ी अचीवमेंट है, जबकि बहुत सारे स्टेट्स में तो अभी ठीक ढंग से रेरा एस्टेब्लिश भी नहीं हो पाया है। आनंद सर, यही मेरा अगला सवाल भी होगा कि अगर हम रेरा की बात करें तो मैं कुछ एसोचैम का एक रिपोर्ट देख रहा था, तो अभी जितने भी ये जो डिस्प्यूट्स रिजॉल्व हुए हैं ये सब 5 स्टेट के अंदर सिमटे हुए हैं। अब ऐसा तो नहीं कि देश के बाकी जो राज्य हैं उनमें रियल एस्टेट हो नहीं रहा। मैं मानता हूं कि महाराष्ट्र हो गया, या दिल्ली एनसीआर हो गया, तमिलनाडु हो गया, तेलंगाना हो गया, कुछ एक स्टेट हैं जहां पर मेट्रोस ज़्यादा हैं, वहां पर कंस्ट्रक्शन ज़्यादा होता है, वहीं पर डिस्प्यूट ज़्यादा आएंगे। लेकिन क्या पूरे देश में ये एक समान लागू हो पा रहा है, या फिर कुछ बड़े शहरों या बड़े राज्यों का फिनोमेना बन के रह गया है?
नहीं, देखिए क्या है कि अब रेरा एक्ट के बारे में, नॉट रेरा एक्ट, द RERD एक्ट के बारे में अवेयरनेस आ रही है लोगों में, और ये कहना गलत होगा कि सिर्फ रेजोल्यूशन ऑफ डिस्प्यूट्स सिर्फ मेट्रो सिटीज़ में हो रहा है। ये सब जगह, सब राज्यों में हो रहा है जहाँ जहाँ रेरा स्थापित हो गया है। और जैसे जैसे लोगों को पता लगता है कि उनकी समस्याओं का समाधान हो रहा है, वैसे वैसे ही हमारे पास ज़्यादा कंप्लेंट आती रहती है। एक आदमी का समाधान होता है, वो 10 आदमियों को बताता है, फिर 10 का होता है तो 100 को बताता है। मैं दिल्ली में बताता हूँ, दिल्ली में जब हमने शुरू किया था तो करीब हमारे पास 100 कंप्लेंट आती थी, उसके हम 1 महीने में 1 आ गई, 2 आ गई, पर जब से हमने समाधान ज़्यादा शुरू कर रहे हैं, अब हमारे पास कम से कम 50-60 कंप्लेंट हर महीने आ जाती है। सो जैसे जैसे लोगों को एक्ट के बारे में पता लग रहा है, जैसे जैसे उनको अपने अधिकारों के बारे में पता लग रहा है, वैसे वैसे ही कंप्लेंट्स बढ़ रही हैं, वैसे वैसे ही लोग समाधान चाहते हैं, और वैसे वैसे ही रेरा की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ भी बढ़ रही हैं कि हम समय पे लोगों को समाधान करें। और ये कहना में गलत होगा कि ये सिर्फ ग्राहकों के लिए, ये एक्ट सिर्फ ग्राहकों के लिए नहीं है, ये सिर्फ ग्राहकों के लिए भी है, ये बिल्डर्स के लिए भी है, ये रियल एस्टेट एजेंट्स के लिए भी है, ये सबके लिए। ये एक एक्ट फॉर ट्रांसपेरेंसी है, एक्ट फॉर एफिशिएंसी है, और एक एक्ट है जिसमें बराबर इंफॉर्मेशन सबको दी जाए।
नहीं, आप सही कह रहे हैं कि ये सिर्फ ग्राहकों के लिए नहीं है, ये डेवलपर्स के लिए भी। इनफैक्ट आज सुबह जब वेंकैया नायडू साहब बोल रहे थे, नो डाउट कोई नया रेगुलेशन आता है तो शुरुआत में वो लगता है कि भाई ये एंटी डेवलपर तो नहीं है, या कोई भी बॉडी है उसको ये लगेगा कि ये रेगुलेशन तो कह भी रहे थे ना, रेगुलेट करने का मतलब स्ट्रैंगुलेट करना नहीं है। तो एक मिनट, आप इतनी पूरी बिरादरी यहाँ बैठी है, हमारे साथ सारे डेवलपर्स ही हैं, हाथ उठा के बताएं कितने लोग रेरा का सच में स्वागत करते हैं कि सही है, ये अच्छा हुआ इसका आना? हाथ तो बहुत कम उठे हैं, या बाकी लोग डेवलपर नहीं है जो यहाँ बैठे हैं? बाहर है, ओके। एनीवेज, तो अब धीरे धीरे मुझे लग रहा है कि डेवलपर्स को भी ये बात समझ में आ रही है। तो सर मैं
एक छोटी सी बात और मैं बताऊंगा आपको कि जब हम बिल्डर्स की कहते हैं तो बिल्डर कई बिल्डर्स सोचते हैं कि रेरा इज द लेटेस्ट विलन in their act. But now most of the builders are realizing that RERA has become a brand. The moment RERA registration as number is there, the customer has got a new confidence. He goes, suppose he has got RERA number, he doesn't have a number, he is willing to give a premium to him. So RERA has become brand. And also not forget that builders are also customers somewhere. They must have taken their land from somewhere else, maybe some authority like DDA or some other agency. So if they have a problem vis-a-vis the people from whom they bought their land or understanding, they can also come to RERA.
हाँ, ये एक बड़ा पॉइंट ऑफ कंटेंशन है कि क्या रेरा के अंदर या रेरा के purview में वो अथॉरिटीज भी आनी चाहिए जहां से परमिशंस आती हैं, उस पर हम आते हैं अभी। लेकिन मैं अपने बाकी के दो रेरा चेयरमैन के पास जाऊं उससे पहले वेंकटराव साहब आपके पास आता हूं इन बिटवीन। तो 5 साल हमने देख लिए रेरा के, आपसे तो शायद इन 5 सालों में लगातार बात हुई, शुरुआत में तो बहुत ज्यादा हुई और अभी भी होती है। अगेन उस क्वेश्चन के साथ मैं आपके पास आता हूं कि जिस पर्पस के साथ हमने शुरू किया, क्या हम उस तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं या ये सिर्फ एक प्लेटफॉर्म है जहां पर प्रोजेक्ट रजिस्टर हो जाते हैं और वहां पर एक रेरा नंबर छप जाता है अखबार में, जब एडवर्टाइजमेंट आता है आप जाके थोड़ी बहुत इंफॉर्मेशन ले लेते हैं, लेकिन जब रियल डिस्प्यूट की बात आती है तो रेरा बॉडीज के पास या अथॉरिटीज के पास आज भी वो पावर नहीं है जिससे कोई डरे?
धन्यवाद विपिन जी। बिफोर आई आंसर योर क्वेश्चन, धन्यवाद नरेडको को कहना चाहूँगा और बहुत बहुत बधाई सिल्वर जुबली के लिए और मैनेजमेंट टीम को भी। ठीक बात कह रहे हैं, हम रेरा की पाठशाला के समय से जब ये शुरुआत हुई थी जब बात करते आए हैं। मैं एक बात ज़रूर कहना चाहूँगा कि एक लेगेसी इश्यूज को जो चलते हुए जो ये रेरा लाया गया है, उनको अगर आप ये एक्सपेक्ट करेंगे कि ओवर द नाइट एड्रेस हो जाए, दैट वुडंट हैव बीन पॉसिबल। बट अक्रॉस द कंट्री आई कैन गारंटी यू एंड टेल यू कि जो एक ट्रांसपेरेंसी आई है, जो एक कॉन्फिडेंस लैक कर रहा था 5 साल पहले, बिल्डर्स में वो वापस आया है, कंज्यूमर्स में वो 2 गुना ज़्यादा आया है, बिल्डर्स के ऊपर ही कॉन्फिडेंस। क्योंकि अगर आप आज इतने बिल्डर्स बैठे हुए हैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे, आप पूछेंगे एज अ डेवलपर आपको क्या लगता है रेरा आने के बाद, वो सबसे पहले ये कहेंगे कि हमारी ट्रांसपेरेंसी की बनने की वजह से जो कंज्यूमर को हमें डबल कॉन्फिडेंस देना चाहिए था, आज हमें वो इतना देने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती, क्योंकि मोस्ट ऑफ द इंफॉर्मेशन जो रेरास के काम करने की वजह से सामने आता है वो हम लोगों का एटलीस्ट 60-70% वर्क जो है वो रेरास कंप्लीट करती है। अब आप पूछते हैं कि क्या हम उसी पेस से या उसी क्या कुछ हिट्स थे तो क्या हमें मिसेस भी थे? यस, मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा कि हम फुल्ली उस लेवल तक पहुँचे हैं, बट एक प्रोसेस जिस तरीके से चलना था अक्रॉस द कंट्री वो चल पड़ा है। एक सर्टन बात आपकी ज़रूर है कि जो जिस तरीके से आईबीसी में जो एक डायनामिकली एक्ट चेंज हुआ है वो शायद हम वो कर नहीं पाए हैं। अगर हमें 3 साल में 5 साल में कुछ एक्सपीरियंस मिला है तो रिएक्टिव कम से कम होना चाहिए था, अगर हम प्रोएक्टिव नहीं बन पाते। वो मेरा मानना है कि वो एक मिस है। और जहां तक आप बात करते हैं कि रेगुलेटर्स को इसके दायरे के अंदर लाना है, उसमें कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल इश्यूज हैं, क्योंकि सुपर रेगुलेटर बनाना रेरा को क्या स्टेट वाइज पॉसिबल है नहीं है, एक चर्चा होनी चाहिए इस बात को। यस, बट ओवरऑल अगर आप देखेंगे आई थिंक वी हैव डन एक्सीलेंट जॉब। आई शुड कंग्रेचुलेट ऑल रेरा चेयरमैन अक्रॉस एंड रेरा अक्रॉस।
और आपकी इस बात में मैं एक फैक्ट जोड़ देता हूं, तो ये है जेएलएल ग्लोबल रियल एस्टेट ट्रांसपेरेंसी इंडेक्स 2022। इसमें इंडिया का रैंक है 36th, जो इससे पहले 60 के पीछे था। तो ऑलमोस्ट 30 पोजीशन का जंप है आफ्टर द इंट्रोडक्शन ऑफ रेरा, और ये एक बेहतर मार्केट की तरफ इंडिकेट करता है। राइट, तो वो सवाल वहां छूट गया वेंकट साहब की क्या हमें मोर लीगल पावर्स की जरूरत है, लेकिन मैं उस पर आगे आऊंगा जस्ट कि आपने उस पर ध्यान दिलाया, ये अच्छी बात है। सलविंदर साहब, क्या आपको एज अ अथॉरिटी ये लगता है कि अगर मेरे पास थोड़ी सी और पावर होती या कुछ और हम कह सकते अपनी अथॉरिटी से ही डायरेक्टली कोई फैसला दे सकते, तो हम ज़्यादा तेज़ी के साथ ज़्यादा प्रभावी तरीके से जस्टिस कह लूं या जो भी ग्रीवेंसेस हैं होम बायर्स के, उन्हें डिलीवर कर पाते?
विपिन जी, आपको नमस्कार और सभी साथियों को भी नमस्कार। साथ में नरेडिको को भी उनकी जयंती पर, हीरक जयंती पर उनको बधाई। जहाँ तक आपके प्रश्न का जवाब है, मेरे 2 साल से अनुभव के आधार पर, चूँकि जितने भी कानून बनते हैं वो उनको हम संपूर्ण विधि नहीं कह सकते हैं, क्योंकि बिल्कुल एक शैशवावस्था में था। 5 साल में जितनी उपलब्धियां नेरा के माध्यम से अर्जित की गई, जो बिल्डिंग और बायर का जो रिलेशनशिप था, वो जो उसमें बिल्कुल एक ये कहना चाहिए कि रुकावट आ गई थी, अब उसमें सामंजस्य बैठने की ओर हम आगे बढ़े हैं। जो बिल्डर के प्रति है, जो ग्राहक थे, जहाँ बोरोवर हैं, अलॉटी हैं, उनका विश्वास लगने लगा है, बशर्ते कि प्रमोटर ने अपना प्रोजेक्ट रजिस्टर करवा लिया है। अभी तक उनको ये पता नहीं था कि प्रमोटर उसको कब्जा कब देगा, या कब्जा देगा या नहीं देगा। जिस प्रकार से 2016 से पहले की या 17 से पहले की जो स्थितियां थी, वो जो बायर थे उनका विश्वास डगमगाने लगा था। जहाँ तक मैं अपने अनुभव के आधार पर ये कह सकता हूँ कि वो उनमें विश्वास अब जमने लगा है। ये सही है कि सारे बिल्डर एक ही कैटेगरी में नहीं रखे जा सकते। हमने जो अपने स्तर पर एवेल्यूशन किया, बिल्डर की 4-5 कैटेगरी बनाई जा सकती है। पहली कैटेगरी है जो आउटस्टैंडिंग बिल्डर है, जो भी उन्होंने अपना पीरियड दिया है कंप्लीशन का, दे आर कंप्लीटिंग देयर प्रोजेक्ट, हैंडिंग ओवर द पोजेशन अकॉर्डिंग टू देयर शेड्यूल। और उनके प्रति राजस्थान के अनुभव के आधार पर मैं कह सकता हूँ कि हमने 2 प्रकार के प्रोजेक्ट देखे हैं। सम ऑफ द बिल्डर्स जिन्होंने पहले ही कंप्लीट कर लिया प्रोजेक्ट, एंड दे हैड रजिस्टर्ड देयर प्रोजेक्ट आफ्टर कंप्लीशन, एंड although there was not a provision in the act or the statutory provision, despite that we had provided an exemption, एक exemption certificate दिया है कि they need not to register prior to commencement of the work, but they are not entitled to intend for sale और कोई एग्रीमेंट नहीं करेंगे। अप्रोक्सीमेटली हमने 1 दर्जन प्रोजेक्ट को उनको अलाउ किया है, और उससे जो बिल्डर के प्रति ग्राहक का विश्वास था, चूंकि बिल्डर के द्वारा बिल्डिंग कंप्लीट करने के बाद ग्राहक वहां देख सकता है, उसकी संतुष्टि करने के बाद वो परचेज कर रहा है, तो उसकी जो एक डाउट था, जो संदेह था कि प्रोजेक्ट पूरा होगा नहीं होगा, कब्जा मिलेगा नहीं मिलेगा, वो कम से कम उसके प्रति एक विश्वास की भावना पैदा हुई है। जहाँ तक एक दूसरा मुद्दा और है कि हम ग्राहक को या अलॉटी को कितना संतुष्ट कर पाए हैं, और जो एक्ट की जो मंशा थी वो पूरी हो पाई या नहीं हो पाई। अभी इसमें बहुत सुधार की आवश्यकता है। यद्यपि जब रारा की ऑर्डर्स और से हम
आप सही कह रहे हैं कि इसमें काफी सुधार है, और उस पर हम आते हैं एक-एक करके, वो क्विक पॉइंट्स भी उठाएंगे, वो घड़ी भी हमारे सामने चल रही है। तो सत्यनारायण सर, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कांग्रेचुलेशंस फॉर योर अपॉइंटमेंट, एंड द गुड थिंग टू टेल हियर इज दैट व्हेन आई लास्ट विजिटेड हैदराबाद, so your urban development minister, Mr. KTR, I had a chance to meet him, and he said, I asked about this regulator thing, so he said, when you come next, you got a chairman of RERA Telangana, and here the next time, and you are here. So congratulations, और 1 महीने पुरानी बात है, ज़्यादा पुरानी बात नहीं है, और आपकी अपॉइंटमेंट हो रही है। Now, what are the challenges? आपकी स्टेट में मैं देखता हूँ कि ऐसे डिलेज वाले बहुत ज़्यादा प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, चीज़ें वक्त पे होती है, बट स्टिल किस तरह के चैलेंजेस आपको लगते हैं? व्हाट आर द चैलेंजेस यू थिंक यू हैव टू डील विद द प्रायोरिटी?
Yeah, thank you so much, Vipin Bhattji, and let me first congratulate Naredco on completion of 25 years. Every time they are asking to clap for every meeting. Actually, clapping is not for us, clapping is for you, because I am a neurobiologist. In your hands, there would be 38 neuroreceptors. If you activate that, first help is, many are, I think, above 40, 50, your joint pains will be addressed. So keep
Please
clapping
clap.
always. Second point, when we crossed 40, 50, you are like a walking temple for the society. You need to give the expertise and the learnings to the future generations. That means you should have memory. This clapping will improve the memory. Clap.
So now this is sure that RERA is now in good hands.
Third point, nowadays maybe our society's the thinking paradigm is like that. Because recently I have been told, I have been telling the people who come to me, recent happening, this is a bad happening, this is the bad news on wrong reasons. Recently there was a results of intermediate. So 22 students, they committed suicide because they got less marks. This speaks volumes about our society's thinking paradigm. That means small things we are getting the stress. So this clapping will address the stress. So kindly do that. Okay, coming to the subject, wonderful point you raised. So Naredco, I think they are celebrating Silver Jubilee. That means as far as this sector is concerned, this organization is 25 years old. Maito, he told, I am only 1 month, 25 days old. This Satnarayan, as far as this sector is concerned. I was fortunate, unlike others, I am not how to sit, how to walk, how to run, jogging, then run, no. Because I am jumping the steps. Because before I join an appointment, first my exposure to get Bhagavad Gita is our Anand Kumar Saab. I went to Delhi for some other meeting. I had some 2 hours, 3 hours of Bhagavad Gita. He taught me. After this, after my joining, first I went to what you all telling, the pioneer on the sector, our Gautam Chatterjee sir. I spent about 2-3 hours in his home, and as if I thought I could see Datsri in him. Like a grandfather of the regulation, development, promotion, whatever there is in the act, R&D, not regulation and promotion and development. So wonderful, I blessed, and maybe in 2-3 days I took everything like Abhimanyu. So in that time only I learnt. Again, of course, I am happy to see Silvendra Singh Sautasib. I could not go to Rajasthan that time. I had been to 7 most urbanized states to learn, because our Honorable Minister, KTR Saab clearly told, Satnarayan, Telangana is known for excellence, known for wonderful best practices. I expect from you. So that's why you kindly go to all urbanized states, learn the best learnings. So I went to Gautam Chatterjee sir. When he went, maybe 20-30 minutes he explained about consumer forums, section 32G. So it found to be very wonderful, and this can be comparable to what Lord Krishna does. And also, because he explained so many things. See, as you were telling, and Venkataraw Saab also told, and our Anand Kumar Saab also told, no, they see villains for us. It all depends on what kind of tinted glasses you wear. If you have that kind of tinted glasses, everybody will see like that only. You should have tinted glass like that of Mother Teresa. So then everybody will be like that. So it's all how you tint. The tint will come only deep-seated knowledge on that aspect. As Sir told, RERA is nothing but your trump card. RERA is nothing but your brand. I think maybe you will be having so many real estate agents. Our RERA is equal to 10,000 your real estate agents. That too on positive side. Because our face is in front of you, and with that they repose confidence and faith. It is only actually promotion. RERA is helping that. Your regulatory mechanism, for everything it is required. For children also it is required. For your families also required. For your body also it is required. As Mahi RERA was saying, it is not just real estate, it is total. So total means real estate sector. Real estate sector started with built environment. Built environment created by the human being. So built environment is deviation from the nature. So that must be taken care. If you don't take care, nature will take care of us. So what happened in Himachal Pradesh? What happened recently in Uttarakhand? Same thing can happen anywhere.
So, sir,
so that's
I'm
why.
sorry to interrupt, but we are now left with only 22
subject,
minutes
sorry.
only. You're speaking very well.
I'm just coming.
Yes.
So our subject, as far as this is concerned, now I don't see many problems, because the Act is so supervisory, regulatory machinery that they have established. Speedy dispute redressal is there. Special Telangana and Hyderabad, if you see, we are fortunate, our people, they know. In 2006, we brought in 86 GO, thereby mortgage clause is there. After that, in 2012, we have common building rules. And our act also after formation of Telangana, restructured, reframed, it is citizen-centric, e-centric, because using the advancement of technology, even TS BPAS we can see, TS APAS you can see, instant permissions are there. Like that, our Honorable Minister, our Honorable CM, actually visioned this sector must be promoter-centric, user-centric, and customer-centric, maybe agent-centric. And that way, we are going to promote as such in Hyderabad, in Telangana. Not many problems. So, those problems are...
That's good. That's good on the part of the consumer, and you have to make it ensure that...
I think I bored.
Now that
thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. It's a long one, but it comprises a lot of things. So, thank you for this thing. गौतम सर, जो मेन एक इशू था जिसकी हम बात कर रहे थे, उस पर आता हूं कि क्या करना होगा। यहाँ से 5 साल हो गए, हमने एक लेवल अचीव कर लिया, लेकिन इस लेवल के ऊपर उठने के लिए, क्योंकि सारे स्टेट्स में अलग अलग बॉडीज हैं, कोशिश ये थी, आई थिंक हरदीप सिंह पुरी साहब ने पिछले साल बोला भी था कि कुछ एक कॉमन प्रोग्राम होना चाहिए सारी रेरा बॉडीज के बीच में, लेकिन वो होता हुआ दिख नहीं रहा। क्या एक बड़ी सेंट्रल अथॉरिटी की जरूरत है जिसके अंदर सारी रेरा बॉडीज आए, एक बड़ी रेरा बॉडी की, एक सेंट्रल रेरा बॉडी की?
नहीं, मैं नहीं मानता हूँ कि सेंट्रल अथॉरिटी इन रेरा के ऊपर आना चाहिए, क्योंकि इस फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर में जो स्ट्रक्चर है, सेंट्रल एक्ट है और राज्य सरकारों को नियम बनाने के लिए दिया गया है, और हर राज्य सरकार ने अपना अथॉरिटी बनाया है, और अथॉरिटीज़ ने अपने आप इकट्ठा होकर एक I4 रेरा बनाया है, ऑल इंडिया फोरम ऑफ रेरा, जहाँ पर कि गुड प्रैक्टिसेस शेयर होता है, कौन सी चीज़ें आगे हम लेके चलेंगे, कौन सा हम अडॉप्ट करेंगे। मैं समझता हूँ उसको और एक्टिवेट करने की आवश्यकता है, ताकि जो यूनिफॉर्मिटी रोल आउट के लिए चाहिए वो उसमें और आ जाए। एक चीज़ हमको याद रखना पड़ेगा कि एक्ट जो था, इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन बहुत डिफिकल्ट था, क्योंकि इस एक्ट ने वो पुराने लेगेसी प्रोजेक्ट्स को इसमें लाया, और लेगेसी प्रोजेक्ट्स को कैसे टैकल करना है और नए प्रोजेक्ट्स को कैसे टैकल करना है, उसके लिए एक ही यार्ड स्टिक रखा गया।
राइट।
अब पुराने प्रोजेक्ट्स में इतनी परेशानियां थी, अगर आप देखें एक वक्त ऐसा था कि 90% ऑफ द कंप्लेंट्स वेयर पर्टेनिंग टू ओल्ड प्रोजेक्ट्स। तो बहुत हद तक नए प्रोजेक्ट जो आए हैं उसमें परेशानियां लोगों की बहुत घटी है और थिंग्स आर फॉलिंग इन प्लेस। बट देन द क्वेश्चन दैट कम्स अप इज कि आगे चलते, जो इन्होंने वेंकट राव ने जी कहा, वी कैनॉट बी अ टोटल स्टैटिक थिंग कि एक बार बना दिया एक्ट तो वही चलता रहेगा। आईबीसी बार बार उसमें जो है दे हैव गॉन, उन्होंने पहले होम बायर को फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर बना के लाया, लेकिन हमारे यहाँ पे हम सोच के चल रहे हैं कि हमारा रियल एस्टेट प्रोजेक्ट में हम 3 स्टेक होल्डर्स को लेके चलेंगे तो प्रोजेक्ट आगे बढ़ जाएगा, मतलब डेवलपर्स, एजेंट्स और होम बायर्स। ऐसा नहीं होता है जी, एक स्टेक होल्डर एक प्रोजेक्ट में बहुत सारे होते हैं, और अगर पर्पस ऑफ द एक्ट इज कि हम प्रोजेक्ट रजिस्टर कर रहे हैं, उसको कंप्लीट करना है, प्रोजेक्ट में कोई अगर डिफिकल्टीज आ गए, कुछ स्ट्रेस्ड हो गया, स्टॉल्ड हो गया, तो बाकी सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को आप जब तक अथॉरिटी, रेगुलेटर उसको साथ में नहीं ला सकता है, तो प्रोजेक्ट को आगे हम नहीं बढ़ा सकते हैं। और मेरा मानना है कि एक्ट के रेगुलेशन इसमें जो है अमेंडमेंट्स करके सेक्शन 8, सेक्शन 31, सेक्शन 37 है द पावर ऑफ द रेगुलेटर टू गिव डायरेक्शंस, इट शुड हैव द पावर टू गिव डायरेक्शन टू एवरी स्टेक होल्डर by defining who is the stakeholder. उस stakeholder में officials of competent authority हैं, financial institutions हैं, landowners हैं, investors हैं, मैं समझता हूँ इनका होना जरूरी है। सेक्शन 8 में भी एक प्रोजेक्ट फंस जाता है तो उसको कंप्लीट करने के लिए सिर्फ एसोसिएशन ऑफ अलॉटीज से प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट नहीं हो सकता है, उसमें बाकी स्टेक होल्डर्स को रेगुलेटर उसको लाएगा तभी प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट होगा। और कुछ परेशानी अगर किसी स्टेक होल्डर को हो तो सेक्शन 31 में वो कंप्लेन कर सकता। मैं समझता हूँ ये चेंज होना बहुत जरूरी है।
नहीं आनंद सर, ये एक बहुत ज़रूरी चीज़ है कि आपने एक बार लॉ बना दिया उससे काम नहीं चलेगा, आपको लगातार, क्योंकि एक कंटिन्यूस प्रोसेस है, आपकी टेक्नोलॉजी बदल रही है, चीज़ें बदल रही हैं, रिक्वायरमेंट बदल रही है। आपने एक बार लॉ बना दिया, उसके बाद तो क्या स्टेट फोरम्स को साल में 1 या 2 बार लोगों के साथ, सभी स्टेक होल्डर के साथ एक सर्वे करना चाहिए, कोई फोरम बना के बातचीत करनी चाहिए, जैसे कंसिलिएशन वाली एक प्रोसेस जो महारेरा ने शुरू की थी, उससे आपका लीगल प्रोसेस का टाइम बचता है। तो क्या इस तरह के स्टेप्स अगर रेरा बॉडीज उठाएं तो ज़्यादा बेहतर तरीके से, चाहे डेवलपर्स हो चाहे ग्राहक, दोनों के जो इश्यूज हैं उन्हें एड्रेस किया जा सकता है?
देखिए, स्टेक होल्डर से बात करना तो बहुत ज़रूरी है और ये बड़ा रेगुलर इंटरवल पे होना चाहिए, और हर एक रेरा को अपने स्टेक होल्डर्स में अलग अलग बात करनी चाहिए, क्योंकि दिल्ली की के जो स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनकी डिफरेंट प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, हरियाणा की डिफरेंट प्रॉब्लम्स होंगी, सो सबकी अलग अलग प्रॉब्लम है। कई जगह पे कॉमन प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं, तो जो कॉमन प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं तो उनको I4 जो हमने सर ने बताया कि एक फोरम है, उसके माध्यम से जितने भी हमारे जैसे नरेडको है, क्रेडाई है, इन सब की उसके थ्रू बात करनी चाहिए, और जहाँ पे भी कोई प्रॉब्लम है उसका हल क्या होगा वो हमें देखना चाहिए, और उस हल को कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करें उसका सुझाव सरकार को देना चाहिए। तो ये तो आपका इस प्रश्न का आंसर। दूसरा प्रश्न जो आपने पहले पूछा था वेंकट साहब से कि क्या रेरा इफेक्टिव है। रेरा इफेक्टिव अभी उसी हद तक है जहाँ तक कि हम कॉन्फिडेंस ला पा रहे हैं कस्टमर्स में, बिल्डर्स में, पर जहाँ तक एग्जीक्यूशन का सवाल है कि जो ऑर्डर हम पास कर देते हैं उसको एग्जीक्यूट हम नहीं करते, उसको एग्जीक्यूट रेवेन्यू अथॉरिटी करता है, और वहाँ पे डिले होता है। डिले होता है, हमने तो रिफंड ऑर्डर कर दिया, हमने कंपनसेशन भी ऑर्डर कर दिया, पर वो पैसा उसको मिलेगा कि नहीं वो रेवेन्यू अथॉरिटीज़ के ऊपर डिपेंड करता है। तो रेरा को क्यों ना सिविल कोर्ट की पावर दी जाए ताकि रेरा इटसेल्फ शैल बिकम ए एग्जीक्यूटिंग अथॉरिटी, वन। दूसरा सर ने कहा कि रेरा के पास सिर्फ बिल्डर्स, रियल एस्टेट एजेंट और होम बायर्स, अलॉटीज को डायरेक्शन देने की ही अधिकार नहीं होना चाहिए। इनको सबको, जितने भी स्टेक होल्डर्स हैं उनको डायरेक्शन देने का अधिकार होना चाहिए। अब हम दिल्ली में क्या करते हैं जी, हमें पता है कि हमारी वो सीमित है, पर फिर भी हम अलॉटीज के इंटरेस्ट में या जो भी स्टेक होल्डर के इंटरेस्ट में हम एमसीडी को भी डायरेक्शन देते हैं, हम डीडी को भी डायरेक्शन देते हैं, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली व्हाट एक्ट वांट्स कि जितने भी अलॉटीज हैं उनको घर जल्दी से जल्दी मिले, और अगर उस उद्देश्य से हम किसी को भी डायरेक्शन देते हैं तो वो गलत नहीं होगा। तो ये दो चीज़ें हैं।
नहीं ठीक है, आप कह रहे हैं कि रेरा को सिविल कोर्ट्स के पावर होने चाहिए। एक छोटा सा जनमत संग्रह यहीं करवा लेते हैं। हाउ मेनी पीपल आर इन दिस फेवर? रेरा के पास कोर्ट्स के पावर होने चाहिए, सिविल कोर्ट्स के। एक हाथ, दो हाथ, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, ठीक है ठीक है। फिर भी देखिए वो एक्सेप्टेंस धीरे धीरे आएगा, और लेकिन ये फायदे की चीज होगी। मुझे लगता है इससे समय बचेगा, इससे डिस्प्यूट जल्दी सुलझेंगे, कंसिलिएशन में अगर चीजें निपट जाती हैं तो और अच्छी बात है, वो सबसे अच्छा रास्ता है। और आई थिंक गौतम सर
आप दूसरे क्वेश्चन का वो भी कर लीजिएगा,
बताइए
कि स्टेक होल्डर्स को क्या पावर, वो डायरेक्शन देने की पावर होनी चाहिए। सब हाथ उठाएंगे।
बिल्कुल नहीं, वो भी उतना ही जरूरी है। क्या स्टेक होल्डर्स मतलब आपको जहां से परमिशन चाहिए होते हैं, जिसके लिए आप कई समय तक परेशान होते हैं, बहुत कुछ करना पड़ता है, क्या उनको डायरेक्शन देने की भी पावर रेरा के पास होनी चाहिए? रेज योर हैंड्स प्लीज। अब इसमें तो उठाना चाहिए, ठीक है। नहीं ये बात है, और ये तो आई थिंक जिस दिन रेरा बना था तब से ये सवाल आता है, क्योंकि बहुत सारी ऐसी चीजें होती हैं जहां पर इनका भी बस नहीं चलता, डेवलपर्स का भी, और अगर उसमें चीजें अटक रही हैं तो फिर प्रोजेक्ट डिले होते हैं, उसको कोई कैसे ठीक करेगा। राइट वेंकट साहब, अभी थोड़ी देर पहले हमने स्वामी फंड का प्रेजेंटेशन देखा। उस प्रेजेंटेशन से देख के ये लगता है कि अभी भी सब कुछ अटका है। वो कह रहे 15,000 करोड़ की कैपिटल है, आइए, तो फिर हम अभी भी उसी ट्रैप में फंसे हुए हैं। जो सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत है प्रोजेक्ट डिले की, वहीं पे कंज्यूमर का सबसे बड़ा दर्द है, उस दर्द से अभी भी बाहर नहीं निकले।
एब्सोल्युटली। देखिए अनफॉर्चुनेट सिचुएशन है। अभी हमने सुबह चेयरमैन साहब, वाइस चेयरमैन साहब ने सुना कि 1.25 लाख करोड़ का मिनिमम होना चाहिए। अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम 4 साल में 25,000 करोड़ नहीं डिप्लॉय कर पाए। द रीजन इज कि जो स्टक प्रोजेक्ट्स है, अब आप एक क्लासिक एग्जांपल अभी सर कह रहे थे गौतम सर की, जो सेक्शन 8 का जो बात करते हैं हम, आईबीसी जिस तरीके से इवॉल्व हुआ है, और अगर आप चाहते हैं, इवन अभी रिसेंटली माननीय अमिताभ कांत जी का रिपोर्ट जो स्टक प्रोजेक्ट्स की बात करते हैं, वहां को डेवलपर इंट्रोड्यूस करने की बात करते हैं। इफ यू सी द रिजिडिटी इन द एक्ट, एंड इफ यू वांट कि आगे बढ़ के जो कोई अच्छा डेवलपर आए या स्वामी फंड उनको सपोर्ट करे, आपको वो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी अगर आपने रेगुलेटर बनाया है तो उनके ऊपर सौंपना चाहिए। वो एक डिसीजन लेते हैं, आप उसको ऑनर कीजिए। आखिर आप 1992 की बात करें, सेबी जब आया था, टूथलेस टाइगर कहा गया था। दे evolved and amended the act. Now it is not a draconian SEBI, it is a regulated SEBI. So regulator आता है, स्लो डाउन होता है, बट एडिक्वेट पावर्स होने की आवश्यकता है। मेरा मानना यह है कि ये चेंजेस सभी डेवलपर्स के लिए भी अच्छा रहेगा। इवन जो सिविल कोड की बात कर रहे हैं सर, वो खास करके कंज्यूमर बेस्ड कह रहे हैं कि ताकि उनके एग्जीक्यूशंस ठीक हो सकें, उनकी प्रोटेक्शन रह सके, तो ये पावर्स आपको एडिक्वेटली देना चाहिए। और वो पावर्स जब तक इवॉल्व नहीं होंगे, जो फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी अगर रेगुलेटर के पास नहीं रहेगी, हमारी लेगेसी इश्यूज और हमारा रियल एस्टेट में जो इवॉल्विंग चैलेंजेस हैं वो हम मीट नहीं कर पाएंगे। तो आई थिंक इट इज हाई टाइम, इट नीड टू बी रिव्यूड एंड powers are to be given. Even Swami Fund cannot deploy unless you have the flexible model for them to deploy. So वो एक चैलेंज है, मेरा मानना है कि वो एड्रेस करना जरूरी है।
और जहाँ तक फंड्स की बात है कि देखिए एक रेगुलेशन किस तरीके से जो इंडस्ट्री है उसमें मनी के जो बैलेंस को करता है, तो बिफोर रेरा हमारे पास करीब जो हमको एक फॉरेन ऑलमोस्ट जितना कितना रेजिडेंशियल सेक्टर में जो इन्फ्यूजन हुआ था वो 9.8 बिलियन डॉलर्स का था। ये आंकड़ा है 2013 से 17 के बीच का। उसके बाद रेरा है, और अकेला रेरा नहीं है, आई थिंक और भी बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स होंगे, लेकिन स्टिल वो 44% घट गया और नाउ द रिक्वायरमेंट इज ओनली 5.5 बिलियन डॉलर्स।
विपिन जी, इसका कारण थोड़ा लेगेसी इशू भी है। देखिए, रिजिडिटी रेरा आने की वजह से नहीं बढ़ा, रिजिडिटी नहीं बढ़ा, बाकी अभी मेरे ख्याल से
मैं इसको पॉजिटिव वे में बता रहा हूं कि आपको पहले इतने ज्यादा पैसे की जरूरत नहीं। इसको अगर हम थोड़ा सा मैं बाइफरकेट करूं तो मोस्ट ऑफ द डेवलपर जो पैसा लोन के जरिए आता है, क्योंकि कंज्यूमर का जब कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ेगा तो लोन लेगा, लोन के जरिए जो फंडिंग हो गई तो आपको बाहर से इक्विटी उठाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। ये जो आप इक्विटी बहुत महंगी उठा रहे हैं,
कंज्यूमर मनी इज गेटिंग रीडिप्लॉयड इनटू द प्रोजेक्ट्स, दैट इज अ पॉजिटिव इफेक्ट ऑफ द एक्ट। सो यस, फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी जरूरी है अथॉरिटीज को और एक्ट में अमेंडमेंट्स की जरूरत है, बट एट द सेम टाइम एक सेल्फ डिसिप्लिन जो डेवलपर्स में आया है, जो फ्लाई बाय नाइट जो ऑपरेटर्स आपको दिखे नहीं दिखते हैं आज के तारीख में, आप देखेंगे एक डिसिप्लिन आया है, वो भी मेरे ख्याल से डेवलपर कम्युनिटी को हमें कंग्रेचुलेट करना चाहिए।
नहीं, उसके लिए तो कांग्रेचुलेशंस हैं ही, और इसीलिए देखिए मैं तारीफ करूंगा नेरेडको की। राजन सर बहुत धन्यवाद, निरंजन सर, कि आपने मुझे मौका दिया आज यहाँ आने का। ये एक तरीके से मतलब हिटिंग योर ओन आई वाला मामला था कि आप किसी कंज्यूमर चैनल के एंकर को यहाँ बिठाएं कि आओ हमारे ही घर में ये बात करो। थैंक यू वेरी मच। तो ये बताता है कि इंटेंशंस कितने अच्छे हैं, सोच कितनी अच्छी है। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर, एंड आई रियली अप्रिशिएट दिस थिंग। प्लीज तालियां। तो इसी चीज पर अब आगे एक और सलविंदर से एक सवाल है कि लोग रेरा तक पहुंच रहे हैं, लेकिन ऐसे प्रयास नहीं दिखते कि रेरा ग्राहकों तक पहुंचने की कोशिश कर रहा है। मैं एग्जांपल के तौर पे बताऊं कि थोड़ा अवेयरनेस वाली बात है कि भाई एक बॉडी है जो आपकी मदद के लिए है, लोगों को इतना पता है कि हाँ रेरा रजिस्ट्रेशन नंबर देख लेना है, लेकिन उससे आगे कुछ ऐसा किया जाए, कुछ कैंपेन चलाए जाए या कुछ रीच आउट प्रोग्राम किया जाए जहां आप लोगों से जुड़े और उन्हें पता चले कि रेरा में उनके क्या हक हैं।
विपिन जी, मैं राजस्थान के संदर्भ में आपको दो जानकारी देना चाहूँगा। नंबर 1, पूरे राष्ट्र में रेवेन्यू लैंड से कन्वर्जन होता है, लोकल बॉडी करती हैं या रेवेन्यू एजेंसी करती है। पिछले 6 महीने पहले राजस्थान ने एक डिसीजन लिया था कि लोकल बॉडी और डेवलपमेंट बॉडी जो भी अपने स्तर पे कन्वर्जन करती हैं और लैंड उनमें इन्वेस्ट कर जाती है, एंड अल्टीमेटली वो जो डेवलपर या बिल्डर उसको डेवलप करता है, और पट्टे जो या लीज इशू करती हैं लोकल बॉडी या डेवलपमेंट बॉडी इशू करती हैं। वी हैड इशूड ए डायरेक्शन टुवर्ड्स दी लोकल बॉडीज एंड डेवलपमेंट बॉडीज कि जब तक उस प्रोजेक्ट का रेरा में प्रायर रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं हो जाएगा तब तक कोई भी प्रमोटर उसका बेचान नहीं कर सकता। एंड इफ इट इज
उसका क्या, सॉरी, जब तक रजिस्ट्रेशन नहीं होगा तब तक
उसका लीज इशू नहीं होगा। कोई वो एक प्रकार से जो कह सकते हैं फ्रॉडुलेंट एक्ट है वो बंद हो गए। पहले हमारा रजिस्ट्रेशन होता है, उसके बाद विच एवर लीज इज टू बी इशूड, ए लिस्ट इज प्रोवाइडेड बाय द डेवलपर टू द यूआईटी और द लोकल बॉडी और द डेवलपमेंट बॉडी फॉर इशूएंस द लीज। वो विदाउट दैट वो लीज इज बीइंग नॉट इशूड।
ओके,
प्रायर टू दैट
कुछ कहना चाहते हैं सर?
अवेयरनेस के मुद्दे पे मैं ये बताना चाहूँ क्योंकि रेरा के सारे लोग हैं और मैं भी उसके लिए जवाबदार हूँ। सेक्शन 33 ऑफ द एक्ट में ये जवाबदारी दी गई है अथॉरिटी को कि आप अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करें। और अवेयरनेस आज मैं समझता हूँ कि वन ऑफ द मिसेस ऑफ द रेरा एक्ट पिछले 6 साल में कि हमने अवेयरनेस इतना तक ही क्रिएट किया है कि आज एक बायर बड़ा अवेयर हो गया है कि हमको रेरा रजिस्टर्ड प्रोजेक्ट करना है, लेकिन उसके आगे जाके रेरा रजिस्टर्ड के अलावा और सारी चीज़ें, बहुत सारे पैरामीटर्स का इंफॉर्मेशन डिजिटली इज अवेलेबल इन द पब्लिक डोमेन, वहाँ भी हमको देखना है और हमको जो है इन्फॉर्म्ड चॉइस करना है। ये अवेयरनेस क्रिएशन के लिए मैं समझता हूँ सेक्शन 33 में आवर फ्रेंड्स नीड टू एक्ट फर्दर।
नहीं, सही बात सर। आप कुछ
मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहूँगा कि इट्स नॉट दैट इट्स नॉट ऑन आवर माइंड। In I4 RERA, every RERA has discussed this, that we need to create awareness. But it costs money.
Yeah.
And most of the RERAs don't have money.
ये एक सवाल था मेरे जहन में
तो ये
कि क्या आप लोगों के पास काम करने के लिए सफिशिएंट मैन पावर, बजट, टेक्नोलॉजी, ये सब चीजें हैं? बना तो दिया हमने रेरा, पर डू यू हैव?
देखिए नहीं, देखिए it depends on number of projects which every state has. But it does not mean that customers do not have a problem. Like we have in Delhi a problem of land pooling policy, where there are around 10,000 odd more people who suffered because of that and who has deposited their money and they want their money back. But I have very limited projects. So since I have limited project, I got limited budget. Since I got limited budget, I cannot create awareness. So what I depend on friends like you. I say, right, I cannot give you advertisement, but please give me a press release. So that's how we are trying to create awareness. But now we are collaborating with agencies like Naredco, Credai. They are coming forward to help us, and they have said that they will carry out advertisements in the public interest. So the dialogue is on. So what I would request is that public awareness, please don't think that's only the responsibility of RERA. Please help RERAs out to create this awareness.
Right. तो सत्यनारायण सर, आपको अपॉइंटमेंट के साथ बढ़िया बजट मिला। वी होप कि तेलंगाना ने काफी आपको स्कोप दिया होगा। और आपसे एक रिक्वेस्ट है जो मैं अभी करूंगा आपके जवाब के बाद।
Thank you very much, and this is wonderful aspect. It is surprising to me actually. When I was in the municipal administration department, that is a totally different picture because of its importance and addressing the issue in a holistic approach. When I met the Honorable Minister, he said, I said, because I had been to 7 states, then I asked, I need request staffing. No issue, Satyanarayan will give. Also take 300 crores.
And
our finance special CS also said, take 300 crores and do. Then I told her, sir, I don't need money because I have money. As sir was saying, we have a number of projects, we have money with us. I asked only the staff, no, whatever you want, you take. And also take 300 crores because now you should make tech-driven regulation and building the capacity and all that. As far as Telangana is concerned, no issue with regard to the funding and also staffing. Thank you so much.
So shall we expect a good website and app-based approach? अभी तक I think किसी ने कोई ऐप नहीं बनाया है, right? वेंकट सर, कोई ऐप नहीं है क्योंकि कंज्यूमर तो अब तो ऐप के बिना कुछ होता ही नहीं है.
Not yet. A couple of efforts have been made in Gurgaon. I personally know that, but no app-based so far. But yes, Maharashtra RERA has this barcoding thing and satellite mapping, which UP RERA is also having, and probably Delhi RERA is proposing. So that kind of a thing is there, but there is no app-based approach yet.
So shall we expect from Telangana RERA that the first app will be introduced from this state only?
Yes, because when I had been to Maharashtra, I have seen that they have given to PwC, they are working on that. Presently, Maha Online we are using. And also I went to UP. I met Dr. Durga Shankar Mishra ji and also Chairman UP. And I have seen they actually studied all these IT modules and they derived and formulated RFP that I have taken. Now we entered the agreement with our Center for Good Governance, definitely app-based and with mobile governance, mobile-based services and app-based service, definitely we are going to do. Maybe within not 6 months I can say, but within 1 year we are on that. Our Honorable Minister also, IT happened to be IT Minister. The drive is there, trust is there, and focus is also there. We will work on that only. The minimum government, maximum governments can happen only with IT based.
चलिए, तो यहाँ सत्यनारायण जी प्रॉमिस कर रहे हैं कि सबसे पहले तेलंगाना से ही ऐप आएगा रेरा का, एंड दिस इज अ गुड थिंग, क्योंकि उससे कनेक्टिविटी बहुत आसान होती है। आई थिंक बाकी स्टेट्स में भी हम जो वेबसाइट है वो बड़ी डेटेड सी लगती है, थोड़ा इंप्रूवमेंट होता हुआ देखेंगे। हालांकि मुझे एक पर्ची दी गई थी कि वेरी गुड डिस्कशन, यू कैन कंटिन्यू फॉर अनदर 5-10 मिनट्स व्हेन द टाइम इज ओवर, लेकिन पीछे की जो सीटें देख के लग रहा है कि ऐसा कुछ हो नहीं रहा, ये तो पूरा खाली हो गया हॉल। एनीवे, हम अपनी बातचीत।
विपिन जी, टेक्नोलॉजी की जब बात हो रही है, एक चीज जो मैंने आज के सेशन में देखा, जो पहले क्रेडाई या नेरेडको के सेशन में कभी हुआ नहीं था, एक पूरा पैनल डिस्कशन इन्होंने टेक्नोलॉजी
के ऊपर किया।
और मैं समझता हूं इसका क्रेडिट, ये जो प्रोफेशनलिज्म डेवलपर्स में आया है, इसका क्रेडिट आप रेरा को दीजिए। जिस तरह से रेरा ने डिजिटल रोल आउट किया, पूरा जो है हमारा डिजिटली जो है सारे रेराज फंक्शन कर रहे हैं, इसके चलते डेवलपर्स ऑल्सो रियलाइज दैट दे नीड टू ऑल्सो अडॉप्ट टेक्नोलॉजी, अप्रोप्रिएट टेक्नोलॉजी, एंड दैट्स हैपनिंग।
दैट्स रियली गुड। अभी अनंता मैम जब बोल भी रही थी कि हम कुछ स्टार्टअप्स के साथ टाई अप कर रहे हैं और कुछ टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन चीजें कर रहे हैं, तो बहुत अच्छी बात है, क्योंकि बिना टेक्नोलॉजी के चीजें आगे बढ़ेंगी नहीं। अब एक और इम्पोर्टेंट चीज,
जस्ट टू ऐड, आई वुड लाइक टू से कहा इस बार, सॉरी रेरा, आई मीन टेक्नोलॉजी का एक पूरा सेशन हुआ है। Since 5-6 years, I have not seen any conference of any real estate without a RERA session. So you can understand the importance.
Right? Yes, sir.
Maybe I would just like wanted to say that this act is actually web-based. You cannot file a complaint without going to the website. You cannot file your register your project without going to the website. So websites of all RERAs are functional. So what you are saying as a mobile apps. So it's a very difficult kind of website. It's not a simple website where you got one function to do. If you see project registration itself, it is such a complex thing. And then what we try to do is that project registration, from there moving to the authority. So everything comes on the net, and nothing should be on paper. So mobile app, people are working. We had discussion on iForia also, and very soon you'll see app from Delhi, you'll see apps from Maharashtra, Telangana, because we in iForia discuss these issues. And then every state works following their own rules and regulations. Like we are working now with CDAC. CDAC is a government agency which does an excellent job. So we had some failures with some private organizations, but then it happens. So let's hope we'll be able to.
हम तो उम्मीद करते हैं कि आने वाला वक्त ऐसा हो जब सारे रिजोल्यूशन ऐप के ऊपर ही हो जाए, ना डेवलपर के पास जाना पड़े, ना कहीं और जाना पड़े कोर्ट में। वहां से उनका रिस्पांस, यहाँ से ग्राहक का रिस्पांस है, आपका डिसीजन भी ऐप के ऊपर हो जाए क्विकली, क्योंकि टाइम आप वहां दिखा रहा है, पर 10 मिनट की इजाजत है। एक दो इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट, और उसमें आप लोगों का भी यहाँ पर, आप कुछ बोलना चाहते हैं? हाँ जी, मैं आ रहा हूँ आपके पास। वह ये है कि शायद आई थिंक महाराष्ट्र रेरा एंड यूपी रेरा दोनों जो है वो डेवलपर रेटिंग के साथ आने की तैयारी कर रहे हैं। तो पहले यहीं से एक जनमत संग्रह लेते हैं कि क्या रेरा की तरफ से डेवलपर रेटिंग आनी चाहिए? आपको लगता है कि एक सही रेटिंग मिलेगी, मतलब वो इंपैक्ट करेगी सीधे सीधे आपके बिजनेस को? पार्डन? चलिए तीसरा, तो 3 स्टेट तो तैयारी कर रहे हैं कि वो आपके परफॉर्मेंस के ऊपर आपकी रेटिंग करेंगे। क्या ये होना चाहिए? प्लीज रेज योर हैंड्स। मेजॉरिटी जो तेलंगाना भी आ रहा है, तो सारे स्टेट्स आ रहे हैं आई थिंक। और आई थिंक महाराष्ट्र रेरा ने अभी अभी ये भी कहा है कि आप एक अपना ग्रीवेंस ऑफिसर लगाइए, और वो तमाम चीजें जो हम देखते हैं ऑनलाइन चीजों में होती हैं, तो वो सब रेटिंग दैट इज ऑल्सो। चलिए, तो चलिए सारे ही स्टेट्स की तरफ से आ रहा है कि, मतलब मैं अपडेटेड नहीं हूँ इस मामले में, सारे स्टेट्स ये कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो अगेन राजन सर, हाँ बोलना चाह रहे थे, प्लीज। फिर मैं जाता हूं।
तो स्वागत करना चाहिए विपिन जी, क्योंकि कंज्यूमर आज चाहता है कि ट्रस्टेड डेवलपर हो जी। तो ट्रस्टेड कौन है? अगर रेगुलेटर थ्रू एन इंडिपेंडेंट मैकेनिज्म अगर बोले कि हाँ ये इनका रेटिंग है, बिकॉज ऑन दीज ट्रांसपेरेंट पैरामीटर्स दे आर डूइंग अ गुड जॉब, it's a good thing for them. They will aspire to get in there, and home buyers will feel more confident.
Right, Rajan sir.
सर, रेरा का रजिस्ट्रेशन मिलने से ही आज अगर आप देखो तो जो डेवलपर इंडस्ट्री को जो इज्जत नहीं मिल रही थी, या जो नाम से पुकारा जाता है, आप, क्योंकि मीडिया से आप है, आप ही लोगों ने और सारे फिल्म वाले ने, जितने मूवी बने हैं उन्होंने डेवलपर को बदनाम करके रखा हुआ था। हालांकि मकान हम ही देते जी। मैंने एक शॉर्ट में बताता हूँ, एक कंज्यूमर फोरम वाला बहुत गाली दे रहा था टीवी पे चैनल पे बैठ के, क्योंकि उसका काम ही वो है, वो गाली दिए बगैर तो होने वाला नहीं। मैं बोला आपने खुद ने मकान बनाया, बिल्डिंग खुद का? बोला नहीं 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 नहीं, बोला फिर आप कहाँ रहते हो? बोला नहीं मैं बिल्डिंग में रहते हो। बोला किसी ने किसी बिल्डर ने बनाया ना। बोला कम से कम सारे को गाली दो, उसको एक को मत दो, क्योंकि उसने आपको मकान दिया है।
नहीं नहीं बिल्कुल सर, मतलब देखिए डेवलपर्स का तो सम्मान ही है, राष्ट्र निर्माण, सुबह से हम वो सारी बातें कर रहे हैं तो उसमें तो कोई, लेकिन हाँ ये बात सही है कि एक और आप भी अब कई बार हमारे प्रोग्राम में कहते हैं कि सर्टेन टाइम आप पूरा लॉट में से 2-3 चीजें खराब हों तो पूरा लॉट बदनाम हो जाता है उसके पीछे, और वही कहानी कुछ रियल एस्टेट की भी है, लेकिन रेरा के बाद चीजें बहुत बदली, इसमें कोई शक नहीं है।
यस सर, मैं सिर्फ इतना ही बोलना चाहता था कि टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में कि 30 अप्रैल 2017 को सर ने, गौतम चैटर्जी सर ने, मैं ये नहीं कहूँगा ओपन चैलेंज बोला था, लेकिन एक कहते हैं ना कि हम 30 अप्रैल को रात को 12 बजे यानी 1 मई को @12 मिडनाइट कि हमारी वेबसाइट चालू होगी। तो सर उनकी वेबसाइट चालू थी और उस वक्त फॉर्चुनेटली हमने किसी ने तय नहीं किया था कि 2 एसोसिएशन की तरफ से 2 डेवलपर ने लॉगिन किया और दोनों को रजिस्ट्रेशन नेक्स्ट डे मॉर्निंग सवेरे 10:30 बजे ऑफिस खुला तो रजिस्ट्रेशन मिल गया था, विच रिक्वायर्स वन ऑफ अ लाउड अपलॉज। मैं मेरी मार्केटिंग नहीं कर रहा हूँ,
आई नो
नहीं मेरी मार्केटिंग नहीं कर रहा हूँ, या नहीं, विच रिक्वायर्स रियली दिस थिंग। एंड ऑफ कोर्स गौतम चैटर्जी सर ने जो काम किया है कि जिस वक्त जो चाहिए था, मतलब मैं तो हमेशा जितने भी मेरे फोरम में मैंने बताया है तो इन्होंने हमको उंगली पकड़ के चलना सिखाया। हालांकि हम पहले चलते थे लेकिन आड़े टेढ़े चलते थे, तो इन्होंने उंगली पकड़ के सीधे चलने सिखाया। थैंक यू।
चलिए
चलते राजन जी, चलते चलते शुरू में आपको चलना सिखाया गया, लेकिन अभी जो जिसे कुछ दिन पहले हमने पढ़ा 20,000 प्रोजेक्ट्स में आप सेक्शन 11 का कंप्लायंस नहीं कर रहे हैं, तो ये कैसा तरीका हुआ? मैंने अल्टीमेटली आपको जो है ना कंप्लायंस विद द रूल ऑफ लॉ, ये तो आपके मेंबर्स को बताना पड़ेगा कि अगर नहीं करेंगे तो फिर पेनल्टी आपके तरफ आने वाला है। विपिन जी आपने इस पे प्रोग्राम भी किया, तो मैं समझता हूं
आप भी आए थे, राजन जी भी आए थे, तो अच्छी बात यह थी कि वो आए और बोले और स्वीकार किया।
सर उसकी एज एन एसोसिएशन वी आर टेकिंग केयर ऑफ इट। सर उसमें जो बोलते हैं ना कि वो क्या होता है कि सर हम इतने सालों से जैसे चल रहे थे, थोड़ा भटकने वाले ही है ना सर।
मैं मानता हूं उसमें डेलिंक्वेंसी नहीं है, लेकिन कैलसनेस है और चलता है एटीट्यूड है, उसको बदलिए प्लीज। ये मैं चाहता हूं।
गौतम सर की तरफ से डांट पड़ गई है। हाँ
वेरी ब्रीफ
जी,
RERA has done a wonderful job as we heard, but Consumer Redressal Forum is a parallel track going on where between consumers and property, a large number of cases are decided not linking with the RERA at all, on its own independent one. So you have 2 parallel tracks going on. So therefore, that's an issue where when you ask whether they should get the power of the authority there, I agree with the proposal. Otherwise, you're having both the things happening. Large number of consumer redressal forum in the courts over there are getting between the developers as well as owners, 30 lakhs, 50 lakhs compensation being given back over. So I just thought that's also an issue. When you say amendment, you'd bring it also. I just thought.
Sir, कुछ कहेंगे इस पे जो बोल रहे हैं?
आज के एक्ट में ये परमिट किया गया है, फोरम शॉपिंग नहीं कर सकते हैं, लेकिन वो चॉइस उसके पास है कि वहां जाएगा कि यहां आएगा। मैं समझता हूं कि इफ रेराज बिकम सो एफिशिएंट कि आप यहां पे आए आइदर थ्रू कंसिलिएशन या थ्रू क्वासी जुडिशियल प्रोसेस, आपका सबसे ज्यादा पहले हम निर्णय देंगे, तो वो ऑटोमेटिकली है कि दे विल स्टॉप गोइंग टू अ कंज्यूमर कोर्ट। आई फील एंड दैट्स हाउ इट शुड बी, रादर देन बारिंग दैट यू कैन नॉट गो देयर, यू मस्ट कम हियर।
मेरा थोड़ा सा व्यू दूसरा रहेगा गौतम सर से कि आज का कस्टमर डेफिनेटली फोरम शॉपिंग करता है। अब जो एक डिसीजन अथॉरिटी लेती है या कंज्यूमर फोरम लेती है, उसमें कंसिस्टेंसी होनी चाहिए कि उसमें क्या व्यूज़ लिए गए हैं, क्या पैरामीटर्स लिए गए हैं, क्या उसका पास्ट है। सो अगर ये एंड रेरा इज ए वेरी स्पेशलाइज्ड बॉडी अथॉरिटी, सो इफ ऑल complaints are referred to RERA to deal with, so एक तो यूनिफॉर्मिटी आएगी, एक since similar cases are there, उसकी speed of giving the justice would increase, and people's confidence would be there. So now somebody goes to consumer court, he loses his case, then he comes to RERA. And then he goes to NCLT, and I think this is not a
तो वहां से बहुत सारे सवाल आ रहे हैं। If you permit then I take, नहीं तो फिर दूसरे, क्योंकि अगले फोरम का भी टाइम हो रहा है।
विपिन जी लास्ट वाले जो मैं बताना चाहूँगा कि जो गौतम सर ने एक डांट लगाई थी जो आप कह रहे हैं, उसका आंसर भी है। नेरेडको के साथ दिल्ली रेरा ने एक नई मुहिम जो शुरू की थी, वो है नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ रियल एस्टेट डेवलपमेंट। और नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ रियल एस्टेट डेवलपमेंट में हमने पहला कोर्स कराया था। वो बिल्डर्स को बताने के लिए, उनके मैनेजर्स को बताने के लिए, रियल एस्टेट्स को बताने के लिए, कंज्यूमर्स को बताने के लिए कि एक्ट क्या है, क्या क्या कंप्लायंसेस चाहिए, क्या क्या उनको करना है, कहाँ पे पिटफॉल्स हैं, कहाँ पे जुर्माना लग सकता है। सो इस सब से बचने के लिए वी हैव डन 2 week कोर्स एंड नाउ दिस नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ रियल एस्टेट डेवलपमेंट, इट इज़ फाइंडिंग इट्स रूट एंड दिस इज, ये पूरी मुहिम जो है ये नेरेडको की है एंड आई वुड लाइक टू कॉन्ग्रेचुलेट यू।
चलिए,
क्वेश्चन।
बहुत बहुत बधाई है। अब समय की थोड़ी, कोई मुझे बताएगा कि कितना समय? नाउ इट्स टाइम इज ओवर। आप क्विकली 10 सेकंड में।
See, RERA means actually media, everybody is talking about real estate regulatory authority. There is another aspect to it, real estate regulation and development. So nowhere actually the development aspect actually was taken care of by the regulatory authority, because they can also interact and also see the problems faced by the real estate developers and then represent to the government, because there is no interaction. If they represent the problems of the respective state real estate problems, so actually the resolution and decision will be easy.
This is what we are talking about, that there are certain forums where all the stakeholders should come and talk about these things. ठीक है, देखिए समय क्योंकि कम पड़ रहा है, अब सब पूछेंगे तो लंबा जाएगा। सॉरी सर, क्योंकि उधर से मुझे इशारा हो गया, ऑलरेडी 10 मिनट ओवर हो चुका है। तो लेकिन हाँ, जो बातचीत हम कर रहे थे कि ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है और सारी की सारी बात इस बात पर निर्भर करती है कि कि एक जो विश्वास की कड़ी है आपके और ग्राहकों के बीच में, वो जितनी मजबूत होगी, जितनी सुदृढ़ होगी, जितनी अच्छी होगी, उतना फायदा आपको भी होगा और ग्राहकों को भी होगा। और ये पिछले 4-5 साल में हमने देखा है, रेरा आने के बाद ना सिर्फ ग्राहकों का विश्वास बढ़ा है, इन्वेस्टर्स का विश्वास बढ़ा है, बट अब अगर आप बियॉन्ड बॉर्डर्स भी देखें तो इंडियन रियल एस्टेट को एक रिस्पेक्ट मिलने लगा। आप लोग तो ट्रैवल करते हैं अब्रॉड, तो जिस दृष्टि से पहले देखा जाता था वो अब नहीं है, अब एक रिस्पेक्ट वाली चीज आ रही है। और अगेन कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस टू नेरेडको कि आपने और लोगों ने जो प्रयास किए हैं पिछले 25 साल से, स्पेशली पिछले 4-5 साल से, वो सामने दिख भी रहे हैं। सो थैंक यू वेरी मच। आप लोगों ने बहुत मन लगा के ये बातचीत सुनी, हालांकि बहुत सारे इसमें कड़वे और तीखे प्रसंग भी आए, और आप सभी को बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, क्योंकि आप लोगों का जो प्रयास है उसी से ये जो एक इतना बड़ा एक्ट है हिंदुस्तान में जिसकी जरूरत पिछले 50 साल से महसूस की जा रही थी, अब एक्टिव है। और आई थिंक ये आने वाले और 5 या 10 साल में ये बिल्कुल वहां पर होगा जिसकी कल्पना आज हम कर रहे हैं। और सर, पहला जो ऐप है वो तेलंगाना से आता हुआ हमें देखना है। थैंक यू, धन्यवाद, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thanks to the moderator too. A big round of applause for the moderator.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, I request you to stay on stage, please. And as you do so, I would also like to request Mr. G. Ravi Kumar to felicitate Sri Anand Kumar. And I'm going to say all the names. Do come up and do the honors. I also request Mr. R. Venkatesh Rao, GC member, to felicitate Dr. N. Satyanarayana. Mr. K.V. Prasad to felicitate Sri Gautam Chatterjee. May we have Mr. Narendranath ready, please? Also, Mr. Shivaram Prasad Mekha to felicitate Sri Salvinder Singh Sahota. Mr. Chalapati Rao to felicitate Sri Venkat Rao. Mr. Kashinath Shukla to felicitate Mr. Vipin Bhatt. What a lovely panel discussion that was. And it was so good to see the audience interacting. So well done, audience. I think this is a good time to clap for yourselves. I saw all the hands going up and everybody participating. That was fantastic. Everybody was so involved in this particular discussion, and it was so good to see that. And he also gave you a tip on why clapping is important, right? So keep that in mind. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you so much. It was wonderful. Thank you. KNest is a construction tech solutions company with aluminium form work offerings for real estate and infrastructure development projects worldwide. It was founded in 2014 with the fundamental idea of building an efficient construction ecosystem and has scaled to become a market leader across key parameters. We thank KNest Aluform for supporting the Naredco Silver Jubilee celebration as a title partner. May we have the AV on this, please?
Friends, our chairperson, T.S. Rera and Satyanarayan Garu wants to felicitate 3 of the officials who come from other states. Can I request Mr. Gautam Chatterjee ji to come onto the dais, please? Anand Kumar sir, kindly come onto the dais. Salvinder Singh Sahata Sahab.
Lovely shawls. I love it. So nice. Even I want one later. So keep one for me. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you. How lovely. Now I would like to invite Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani to give out the mementos to the sponsors who supported this event. And as I call upon the sponsors, please come on stage. Vasavi Group. And please feel free to clap and welcome them on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, they are our sponsors, after all. Mupa Projects, Hallmark Infracon, Harshit Infra, and Verma Steels. I'll repeat our sponsor names: Vasavi Group, Mupa Projects, Hallmark Infracon, Harshit Infra, Verma Steels. Dr. Niranjan, as you stay on stage, please, I would also like to call the Vidarbha people, the team, on stage for a photo op. I'd also like to call Mr. Sanjay Dutt, Kishore Bhatija, and Hitej, sir. Mr. Hitesh Thakkar. I'm going to repeat the Vidarbha team. We'd like you to come on stage for a photo op, please. Sanjay Dutt, Kishore Bhatija, and Hitesh Thakkar. I'm going to repeat the names again. I think some of us are having a short tea break. So we'd like to request Vidarbha, the Vidarbha team, Mr. Sanjay Dutt, Mr. Kishore Bhatija, and Mr. Hitesh Thakkar. And we'd also like to have the National Leadership Group photograph, please. The National Leadership Group. Can we have only Vidarbha on stage? Only Vidarbha. Only Vidarbha for now. And then we'll move on to the next. And then the next. But y'all can keep practicing the smile for the pictures until then. The National Leadership Group. May we have the National Leadership Group on stage? Thank you so much, everyone, for this lovely photo op. Good to see all of you on stage. We are moving on to our last panel discussion for the day. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as the day draws close to the end, we invite you to immerse yourself in the final panel discussion. For this, I would like to invite the following former presidents of Naredco. I'd like to call on stage. Gentlemen, if you can have your seats, please, I'd really appreciate it. We're going to have our last panel discussion, and I need all of you to be seated so we can continue with our panel discussion. May we all have your seats, please? Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, as I invite our panelists, Shri V. Suresh, former president, Naredco, on stage. Shri Sunil Mantri, chairman, Mantri Realty Limited. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, vice chairman, Naredco India, and founder, MD, Hiranandani Group. Mr. G. Hari Babu, president-elect, Naredco India. And I request our moderator for this panel, Shri Rajan Bandelkar, President of Naredco, founder and MD of Rana Group, to grace us on stage. As we begin our last panel discussion for the day, over to you, sir.
Guys, please settle down. I think this is the last panel, and Niranjan sir wanted to go, but I made him stay. I requested that entire people want to listen to sir. So my request to Hitesh and everyone, whoever is outside, tell them to come inside. I want the hall full before that. Good evening, everyone. I know we had a fantastic day. And what a way to celebrate Silver Jubilee year. A round of applause to each one of you for sitting in this August hall from the morning till now. Sir, my kind request to each and every panelist to be brief, because everyone will get proper timing. So, I think the panel doesn't need any introduction. Naredco has gone through 24 years journey, which we all know. I think there is no one better than V. Suresh sir to explain the way, because he is the only living legend of Naredco who has seen from the day one Naredco how it is progressed, and even today the sir is associated with Naredco. Sir, just 1 or 2, 3 questions what I will put it, so you can answer in short. First one, are you happy with the progress? What was the vision that when this Naredco was formed? And tell about the way it was formed and how it was formed and the vision what was there.
First question, very happy. The way in which Naredco as a body, after having been born in 1998, has worked over the years. I had the unique pleasure of right from the beginning and also being the national president for the crucial time period when we started also spreading out from a national body to had the pleasure of having the Raj Redco. I am happy Ashok Patni is there. And also Narni Rangarao to deal with the AP Redco. He's one of the senior most person. UP Redco along with the Elderco team there. We could do only 3 at that during that period. But it has been specifically identified as a forum to deal with the healthy development of real estate development in this country. A differentiated from other bodies of real estate development. There are real estate developers body available only with real estate developers there. Naredco is a unique body based on a unique American model of realtors one, wherein you have not only the real estate developers on one side and also the government on the other side, financial institutions on the other side, technology providers on the other side. So it's a very representative stakeholder body. That is where National Real Estate Developer Council could emerge as a differentiator from the other bodies which are only builders. So therefore, you are able to get the good inputs from all concerned over there, and they have been able to develop on over a period of time. And therefore, I am very happy that it has grown. When I was there, when we were there in the beginning with Ramakrishna Sahab, G.V. Ramakrishna, the Sebika chief, he was the first president of the one. I was number 2 there. I took over from him. And we could, at the time, have a membership of less than 100. If I'm not mistaken, around 80 or something like that by the time my term came over there. Today, you're 10,000 in number. So, first of all, congratulate yourself for the large stakeholder membership. And I'm sure subsequently, after our term over there, and we're very happy that we have Sunilji sitting on my right. By the time he came, I think it was 5,000 or something like that. I'm sure he'll give the figure. So that means steadily the growth of the membership has been coming. And you told today 13 states are covered there. We could cover only 3. But I think this is an area where I'm sure we'll catch up in the next few years. All the states will have their chapters also coming over there. Are you happy with the overall one? Large number of initiatives done by the Naredco to give inputs to the government at the large. And take my word, with the Honorable Minister being the chief patron and Honorable Secretary to the Government of India also being under the leadership of that, your voice is heard representing the real estate developers with a lot of respect. And I know large number of one where Niranjanji has been called, you have been called for discussion the last few years time period on large number of issues, more so after this government has brought in all these new projects of housing for all, projects over agenda, and various other development agenda, and also on the fiscal incentive and other related issues, what problems are there faced by the real estate developers, you have been able to put in a very cogent manner. That's why I was telling that with the wonderful meeting that you had on RERA, which is again, you played a very important role there, whatever good points that has come in the discussion here, with nature of amendments for improvement in RERA Act for an actual cutting edge level, I think RERA should immediately, Naredco should immediately take it up with the government to see that they come into all. Short reply, covering all the 3 questions. I'm not going beyond that.
Thank you, sir. That shows the people at the helm of it, they also know to be in the time and whatever less commitment and whatever is the short and sweet answer. Niranjan sir, you are the one who looks up legend in our real estate industry, each and every one. I think from last 4 decades, at least if I'm not exaggerating, of course from last 3 decades, each and everyone looks up to you. From the time you created Hiranandani at Powai, the way everyone has a dream to become like Niranjan Hiranandani. If I am not wrong, how many youngsters? Yeah. I think still somebody didn't understood my question, otherwise every hand should have been up. Yeah. Sir, you are the one who merged MCHI when there were earlier associations were there, you were the one of the key person in starting Naredco when Ram Jetmalani sir was there. A round of applause, because Urban Land Ceiling Act was there, which was really troublesome in Maharashtra. Niranjan sir was the one who taken a lion's role in repealing it. Sir, you are at IMC also, SOCHM also. I would like you to point out about other associations, because what happens, we keep on talking here in Naredco, hum hamare hi gun ga rahe, lekin if you compare all, because you are at the helm of all, so how do you feel we have rated? I would like you to rate Naredco, because the people who are sitting here, they are past and future person is also coming there, who is also sitting here. So your views on this, sir?
Thank you, Rajan. When you say that you're there for 30 years, I feel old about it. And seeing all these young people over here, I've been very, very fortunate, because the interaction with people who have made a difference in this country, I've seen many of them make the breakthrough. The problem is slightly different. The country is at an X position in an X year, maybe 25 years ago. And then you look at 15 years ago, you look at 5 years ago, and you look at it today. The major point was that when it was 30 years ago, people looked down upon the people who were in real estate. So the first thing that has come back is that हमने इज्जत पाई है. What RERA has also brought about in the last few period is the fact that when you have full disclosures, that is the second thing which has really made a difference, which is there. The changes which have taken place in the last 30 years is thanks to various institutions which have actually played a great role in convincing the government that we do it. So both have a role. The government has a role, the individual developers have a role, and the associations have a role. Different associations at different points of time have taken leadership in different ways. I was working in FICCI, and we worked on the issues of national housing policy, and I had an opportunity as a chairperson doing it over there. So different associations at different points of time have been able to achieve different goals to do it. Naredco owes a bigger responsibility to the country. Why do I say that Naredco has a bigger responsibility? It's simple. It's because it is the joint venture of the Government of India. We have 5 joint secretaries as members of our General Council. We have had access to the Prime Minister for the purposes of the PMAY scheme. We worked with Ram Jetmalani to scrap Urban Land Ceiling Act. We are able to bring down interest rates, which at once upon a time, 30 years ago, was 16.5% of HDFC loan for the purposes of buying homes, to 6.5% which has taken place. It is not one person or one association or one leader who can do this. If you want roti, kapda, makan, the makan part of it to be absolutely fulfilled, Naredco plays a very important role. And we owe a responsibility. There is a जवाबदारी हमारे एक शोल्डर के ऊपर एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी रही है, क्योंकि हम जॉइंट वेंचर ऑफ गवर्नमेंट एंड ऑफ द प्राइवेट सेक्टर. The private sector also has a huge responsibility in seeing that they keep up ethical values in order to deliver what goods we are doing within the timeline. Forget the regulation. Regulations are there. But people do murder also, even though there is a provision for hanging people. So people still commit murders. So it is the ethical values of individual developers which will be important. There's a duty on the government to see that in the next 5 years, we get housing for all in the true sense of the word. We eliminate the entire slums of Mumbai city, which occupies half the population of Mumbai. We can do it. And there's no shortage of money, which was a problem in the yesteryear. Today, with FDI, with monies and funds being available. We have invested 3 lakh crores of rupees in urban infrastructure in Mumbai. 70% of them has been invested by JICA at 0.1%. So money is not a shortage. So as forget the other association, Naredco has a prime responsibility, along with the government of India, the state governments, to provide, to see that in the next 5 years, before I go upstairs, that we will give really housing for all in order to complete it. And that is something which I would like Hari Babu, the entire team, and of course all the government representatives who are sitting over here and not sitting here also, to actually target for it. If we can land on the moon, why can't we provide housing on earth? बाद में तो moon पर जाओ ना, पहले घर तो यहाँ सबको दे दो. So my job is to see that as leader and 35 years in this line, 40 years in the line, I'm feeling older now. So in being 40 years in the line, I do owe a responsibility that we really must achieve the target, and I will plead with the Prime Minister and all of you, private sector, government sector and others and Naredco, to achieve this objective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. But you should live for 100 years, sir. We all pray and live healthy. What is important is live healthy. Yeah.
Why do you want me to live so long? That means you can't finish affordable housing in 5 years. 5 years में पूरा करो, फिर मैं जिंदा रहूंगा. नहीं तो मैं ऊपर जाने को तैयार हूँ.
So this is Hari Babu for you. Nahi, not nahi. Arey, he told the commitment. Yeah. See, I think majority of the people know, because in the videos also we are told who are our past presidents. So I don't want to once again repeat, but of course that G.V. Ramakrishna and Somdat sir, both sir are not amongst us. Otherwise, Rohtash Goyal, Naveen Raheja and Praveen Jain, all of them were to come here. Praveen Jain just got a little bit health issue yesterday only, so he came all the way to the airport, and from airport he went back. So straightway I will come to Sunil Mantri sir. I will be little blunt and more frank as my nature. It was said that Naredco, it was only limited to NCR. The way V. Suresh sir told, there are only three states who are there. I think you are the first one to break that circle and get into it. First of all, I think a round of applause should be given to Naveen Raheja sir, because he was the one who brought it outside this NCR or whatever that North lobby. So sir, we want to know your version, because you are there as Vice President and you had a key role in bringing RERA, because I remember you led the delegation to Dubai when Arun Mishra was the secretary and Girija Vyas was our housing minister. Over to you, sir.
Let me compliment Naredco for completing this 25 year. I think when you see association growing, I think you feel very happy and proud also. I just want to share one moment which has slightly changed my mind about Naredco. This was happened in Singapore at Marina Bay Sands Hotel. I think some of you must have attended. And it was announced that Naredco is going to merge with CREDAI. I don't know, some of you may be present at that time. I slightly felt bad. I say, this organization has a potential. They have Minister Urban Development as their convener, permanent convener or chairperson. Various secretaries are there, and this association should not get merged with another body. I always feel that if you have multiple association, for example, just to give an example, there is ASSOCHAM, there is FICCI, there is CIA, and there are many, IMC, Indian Merchant Chamber. I was happy to associate with Niranjan Bhai. And you can't say that all four need to be merged into one single entity. This is not a company, because each association's role is equally important to achieve the housing objective. So I slightly felt bad. Prior to that, 1 or 2 meetings I have attended of Naredco, but I was not much aware. Then next trip, during my visit to Delhi, I met association people and I say, sir, we need to do something on this. I think it was told in that convention hall in Singapore that Naredco had 54 members. I still remember. I don't know, some of you might have been attended. And I think that has initiated something different in my mind. And I say the role of this association is very important. Unfortunately, it has got neglected. And we worked out. I became, that time only 3 positions were there in Naredco: president, vice president and treasurer. So I happened to become first vice president, tenure of the 2 year. Then I became chairman, president of Naredco for 2 years, and then chairman of Naredco for 2 years. I could get 6-year tenure in Naredco. During 6 years of tenure, we completely revamped Naredco. Thanks to my all friends, colleague, Rajan, Niranjan Bhai, and many friends who actively participated and who gave me free hand to bring Naredco to this level. I think I'm happy to share today maybe around approximately 10,000 members across India Naredco is having, and many issues Naredco has taken up very, very well. Just to give 1 or 2 examples, the RERA Act was getting implemented and there was a lot of fight happening between the developers' bodies, various bodies, I don't want to name, and Venkaiah that time. So we could work out a very model win-win formula. Of course, Maharashtra, we were under preparation. So Maharashtra, a lot of provision we could brought it while drafting the central RERA. We had a great convention in the Vigyan Bhavan where Honorable President Pranav Mukherjee attended. And we had one beautiful trip along with our housing minister, Girja Vyas, thanks to Rajasthan Association, Patniji and all his colleagues, wherein Secretary and Madam Girja Vyas was with us for 2 days. We had complete detailed study, including Chatterjee Sahab. We visited to Dubai RERA office that time. That time we made a special visit to that office. So I feel role of each and every association is important because each one has a different expertise and different views should come. And we are very happy that the organization has grown to a very big level and lot of things, particularly interaction could happen. And many issues, a simple letter given by Naredco was well respected by RBI, the ministry and many other people. So this association has a beautiful advantages and we must encash it. Couple of things left incompleted because when RERA was introduced, I think you had a just RERA discussion. I was with a firm belief that other provision has to be scrapped. Consumer Act and other criminal, civil, RERA should be the single body. Unfortunately, that has not come in the implementation of the Act. And the development part in the RERA is missing because major challenges we are facing with the development authority, not with the consumer. Consumers are our friend, but authorities you can't do. For example, getting OC, it is very difficult. One more thing I think we could not achieve during the course of the Pranav Mukherjee, we tried level best. I have suggested them like a charter accountant certifies the balance sheet. You allow the architects to certify the building plans and allow them to give the building completion. As most of the developer must be facing a lot of difficulties with the municipal corporations, local authorities, and I'm not going in various issues. Unfortunately, we could not achieve that. Now Hari Babu is coming, and if we can take this lead, these 2-3 agenda, if we can focus. One more important thing which is also missing, we could not achieve in spite of follow-up with the Law and Judiciary Ministry, pending cases. I think in a country today, more than 5 crore cases are pending, which is very bad. Somebody mentioned about indexation. I think in the cases matter, we are going in the worst indexation. And legal fraternity has become extremely expensive. So we need to work it out, some formula wherein the matter doesn't go to court. Amicably it is resolved with the level of the housing secretary or with the RERA or with the other authorities. Multiple litigation, we should try to avoid it so that these few things which we could not complete, I hope Hari Babu, his team, and will try to take these agenda on a top task, because even the government is keen to resolve these issues which are causing the biggest hurdle in the real estate sector. I think with this, many things we achieved, many things are yet to be achieved. I am hopeful that the new team will take up. Thanks.
Friends, only one point to learn from that. From a problem, Sunil Mantri saw an opportunity. It's a round of applause for him. And I strongly believe that more number of association, more opportunity for leadership, and when the people are there, automatically you get more ideas and more thought leadership. I think Suresh sir wants to say something.
Yeah, taking forward, I got to place on record the wonderful initiative that's being done with the Naredco Mahi, and ma'am's wonderful articulation really brought the great potential that's coming. And gender association in a large way. I was asking Niranjan Saab whether on a governing council do we have women gender representation. If it's not there, we should bring at least a few of them into that. It will also bring in a good complexion on that. Your next generation initiative is a fantastic initiative. The Yuva, and that's an important thing coming all over the world. Not only with established people of seniority or whatever, young ones to come. Even the Bureau of Indian Standards, where I'm associated very actively, in addition to principal member and alternate member, they're going to have young generation of professionals to be brought in as a third member to be brought in. That means they are ready to do that to groom the next particular line. I just thought these two are important aspects. I just thought one more area to tell is, because I've taken over as I've been associated with the National Building Code from the first version of 1970, 83, 2005 and 2016. Of course, Niranjan Saab is already a member on the main committee now. NBC 2025 is coming now, very shortly. Less than about 1 year from now, document will be there. Saab is already on the guiding committee. Naredco is given representation by the Bureau of Indian Standard. Now that you, President, and the new President is sitting over there, I want you to avail the opportunity. See the best possible people who can participate in those various panels so that they'll be able to contribute all the issues related to planning, design, as well as on the housing side. Housing chapter is going to be expanded in a big way, as well as the housing for the poor and the marginalized. The slum problem of 40%, that's going to get a special provision coming in that particular area, including land-related issues. Transit-oriented development are coming. Therefore, I want you to send good representative in Naredco from your own team, not only from your headquarters. Your chapters have got good people there. It'll be good. The last point I thought I'd shared is the whole climate change agenda. The built environment is being looked upon in a very large way. Fortunately, thanks to your initiative last year, you already have an MOU signed with the Indian Green Building Council, and Vijay made a good presentation in his session, last one, of the green building movement catching up, and all developers should also avail of that in a big way in terms of the benefits that's coming and the type of incentives brought in by, out of the 29 states, 20 states have already brought in incentives for going green, of additional FAR or FSI to be made available in a large way, and also reductions in Rajasthan is even high, as is 5, 10 and 15, also Haryana. Of course, Maharashtra is only 3, 5 and 7% extra for going green. You should avail of that. And somebody was telling, not only in the completion of building, but later, Kerala has come with the latest one of reduction in the stamp duty for registration. Number 2, property tax reduction of 20% if you are green. So I just thought these are all very positive things now that the body of the developers under Naredco are there. Please avail of going green, going in the environment-friendly way, and we are talking in terms of net zero and decarbonization effort. Contribution by the builders are going to be powerful, and large number of builders in this group, I'm aware, are already embracing that in a very large way in getting their projects with this certification. I just thought I'll leave that also as an additional message. Thank you.
Yes. Niranjan sir, before going to Hari Babu, because he's going to talk about the future, but the way sir told, climate change, of course, it's a big issue. Our Prime Minister has told net zero by 2070, but the way you are telling within 5 years, you want to see the affordable housing. So there are many young generation people are here who has come into real estate. So I would like you to address them, ki what they should do, what we people haven't done it, where they can achieve what we haven't achieved. You have a vision, but unless and until you give them direction, I don't think it would be easier for them. When they are going from here, they should take some mantra from you. Am I right? Yeah.
The mantra is very simple. The Prime Minister will do his job. The secretaries and government will do his job. The local authorities will do their job, and we have to do our job. Naredco has it to do its job. The individual developers have to do their job. For instance, in our projects in Thane and Powai, we recycle 4 million liters of water every single day as recycled for the last 25 years, before it became popular. We've planted 3 lakh trees, and every year we take 10 to 20 acres of government land and add and afforest them 5,000 each. Everybody doesn't need to do everything like that. So I think individual people, developers can first focus on their building, see to it, as Mr. Suresh correctly put, make them into green buildings, make them net positive in terms of energy utilization, see that everything is there, and do your duty at your level. Your children have to be actually educated. Let them plant 1 tree at least every year, somewhere or the other, even if it's a small plant, and teach them. So I think what we need to do is to educate the people how we are going to achieve that. Naredco as a platform for the purposes of educating the developers and also advise the city government as to how it can be done. So for example, the greening of the city, the peripheral areas that we need to do, water that we need to do, water recycling that we need to do, how to look at energy utilization and do that. I think there is a possibility of doing it. On the macro level, in terms of housing, I think we all do it, again, a duty to do it. The Prime Minister has done it. The Housing for All policy is being doing it. The PMAY scheme is doing it. Local authorities have increased the FSI for the purposes of creating more housing and other aspects of it. But we as developers also must do it. The other day I had a small interview and somebody asked me a question. And the question was, sir, how is it that India can afford quality of buildings? Because quality comes at a cost. So hum kharcha nahi kar sakte because it is there. And I said, you can't afford bad quality. Can you afford a bad quality building or a building that leaks or a building which collapses in 20, 30 years rather than something which will live for 100 years or whatever it is? So quality is affordable. Bad quality is not affordable. In fact, people who make bad quality, I said in that interview, should be hanged. If you have bad roads, can you imagine you're constantly in trouble? We have potholes in Mumbai and other places in the country. If you had done all good roads and do it, and the same contractors who are working in Mumbai work in Dubai and there's not a single pothole in a single road, even if it's asphalt road or a concrete road. So bad quality is not possible. Bad quality is essential. So we as an association and people need to see that not only leave it to the Prime Minister at his role or the government to read his role, we as developers also need to have their own responsibility of doing it. And if each one of us have this responsibility, and we at Naredco educate these people, and maybe Mahi can take up a bigger role in terms of education and other actors which we can do, and the next gen also learn this. I think it's a fantastic thing that we can possibly do. It could be one of the objectives which Hari Babu can take it to the next level. Thank you.
If I can give one suggestion on quality, Singapore is a good model for various things on recycling, new water, 100% etc. The whole gardening, greening has come with a situation that now 47% is green. You have the city within a garden. But the issue that I want to bring is, conquest rating, construction quality assessment system rating is called conquest system rating, which in Singapore has brought phenomenal amount of things, each one raising the bar for good quality. That means in each year, they are assessing which are all the one, earlier mark of 60 to 70 marks for structure, non-structure, services and finishes, 4 components being assessed on a 100-point rating scale. If 30 years back 60 marks were there, now all builders are getting 80 and above. My limited suggestion is that Naredco can take a lead for trying to bring a similar conquest, construction quality assessment system rating for our own builders. I'm sure, therefore, the best ones will emerge out. And the others who are not good, they will next year trying to raise the bar and improve. It's a suggestion. You may like to see how you'd like to take it forward.
Yes, sir. Hari Babu, I think you are the lucky one. Because now the stage is set. It's like that it is told that in cricket match, ki opening batsmen have scored well. So you don't have pressure. So, but, yeah. So, I want to note 2 things from you. Because I think a month back we had a GC meeting and you people had a very big complaint कि जो भी हुआ आपने सिर्फ वेस्ट को और नॉर्थ को ही दिया, तो साउथ को नहीं दिया, लेकिन साउथ को जब मिला तो छप्पर फाड़ के मिला है. So first thing, I want to know how you manage this, because it's a top secret on you, because I gave him a new name. If you all agree with him, I told him he's the Rajnikant. One we have got Amitabh Bachchan and the second one is Rajnikant of our industry. Yeah. So I want to know, as Rajnikant, how you are going to perform. Because what we all performed in 25 years, if you want Niranjan sir to live more than 5 years, you have to perform in 2 years. So your vision.
Thank you, Rajan Bhai. And first, let me thank to all my GC members of Naredco National, and also Naredco Telangana, and Naredco Andhra Pradesh, and each state presidents who are here. Because of all you people, I am here today. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, before answering your questions, Rajan Bhai asked me to do one or 2, 3 steps. Regarding environmental, now we are talking about zero carbon, and Nitin is telling Haribabu sir, no PET bottles in future. Who made these PET bottles? Who is responsible for this PET bottle? When I came to 1971 to Hyderabad, the tap water is only drinking water. The water is to come 22 hours a day. The population was 17 lakhs in Hyderabad. And no underground sumps, no overhead tanks, and just open the tap, drink the water. So we spoiled the water continuously for the last 50 years. And now everybody made to drink this water, and now all of us we are requesting don't use the water. Who spoiled it, and who is again coming back to original? The first and foremost, the government has to provide the first drinking water to drinkable, potable water to every citizen of India. That should be our first goal. 90% or 80% of diseases are coming only because of PET bottles. Even this water is not good for God's sake. This water gives you acidic. Our body needs different pH level. 7.2, 7.1 is our pH level, blood pH level. This is going to give only 3.4, and all our food is also acidic. So we are putting more acidic, and we are getting the more problems because of this water. I don't drink this water. Actually, I drink only natural water. Okay, that is one. That means who is responsible means, okay, we have to go back and talk about the environmental point of view. Now, coming to the zero carbon, we are net zero carbon. Actually, when I was there in Karnataka, 230 kilowatt hours per square meter per year consumption of our power. 238 kilowatt hours. So, energy. Now, again the target is, they are putting the target as 37 kilowatt hours per square meter per year. How it is possible? It was possible in 1970s, 80s. We were all using only 37 kilowatts. per square kilometer in those days. Not much of ACs, only AC used to be done for 2-3 months, rest of the 10 months, no AC, and all open windows. Today, can we open the windows? Because of pollution. So again getting spoiled, and now we are asking to go back. That is the way every city is getting spoiled because of various reasons. I'm not blaming one corporation or one government or anything, but this is the way we are getting spoiled. And then again we are going back. No, we have to go back 100 years before or 200 years before, and we have to make again our life much better. This is regarding environmental, what sir has asked me. And second thing is regarding housing, affordable housing for all, happy housing for all, happy affordable housing for all. For all. How it is possible? Are all the builders here sitting here, we are only taking care of the 20% of our top niche of the people. We are only taking care of the only top 20 of the rich people of the country. 80% of the people, we are not doing anything for them. Not only we, the government is also not coming forward to do something. My first goal, to achieve that particular sector, we need a policy decision from Government of India to take care of this particular lower middle income group, how the India can become the housing for all by next, at least if they have put the target, but at least next 10 years. We'll give the opportunity to the next 2 governments also to make the Indian people should have, all the people of the country should have within 10 years, at least 1 bedroom or 2 bedroom houses, a minimum to minimum. That too, quality housing. The quality housing is possible only if the policy of Government of India. Nobody can do anything because all the rich people are paying the tax, and today our GST has increased to 1.8 lakh crores per month, and our income tax also has gone to almost 1.25 lakh crores per month. And GST and this one, and other things also, the Government of Revenue has increased. And not only that, we have the inflationary budget of 6%, 7%, and the 6-7% inflationary budget is also money of the governments. And also in addition to that, government also are borrowing the lots of funds, almost like 10 lakh crores every year they are borrowing nowadays. And why not we give to this 80% at least 30,000 to 40,000 crores for these poor people by zero interest. See, what we are planning is not what the policy should be, at least for up to 8 lakhs or 10 lakhs loan, zero interest for the poorest of the poorest, who buys apartment less than 15 lakhs. So that should be our main goal. And coming to the litigation of the land, I'm taking a little longer time because this is the first time I'm getting the time. So I will take another 5 minutes. Thank you. Do agree. As incoming president, I have to answer all your questions, all our members' questions also. And regarding this, we Government of India gives lot of GOs, lot of GST, etc., everything. We don't mind to pay taxes to the government, but we don't want any litigations. Clarity. We are missing the many GOs of the government, state and central also missing the clarities. We want to do a 100% clarity. So that builder, no, it should be 2 into 2 should be only 4. 2 into 2 cannot be for income tax for 5 or some other department 6, some other department 8. It should be always to either for government or for the others. 2 into 2 should be only 4. That is the only one way we should get the more clarity in our GOs. Then land litigation is the biggest problem in India. No land in India is having any 100% title. There is no clear title, there is no title at all. Anybody can put any case. I will give one example. 1992, one gentleman purchased the land. All the records are mutated in his name. 92, 2007 we purchased. 2007 we made the layout. And 2023 January, the case, the particular old gentleman, they are filing the cases now. After 4 transactions, 4 transfers. This is almost like that 9 years plus 23 years. 32 years later, they are filing the cases. And the courts are giving immediately, first thing is injection. And all the buyers will come to us as if we have made the product. We have not made the product, we have not made the land, we have made product only a building or otherwise something else. So this is the another biggest problem. All of us, all of our job is to get the clarity, to get the, even though in the RERA there is a title insurance, but which is missing, sir, completely it is missing, and there is no title insurance in India. And many of developed countries we are having, and we are all telling that by another 10, 15 years we become the developed country. By that time, we should have also the title guarantee. Then coming to the strengthening our association. Yes, as you rightly told, we started with the 80 members, Naredco National. From 1982, today we have grown to almost like 10,000 members with the 12 states and everything. Yeah. But we have more states, more this thing. And my next job is getting more states into the Naredco fraternity, and even unlike Andaman, Nicobar or Goa, this type of smaller states also, we should make some more Naredco chapters. That is another biggest job what we have. And then he asked me the final question, how do you run it? I have big, very good platform. Yes, I have really a very good platform. It's like, I will compare with the Indian economy and Indian railways. 200 years after destruction of the Britishers of Indian economy, after independence, the government has started reforming, changing our economy. From 1947 to 1991, it was running like a passenger train. Okay, at 30 kilometer speed or 40 kilometer speed. After our Prime Minister from Telugu state, P.V. Narasimha Garu, after great reforms of the Indian economy, the speed of passenger train has become the express train. The speed of the economy is like express train. And after the 2014, when BJP has took the Modi has taken the government, now it is Vande Bharat speed. So this is the way our Indian economy has run. So I will also give a similar example. Till our Niranjan Hirandan has took this one, it was like a passenger train. It started going. It's a passenger train. Then our Saab has made this one as express train. Now Rajan is asking me to run like a Vande Mataram. Yes, my successor will run as a bullet train. Let me run it by like Vande Mataram, and my successor will run this one as a bullet train with a speed of 435 kilometers per hour. So thank you once again, thank you very much. I think Rajiv bhai answered you.
A round of applause to, I think there cannot be a better panel than this. So I will ask allow three people to ask questions. If anyone wants to ask any questions, you can prepare it. Before that, yeah, because Sunil Mantriji, you had told, you have seen that there was a problem. In the problem, you have seen an opportunity. The way you also, which way the future people, the next generation should come into business, and most important, we all created many mistakes, and some people, I don't want to take people's name, some people went behind the bar, some people became bankrupt. In many businesses it happens. But real estate is such a business, to be very honest, if you don't do anything wrong, you can't never lose a money, because it is called real estate. So your mantra to all the people, yeah. And then immediately I will ask only for three people questions. You can raise your hand and let me know, and please give the mic to people. Yeah.
Friends, particularly the younger generation, I have seen both ways. Many of the younger children don't want to come into this business. It's a ground reality. In fact, my own children, and I think with the same case with Niranjan also, they don't want to come into real estate business. So one need to understand why this problem is there. Because the young generation, most of them have studied from London or US or other places. They don't want to go to Mantralaya. They don't want to go and meet minister, wait there. They don't want to go to municipal corporation to get the plan approval. They don't want to face the consumers or the delay, whatever may be. Sometimes developer may be responsible or sometimes circumstances may be responsible. So what I feel, the Modi government is trying to do many reforms in many manners. Like GST is one of the reform we have seen, and use of the app or use of the technology has been taught to us in last 9 to 10 years. Similar way, I think real estate need a big transformation. Today the problem is that the system of 25 years back are still continuing the same. Our problem with the real estate is the extremely complicated line, number one. Extremely, anyone can stand up and create a litigation 10 year, 20 year, 50 year down the line, because we have to assure the clear title to the buyer. Third problem, the accountability on the government, because once you submit the building plan, you never know when you are going to get sanctioned, and you are never knowing when you are going to get the occupation certificate. So what I feel, the complete technology transfer is required to be done, number one. Number two, I think we need to work out project by project completion method. The use of new technology is possible now. We can increase the speed of the construction. I think we have heard Atul Chodia and such speakers are there, such technology is available there today. So speed need to be increased. Secondly, more and more technology use. Third point is, I think, transparency and complete delegation of the approval procedure system need to be transferred. That will encourage more and more younger generation to join with this field, and because we have an immense opportunity. There could be about 20-25 crore housing requirement in our country, and same the requirement of the commercial space. So I think the sector calls you with an immense opportunity. Only we need to adopt with the system, and if this Naredco can work out to change the system and bring the changes in the system, more and more younger developers can get attracted. More corporate developers are coming day by day, and I'm sure that we will learn systems and technology from them, which will also inspire us to change ourselves from the old methodological systems. Thanks.
Yeah, so one is, I think Ashok Patni is not there. He wanted to. Viresh, can you see just where is he? If you can call him. Huh? Yeah. So you can give the mic to Ashok Patni, because he is the one who has got a land for Raj Redco. So I would like Patni ji, because I think there are many state presidents are there, and you are the one who has achieved it. So we want to first to build our own office in national capital, Delhi. So I think Harsh Bansal was also there. So I would request him to take lead and start in Delhi. Ashok Patni ji, your views and the way you did it.
Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity to speak about Naredco's first building to be constructed at Jaipur. As far as I know, there is not a single own building with any of the such organization in the country, whether it's a CREDAI or BAI or some similar agencies. I am thankful to Dr. Hiranandani, Sunil Mantri ji, Praveen ji, Pradeep ji यहाँ नहीं है, Dr. Somdar, V. Suresh. सबका पहला जब 2003 में हमने ये स्टेट चैप्टर चालू किया, तो वी सुरेश साहब का था कि अशोक ये चालू कर रहे हो तुम राजस्थान, मैं पहली बिल्डिंग तुम्हारी देखना चाहता हूँ. ये इट वाज द इंस्पिरेशन फ्रॉम दी वी सुरेश सर, हिरंदानानी सर, और उसमें पंख जो आगे लगाए 2018-19 की एक जीसी मीटिंग में हिरंदानानी साहब ने और प्रवीण जी एंड सुनील मंत्री एंड राजन सर कि चलिए आप बिल्डिंग आपने ले लिया. इट इज ए 5,000 स्क्वायर मीटर लैंड अलॉटेड बाय द राजस्थान हाउसिंग बोर्ड. 5,000 स्क्वायर मीटर लैंड.
and we are going to construct about 80,000 square foot area in which about 80 super luxurious room with all clubhouse facility, health club, fitness center and a quality control center. अभी राजस्थान में NABL certified कोई बड़े लेवल पे एक भी QC lab नहीं है. It will be first QC lab in Rajasthan. So he immediately sanctioned 2 crore rupees from Naredco office. I'm thankful to you, sir. Thankful to the GC Naredco. And ये बिल्डिंग एक सपना है नरेडको का भी, आप सबका भी और मेरा व्यक्तिगत भी. ये बिल्डिंग विद इन टाइम आप सबके सहयोग से, इसमें मैं ये चाहता हूं कि नरेडको, जो पूरा नरेडको नेशनल इंडिया है, वो जैसे होता है ना राम जन्मभूमि में हर आदमी की एक ईंट लग रही है, हर आदमी की एक ईंट लग रही है, चाहे वो ईंट 2,000 रुपए की लगे, 5,000 रुपए की लगे. इसमें मैं अपील करना चाहूंगा मेरे 10 से 15,000 सभी मेंबर्स को, आप एक ईंट आपकी लगाइए. इट्स योर ओन बिल्डिंग, इट्स योर ओन बिल्डिंग. और मुझे बहुत खुशी होगी अगर मेरे 15,000 साथी, वो 15,000 फैमिली के नाम उस बिल्डिंग के ऊपर लिखा में आएंगे. ये बिल्डिंग अकेले नरेडको राजस्थान की नहीं है, ये बिल्डिंग पूरे नरेडको नेशनल इंडिया की है, हर इंडस्ट्री के हर रिलेटेड आदमी की है, हर परिवार की. थैंक यू सर. और मुझे उम्मीद है आपके सहयोग से. और एक और बात, मुझे बहुत ये खुशी है कि हरी बाबू ने मुझे प्रॉमिस किया है कि सबसे पहले एज सुन एज आई विल टेक ओवर, वॉट एवर आई कैन आई विल डू फॉर दिस बिल्डिंग. थैंक यू सर.
Any question from any person? Somebody was, yeah. And I think if any lady wants to ask one question, then we can wind up. If any.
Hello, sir. My question is related to affordable housing. So, since Niranjan sir is biggest advocate of affordable housing supply, so this question is in particular with Niranjan sir and upcoming president also. For supplying the affordable housing, especially in the core of the city, because most of us are seeing that it is at the periphery or at a satellite town. Is it not the right of the common people, those who are seeking affordable housing, they should be settled somewhere within the core area of the city? May what come at whatever the cost it comes, or at the lesser sizes like he was advocating for 1 BHK bare minimum. So what is the roadmap, or what should be the roadmap in this direction, so that we can provide something at the core of the city for those who are seeking affordable housing, sir? Because lands are getting very costly, and these days most of the developers across India are launching luxury or ultra luxury houses, sir. So how is it possible to supply such kind of affordable housing within the city?
There's no secret in any business to create affordable segments. The secret is to create surpluses. Roti, kapda, makan. How did roti become affordable? It became when we created surpluses in food sector. How did kapda become affordable to common people? By creating surpluses. The same way, as far as a makan is concerned, the objective is very simple. The day you create surpluses in housing, that's the day when affordable housing will happen across the board. Two other aspects are there. What you're talking about is creating in the center of the city affordable housing. Now, with the price point and the way the ready reckoner rate and other rates are done for land, it's not possible to create affordable housing in this unless the policies of the state government required you to compulsory create a segment of affordable housing. So there's no other way to do it in center of the city, because the policies are actually the reverse. The state governments increases the ready reckoner rate and the prices of land keep going up, and hence affordable housing in the center of cities can't be done. So most of them move in the periphery of the cities which is there, and unless you don't create urban transport, they are doubly handicapped because of that. So the secret is very simple. If we create surpluses of affordable housing as a whole, and that is what the objective is of the Prime Minister under the PMAY scheme, also that the state governments in your state, also here in Telangana, is also working towards creating the affordable housing segment. The problem of land values qua affordable housing is a challenge with the private sector cannot do. But you will be surprised. In the peripheral areas of all cities in this country, as well as in tier 2 and tier 3 cities, affordable housing is getting created. You may not be doing it, I may not be doing it, but it is getting done. So it is not that it's not getting done. But the problem is different. The problem is there is not enough supporting infrastructure in those areas. Serviced land is not there, water, roads, connectivity, Wi-Fi, and all the other things are also required. So it's a macro problem, but the secret is only create surpluses. What do you do about medicine? We want more hospitals, we want more doctors, we want more nurses. Well, how do you do any sectors? Judiciary. The cases are pending even in the Supreme Court. You got to appoint more judges. So you have to create surpluses over there. So all areas of doing, whether it is housing, whether it is food, whether it is clothing or anything, you just work towards creating surpluses. That is what China did. That is what the rest of the world is doing in every sector. And remember one thing. In the case of housing, solution has been provided in all countries of the world where the targets have been given, because money is not a constraint now, which it used to be. Today we are able to get money, whether from governments or other agencies, in order to create. Government of India has spent 80,000 crores of rupees in PMAY scheme to create affordable housing in the last 5 years, and we have achieved 1.1 crore houses. Not enough. We need much more. So yes, it can be done, but not the way it is happening and not the way you want it to be done in the cities. That's not happening.
May I know the person who is asking, may I know your name, please?
My name is Chand Kumar. Chand Kumar.
Chand Kumar.
Yes.
Chand Kumar, it is possible according to me, even in the core city of the Hyderabad. I'm taking only for Hyderabad as an example. There are about 275 slum areas in Hyderabad. That land is mostly belongs to government.
Yes.
80% of lands belongs to government and given for 13-20% of lands to private people also. That slums can be developed within the city for the poorest of the poor.
Yes.
So land cost doesn't come into the picture at all.
So that's what was my question was supposed to be, because there are cities in India which has leasehold lands and there are cities which has freehold land. The leasehold lands are actually controlled by the city authorities and the government, sir. So
No,
in that
I'm not,
case, will it be
talking about, I'm
possible?
not talking about all those lands. I'm talking about the redevelopment of the slums itself solves the problem. Redevelopment of the slum itself solves the problem of development in the core city, which is even one slum. If we take for the development, then we can resolve this one-bedroom houses there. That is one. And your second question also, why not along with the but with developers cannot do this one. In Telangana government, we tried. If you are constructing 100 apartments, 10% of the area should be provided to LIG and EWS. We've done for 2-3 years, but find out a lot of problems with that scheme, and government finally withdrew, and government has asked us to pay some extra funds also for that purpose. Those funds are still available with the government to provide some other location. But they're not doing, but government wants to do it, some development, plus these funds, what they're collecting from the builders, together, we can develop in the core area, because we want our employees, our workers coming from nearby. If they are staying in today 30 kilometers away to the city, how can they come? 1 hour coming, 1 hour going, and all this is a problem. Your idea of within the core city is well noted. Thank you.
Hello. Is any more question or will
one question?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
So basically, this is Hala Rameshwar. I'm from Bangalore. So I had a couple of doubts. Bangalore is buzzing about all startups now. Wherever forum I see, there are a lot of startups coming with a lot of innovative ideas, technology, bringing technology. But I don't see even out of 100 startups, I don't even see one startup from real estate. And you go to any investors, anybody to bring up new ideas in construction or technology, no investor is ready to invest in those kind of ideas. So I see, because most of the developers are family-owned businesses, and most of the development companies, I'm sorry if I'm hurting, so most of the developers, who are heading the divisions, none of them are engineers. That's where it's lacking. So I think there is there's not a better understanding of technology. So why can't we make this young generation to come up with new ideas? Why can't Naredco start up a real estate accelerator program where we can nurture young talents to bring technology to real estate? Just a question.
New technologies are available, but you need scale for the purposes of using innovative technologies. Most of these innovative technologies require new scale. So the prefabricated construction or factory-built construction, all these things can be done provided governments at the local and other authorities give scale for the purposes. You have to do hundreds of thousands of houses in order to achieve that scale. If you really want to actually bring affordable housing with prefabrication and technology to be done. The Prime Minister himself had insisted, and we did an exhibition along with the Prime Minister, which year I forget. 2018 we did an exhibition, Global Housing Technology Challenge. This was initiated by the Prime Minister himself in the real estate field. We have several technologies which have come in, some of which is already being used in terms of it, but it's not enough to create the scale that we really want to do. So yes, technologies are good. We want to make them cost-effective. The cost-effective technologies at the new scale can only happen if you do scale in a much, much larger way than what we are constructing today. It can happen.
Thank you.
I know the audience don't mind sitting up to 10 p.m., but the people on the dais, they want to catch a flight. So I think a round of applause to the excellent panel, and thank you very much. I moderated for the first time. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that lovely session. And so I request all of you to remain on stage as we do our felicitations. And I'd like to request Mr. K. Sridhar Reddy to felicitate Shri V. Suresh. I'd also like to call on stage P.V. Rami Reddy to felicitate Shri Sunil Mantri.
Thank you.
Mr. Pradeep Jain, GC member, to felicitate Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani. I'd like to call Mr. Kali Prasad to felicitate Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, please. Mr. A. Ramesh Babu and Mukteshwara Rao to felicitate Mr. G. Hari Babu. And Mr. Naga Vamsi Peravani to felicitate Sri Rajan Bandelkar.
Mr. R. Venkateswar Rao wants to give some mementos to our ex-presidents, current president and the incoming president. R. Venkateswar Rao is
Mr. Narasimha Reddy, please join us on stage. All right, as we come to the end of the event, I would like to ask Sir, Mr. Shri B. Sunil Chandra Reddy, President of Naredco, Telangana, for the closing remarks to deliver the vote of thanks. And as he comes in, I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for your time, attendance, and attention. Here's to the future of the real estate sector and the vision that propels us forward. So I'm wishing you a wonderful evening. I'll be seeing you soon in the last session that we have this evening. My name is Christine Zedek, and I'd like to hand over the mic to Shri B. Sunil Chandra Reddy. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Okay, friends, we are now to the last session. Not even the session, sorry, the vote of thanks, which I would call it the vote of gratitude. After this vote of thanks, we are going to have a photo session from each state. So kindly bear with me for 10 minutes. So friends, I generally like to call this the vote of gratitude. Gratitude is not only the greatest of virtues, but the parent of all the others. So I think all the people who are present here, they have made this session a great session. I would like to start by thanking the chief guests of the day, Shri N. Venkaya Naidu Garu, Shri Vemul Prashant Reddy Garu, and so both these gentlemen had graced this felicitation program in the morning. And then we had our panel discussions. We had Shri Amit Kumar Singh, Shri Anjani Kumar, Shri Vupul Rungta, Shri Tribhuvan Adhikari, and Shri P. Srinivas Reddy, who discussed about the Vision 2047. It was moderated by Mr. Ghulam Zia. This panel was followed by the digital panel, and the panelists were Shri Nitin Mittal, Shri Shangam Bhaviskar, Shri Saurabh Tyagi, Shri Shashi Udayawar, Shri Shrikant Badiga, and Shri Vijay Sai Meka. Because the moderator was Mr. Govind Rai. After that, we had the first fireside chat, the first fireside chat, Shri Atul Choradia, and which was moderated by Shri Sanjay Dutt. That was a brilliant fireside chat. Because then we had the second fireside chat of Dr. Namrita Kalsi and Dr. Ananta Singh Raghuvanshi. Then, of course, we had all the RERA heads, Shri Anand Kumar ji, Shri Dr. N. Satyanarayan Garu, Shri Gautam Chatterjee, Shri Salvinder Singh Sohata, and Shri Venkat Rao Garu. And then the final session was, of course, by our past presidents, the current president and the incoming president, Shri Sunil Mantri ji, Shri V. Suresh ji, Shri Niranjan Hiranandani ji, our current president, Mr. Rajan Bandelkar, and Mr. Haribabu Garu, who is the incoming president. Of course, we would like to thank all the states which have come here in large numbers, the members from Naredco, Haryana. We would like to thank the president and all the members of Naredco, Haryana, Raj Redco, Naredco Uttar Pradesh, Naredco Gujarat, Naredco Madhya Pradesh, Naredco Maharashtra, Naredco Odisha, Naredco Karnataka, Naredco Andhra Pradesh, and of course Naredco Telangana. We would like to thank each one of the presidents and all the members from the states for attending in large numbers. It is actually mind-blowing to see so many people post-lunch. Most summits are very successful in the first half. Second half, normally people go to sleep. But this session, we find almost 300-400 people till 6 o'clock in the evening. Thank you very much. Of course, we would like to thank the two host states, Naredco Telangana and Naredco Andhra Pradesh. Like to also thank all the branches of Naredco Telangana and Naredco Andhra Pradesh. Naredco Telangana has 4 branches: Naredco West Zone Builders Association, Naredco Kukatpalli Zone, Hyderabad Realtors Association, and Telangana United Registrars Association. Naredco branches are Visakhapatnam, Vijayanagaram, Vijayawada, Rajahmundry, Amravati, Tenali, and Nellore. And of course, the Rayalaseema zone. Last but not the least, I would also like to thank the next gen of Hyderabad. They have done a fabulous job. They have been working at this for the last 10 days relentlessly. Thank you, next gen Hyderabad. Of course, the event manager, Naveen and his team, thank you very much for all the great work done. I'll be fairing in my duties if I don't mention the secretariats of Delhi. Secretariat of Delhi, amazing job led by Preeti. Thank you very much. Preeti, Neelab, Viresh, Yogesh, everybody. Then we have Secretariat from Mumbai, led by Viresh Pandey, who's done a fabulous job. Of course, our own Secretariat in Telangana, Siddharth, Raghavendra, Vinod. All the secretariats have done a fabulous job. To think about it, this event was pulled off in 24 days. This was decided on the 2nd of this month, and within 24 days, such a large event has been pulled off. And of course, Hotel Trident and Mr. Manohar, who's been a backbone for this event. Thank you very much. Of course, Naveen and his team. Lastly, the sponsors. Obviously, an event of this magnitude costs a lot of money, and we would like to thank each and every one of those sponsors. Of course, I have this famous quote for sponsors: wear gratitude like a cloak, and it will feed away every corner of your life. So, I would like to thank each one of the sponsors. K-Nest, who were the title sponsors. Fujitech Lifts, the platinum sponsor. R.R. Kabil, the platinum sponsor, Rajasthan Housing Board, banking partner, Tata Capital, gold sponsors, Hiranandani Group, DLF Limited, K. Raheja Corp, Raunak Group, the cocktail partner, Jaguar Bath, the silver partner, Shikhar Spaces, and Reliance MET City, tea partner, Integrate Law, support partner, ANJ Turnkey Projects, LIC Housing Finance, True Board Partners, Prop Check, Pioneer Interior, Associated Project Infra, Asia Engineering Company, Knight Frank, and then the supporting partners were Lahari Projects, Raj Pushpa Constructions, Vasavi, Muppa Homes, Hallmark Infracon, Peram Group, Shubha Gruha, Suchir India, Incredible India, Harshit Group, Radha TMT, Aspire Spaces, Nexon, Verma Steel, and Bashyam Developers. Thank you very much, each and every sponsor. This event wouldn't have been possible without your help. I would obviously, Naredco Telangana and Naredco AP, I'm a bit selfish. I'd like the Naredco Telangana team to come onto the dais first, followed by all the other state chapters. Naredco Telangana for a photo session with our presidents. But they'll all stand behind. Friends, before I call the other states, kindly 5 more minutes. First, I'd like the Secretariat staff to come. Secretariat, Delhi Secretariat, Mumbai Secretariat, Telangana Secretariat. Siddharth, come. I request all the presidents, past, current and future, to be on the dais, please. Priti, please come fast. There are a lot of states, please. Thank you. Lovely. After this, it will be Andhra Pradesh. Friends from Andhra Pradesh, kindly be ready. Babu, thank you. Baba, friends from Andhra Pradesh, thank you, my Priti. You did all the great job. Siddharth. After that, alphabetical orders. Uttarakhand President. He's alone. And just one more name, right? Friends, after AP, I would like to call Uttarakhand President Manoj Joshi ji and Jyoti Narayan ji. They have sponsored 10 lakhs for this event. Uttarakhand President Mr. Manoj Joshi. Uttarakhand, Manoj bhai? Manoj bhai, yeah. Mr. Manoj Joshi and Jyoti Narayan, they have sponsored. లేదు పేరు లేదు Okay, friends. Bye, Manoj bhai. आ जाइए. Friends from Maharashtra, kindly be ready next. After this photograph of Uttarakhand, we'll have Maharashtra. Brother. Manoj bhai, 1 minute. Last photo. After this, we go. Anna, chala mandi undaru inka. Babu, fast. Lot more teams to go. Thank you. The team from Uttarakhand. Friends from Maharashtra, kindly be ready after this. Manoj Joshi bhai and Jyoti Narayan ji, thank you for your large-hearted sponsorship. After Maharashtra, I'd request the friends from Gujarat to be ready. Naredco, Gujarat. After Maharashtra. Yes, sir. 7:30 onwards. Friends from Gujarat, आइए भाइयों. Brothers, just to remind you, we have cocktails and dinner after this. Cocktails and dinner immediately follow this event, so please don't go away. Friends, after Gujarat, I would request members of Haryana. I'm going in alphabetical order, brother. So, brothers, please bear with me. I'm going in alphabetical order. Naredco, Haryana. Friends from Naredco, Haryana. Okay. Yeah. Naredco, Karnataka. My Naredco, Karnataka. My brothers from Karnataka. Haryana, lovely. After Haryana. Okay. Naredco, Odisha, please be ready. नहीं, बहुत स्टेट्स है. स्टेट्स के बात करेंगे. जरूर आप बोल दिया ना. पक्का बोलूंगा आपको. डन पक्का. Naredco, Odisha. Friends from Naredco, Odisha. उन्डे रहना. दो है चलो. Naredco, Ashok bhai, Ashok Patti sir, Ashok bhai, Naredco photo. Naredco, Karnataka. Sir, after Naredco, I'd request Naredco, Karnataka. Naredco, Karnataka. Naredco, Madhya Pradesh. Any friends from Madhya Pradesh? Naredco, Madhya Pradesh. Brothers, anybody from Naredco, Madhya Pradesh? Can I request members from Naredco, Uttar Pradesh to come onto the dais? क्या बात है. Friends, I request all the national GC members to come onto the dais, please. Naredco, Delhi. Friends from Naredco, Delhi. Harsh Bans. I think they left. Can I request all the Naredco national GC members to come onto the dais? Niranjan bhai, last.
Naredco GC members, please come on stage. All the governing council members of Naredco, kindly come on stage. The dynamic leadership of Naredco, leading Naredco with the excellence of 25 years of journey. All governing council members are requested to please join on stage.
Next gen, Hyderabad. Boys, come on. Prasad, next to me. Next to me. All the boys who did a fabulous job for this event. Fantastic. Okay, friends from West Zone and Kukatpalli Zone, kindly be ready. Friends from West Zone Builders Association and Kukatpalli Zone Association. West Zone, Anna? Very good. Excellent. అయిపోయింది మనం తీసుకుందాం కింద తీసుకుందాం Friends from Kukatpalli Zone. Friends from Kukatpalli Zone. ఏమన్నా ఇందాక చాలా అయినాయి was West Zone, that's a Kukatpalli Zone. Okay, friends, absolutely the last photo. Visakhapatnam. Brothers, come. Brothers, once again, cocktails are ready. Cocktails and dinner is ready. Cocktails are ready. Please head there directly. Your na అట్లా కాదు. ఎవరు రారు, ఏం పర్వాలేదు. చెట్టు కానీ బాగా బాగా 4 బాటిల్ పెట్టించేసి నా మాటిను, నువ్వు నా మాటిను. Friends, another half an hour, the cocktails will be ready in the same hall. Kindly finish your phone calls, have a smoke, come back in half an hour time.